Chapter 551, No Bargains. I do not have raw uranium, but I do have enriched uranium, Han Tianyu said. A few tons, Jiang Fei smirked. The amount of nuclear material was enough to raise Japan to the ground. However, it would hardly satisfy 0541's energy requirements. Captain, if the enriched nuclear energy is highly concentrated, it should be able to recover my energy levels to 20% or even 30%. 0541 answered after doing the calculations. That's not enough either. Forget it. Brother Yu, can you contact the European Vatican for me? Jiang Fei finally decided to give up on Han Tianyu's small amount of resources. Enriched uranium was not a normal item. Although Han Tianyu had a bit of the resource, it did not belong to him. Jiang Fei did not want to cause trouble for Han Tianyu for such a small matter. Moreover, Jiang Fei had rejected the government superior's invitation to meet up. If he were to use their resources now, it would be unjustifiable. European Vatican? Ah Fei, is there something going on with you? Han Tianyu was surprised. I want to discuss a deal with them, Jiang Fei replied. For uranium? Han Tianyu probed. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not want to hide it from Han Tianyu. After all, he would need Han Tianyu to bargain for him during the trade talks. Ah Fei, I think you are getting too far ahead of yourself. Han Tianyu laughed as he continued speaking. If I don't have it guessed wrongly, the amount of uranium you need is so great that you don't even think what I have is enough. Isn't that the case? Jiang Fei laughed, embarrassed. Hey, I knew it! However, uranium is such a rare battle resource. Why would they give you that much? Some things cannot be bought with money. Han Tianyu sighed as he said. From his facial expression, Jiang Fei knew that Han Tianyu must have been rejected before. Who said I wanted to use money? I'll use potions. The potions will allow them to recover inner qi and other energy swiftly. Jiang Fei said. The potions Jiang Fei mentioned were the concentrated version of the mana potions in the game. They were similar to the concentrated health potions Grand Restore pill. Previously, Jiang Fei did not produce the potions because he did not have any use for them. In the beginning, all of Jiang Fei's powers came from his equipment and therefore he did not require any energy recovery. Later on, although he acquired his own energy, he did not experience energy depletion due to the quick energy recovery from the energy vortex in his body. Therefore, he never thought of producing the potions. However, now that he needed to acquire energy for 0541, he had to think of such ways. What? You actually have this kind of potion? Han Tianyu was surprised. Although Jiang Fei had previously provided them with a potion which permanently increased one's energy recovery rate, there were only 4 of them. They had already been consumed by the powerful individuals in the Martial Art Alliance. However, the potion which Jiang Fei now spoke of was clearly an item to be used on the go. Although its level was incomparable to the previous type of potion, its price was even higher. It was a life-saving potion which was more valuable than the Grand Restore pill. For a high-level metahuman, the Grand Restore pill only helped with faster wound recoveries. Against a strong opponent, getting hurt meant that the person was much weaker in general. It meant one was inferior either because the opponent was too strong or the person was in poor physical condition. With depleted energy, all the more one could not defeat his or her opponent even with fully recovered injuries. However, if one could quickly recover used energy, then it would be possible to spam skills against the opponent. One would even be able to use ultimate skills without worrying about running out of energy. This would pressure the opponent despite the difference in strength. Therefore, for most low-level metahumans, they still used physical energy as their primary method of battle. In that case, the Grand Restore pill was still more effective for them. As for high-level metahumans, they would completely rely on energy for battles. Therefore, the potion which provided faster energy recovery would save their lives and even give them a better fighting chance to win against their opponents. Yeah, I plan to trade these potions for a large amount of uranium. Jiang Fei nodded. Only uranium? Han Tianyu asked. He wanted to help the China Martial Art Alliance out if he could. After all, it would be a waste if such a good item fell into the hands of foreigners. Other minerals of high radioactivity would work too, Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu was speechless. China did not have a lot of nuclear energy in storage. Their production levels were even lower. Moreover, the China Martial Art Alliance was unlike the European Vatican, which was very involved with worldly affairs. Therefore, they did not have a lot of these resources. Help me contact them, please. I need the resources urgently. Jiang Fei pressed on. All right. Han Tianyu nodded. Although he wished to help the Martial Art Alliance out, there was nothing the alliance had which Jiang Fei wanted. Therefore, he would have to give up his personal agenda. Han Tianyu was highly efficient. After some communication, a golden-haired European beauty landed on his doorsteps. Jiang Fei met the representative from the European Vatican in Han Tianyu's office. Nice to meet you. I am the European Vatican's Chinese ambassador, High Priestess Celine Trish. The golden-haired beauty introduced herself to Jiang Fei. Nice to meet you. I am Jiang Fei. I am sure you are very clear on why I have reached out to you people. Jiang Fei did not have much experience in negotiations. Therefore, he behaved as bluntly as he usually did. Mr. Jiang, you truly are straightforward. Celine Trish smiled at Jiang Fei. As the external representative, she naturally knew how to deal with awkward situations like this. Moreover, facing someone inexperienced in negotiations like Jiang Fei, she was rather pleased. After all, that meant she would be able to obtain the greatest amount of benefits for the Vatican. I do not have much experience in negotiations. Therefore, let me lay out my rules first. Jiang Fei knew he was not good with words and could not rival against this European beauty. Therefore, he decided to draw the line right away. Please speak, Celine Trish said politely. Firstly, let me introduce my potion. A single pill will allow a low-tier level 4 metahuman to recover 50% of his energy in 5 seconds. Jiang Fei first introduced his product. The information on the effects of the potion were provided by 0541. Jiang Fei came up with the potion's name on his own. All right. Celine Trish nodded lightly. Although she was quite surprised by the effects of Jiang Fei's potion, her facial expression did not show a tinge of change. Price-wise, a single pill costs 10 tons of raw materials. The price is fixed with no bargains available. The minimum amount you can purchase is 100 pills, while the maximum amount is 200 pills. You can decide on the amount with him, Jiang Fei said as he pointed at Han Tianyu. He then walked over to the sofa, sat down, and shut his eyes to rest. Ah! Celine Trish was dumbfounded. She had never met anyone who negotiated in such a manner. If the price was fixed, then her only decision lied in whether or not she would accept the deal. There was no way she could negotiate a deal which would benefit her side. This was the strategy which Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu had agreed on. Jiang Fei was not skilled in negotiations after all. Hence, they decided the deal would either work for them or not work at all. There would be no space for negotiations. Seeing that Jiang Fei had closed his eyes and would not engage in any further conversation, Celine Trish was clueless. Even if she was skilled in negotiations, she could not do anything if Jiang Fei did not even wish to speak. Most importantly, the initiation did not come from her. The pills belonged to Jiang Fei alone, which meant he had the absolute advantage. However, the European Vatican was not the sole uranium producer. If she did not agree on the deal with Jiang Fei, he could easily go to the Mutants Brotherhood. Therefore, she could not pass on the opportunity. This made Celine Trish, who was all pumped up to negotiate, suddenly feel deflated and uncomfortable. Chapter 552, A Rascal in Negotiations. Mr. Jiang, let's look at the price. Celine Trish still wanted to try negotiating. However, Jiang Fei was sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed. It seemed as if he had fallen asleep. He did not open his mouth at all. Meanwhile, Han Tianyu shrugged his shoulders and showed a pitiful expression. Hey! I have never met anyone who negotiated like this. The European beauty finally could not stand it anymore. She looked very annoyed and unsettled. Miss Celine Trish, there is nothing to discuss on the price anymore. If you are still interested in this deal, then we can talk about the volume of trade. If you are not, we will reach out to the Mutants Brotherhood. Han Tianyu smiled as he said exactly where her thoughts had gone. You guys. Hey! Let me make a call for some guidance. Celine Trish felt helpless. She would have to contact her superior to get their opinion. After all, the price quoted by Jiang Fei was far higher than the price that they had agreed on in the beginning. After approximately 5 minutes, Celine Trish walked out from the meeting room next door. It seemed she had concluded the communication with her superiors. You guys have won. The world is on the brink of destruction. Our Vatican needs to grow in strength quickly. Therefore, we would like to make the trade, Celine Trish said helplessly. Originally, Celine Trish intended to stall on Jiang Fei's offer to teach him the lesson that he could not oppress others with such an unreasonable price. However, the Pope insisted on acquiring the pills immediately at whatever cost. The Pope agreed to Jiang Fei's unreasonable offer mainly because the Mutants Brotherhood had just reported to him about the Japanese's plot. A bio-army of hundreds of thousands and even millions of troops was not something any metahuman organization could stand against. Therefore, the European Vatican must take action to strengthen their forces. Otherwise, they might be affected even if they were far away from Tokyo. What do you think about the quantity? Han Tianyu smiled as he said. The maximum amount. 200 pills for 2,000 tons of raw uranium, Celine Trish said with gritted teeth. This was the worst deal she had negotiated in her entire life. It was an absolute rip-off to her. Deal! Jiang Fei jumped off the sofa. He had not been sleeping at all. He was merely pretending to be asleep. How shall we proceed with the deal? Celine Trish asked. Once you have prepared the uranium, my master will collect it on my behalf. He will then hand the pills over to you. Jiang Fei said. Oh? Zhuge Shanjin will personally collect it? Celine Trish asked in surprise. Of course. How else would I be able to collect that much of uranium? Jiang Fei laughed. All right. I will contact you once we have prepared the materials, Celine Trish said and proceeded to leave Han Tianyu's office. Celine Trish had left in a hurry primarily because she needed to prepare the uranium materials that Jiang Fei wanted. Secondly, she was not willing to look at Jiang Fei any longer. In the eyes of the European beauty, Jiang Fei was an absolute rascal in negotiations who refused to bargain at all. Brother Yu, thank you so much. Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu after Celine Trish had left. I merely contacted them. That's all I did, Han Tianyu laughed as he shook his head. Hee hee, if not for your great idea, I would have been bullied by these tricky B***starts. Jiang Fei thanked Han Tianyu for coming up with the idea of stating the unreasonable trade terms. Hee hee, the goods were necessities. Moreover, you are the only one who has them. Under such circumstances, they would have to agree with the unreasonable terms no matter what. Han Tianyu laughed. All right, let me know once you receive the news. I am going home. Jiang Fei excused himself after seeing that the sky had turned dark. After all, his mother was still waiting for him to go home for dinner. All right. Once the Vatican has prepared the uranium materials, I will contact you. Han Tianyu nodded. Jiang Fei left Han Tianyu's office and went back to his house. As it was located in the same building, Jiang Fei only had to take the lift to get home. As such, he arrived at home very quickly. You're here. When Jiang Fei opened the door, he saw Si Tang chatting with his mother in the living room. Yeah. Little Ing came in the afternoon to look for you, but you had already gone out. Jiang Fei's mother laughed as she said. Ah, when Si Tang noticed that Jiang Fei had returned, she suddenly became much more demure. The young lady had built up the courage to come look for Jiang Fei. However, as it turned out, he had not been home. However, Jiang Fei's mother was very welcoming and the two got along pretty well. Little Fei, you can continue chatting with her. I am going to prepare food. Little Ing, don't rush off. Stay here for dinner tonight. Jiang Fei's mother laughed and walked to the kitchen. Hee hee, have you started missing me already? Jiang Fei sat down next to Si Tying and smiled at her. For some unknown reason, Jiang Fei always felt nervous around other girls. However, in front of Si Tying, he did not feel that way. When he was with her, Jiang Fei felt like he could be himself. Humph. Who would miss you? Si Tying exclaimed. Her face turned red as Jiang Fei had guessed her thoughts correctly, which made her seem even more adorable. Little Fei, come over here. Help me with opening this can. Jiang Fei's mother called out. I'm coming. Jiang Fei asked Si Tying to entertain herself by watching the television while he went to help his mother in the kitchen. Is this little Ing wonderkind? Jiang Fei's mother asked curiously after he walked into the kitchen. No. Although she is skilled, she is only a normal human being. Jiang Fei shook his head. A normal girl is still better. Jiang Fei's mother nodded approvingly. Although Jiang Fei's parents had never mentioned anything, they felt guarded against metahumans ever since the time they were kidnapped. Hee. Jiang Fei laughed as he turned around to look at Si Tying, who sat in front of the television in the living room. Well done, young man. I never noticed how good you were with girls. Jiang Fei's mother teased Jiang Fei every time she handed him a can of food. Hee hee, Jiang Fei laughed along as he opened the cans. If it had been the Yang sisters or Sun Mingming, Jiang Fei would have strongly denied it. However, for some unknown reason, Jiang Fei did not deny what his mother said about Si Tying. It's all right. I am not old-fashioned like your father. It's fine. I am proud of you for finding a girl who likes you. Go on, spend time with her. Jiang Fei's mother collected the open cans and pushed Jiang Fei out of the kitchen. Ba-dump. Right then, the sound of a door closing could be heard. Jiang Fei's father had returned home. As Han Tianyu had found a leisurely yet well-paying job for Jiang Fei's father, he was able to leave work punctually to spend more time with his family. Hi, uncle. Although Si Tying was a very naughty girl outside, she appeared extremely obedient in front of Jiang Fei's parents. Hee hee, we have a guest. Ever since Jiang Fei's father found out about his son's unusual pathway, he had become much more relaxed with Jiang Fei's behavior. Dad, this is Si Tying. She's my friend. Jiang Fei explained to his father that Si Tying was a normal human being while he helped to hang his father's coat. Chapter 553, You Crazy Young Man. Due to Si Tying's identity as a normal human being, she was easily accepted by Jiang Fei's parents. Very soon, the group was having an enjoyable conversation in the house. Not long after, Jiang Fei's mother was done preparing a sumptuous meal for dinner. Although Si Tying was still a little shy in the beginning, she eventually opened up due to Jiang Fei's mother's welcoming behavior. Jiang Fei's mother was beyond delighted with her. Over the course of the meal, Jiang Fei could affirm that his mother liked girls far more than boys. From Sun Mingming to the Yang sisters, and now finally to Si Tying, his mother would always treat the girls better than her own son. However, ever since Jiang Fei's mother found out about the Yang sisters' identities, she rarely mentioned their names. It seemed that his parents were still guarded against metahumans. This was a stark contrast to the time when his mother even treated the Yang sisters as her adopted daughters. The meal ended on a happy note. As it was the first time they met, Jiang Fei's mother did not insist on Si Tying staying overnight. As the sky was turning dark, she urged Jiang Fei to send Si Tying home. Indeed, it's getting pretty late. Let me send you home. Jiang Fei took a look at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. All right, Si Tying blushed as she replied in a soft voice. Be careful on the roads. Jiang Fei's mother urged when the two were about to leave. Don't worry, Jiang Fei laughed. Based on his current capabilities, there are not many people who could threaten him. When Jiang Fei and Si Tang were leading the Manda Square, they walked shoulder to shoulder. Oh right, you have not told me where you lived. While walking, Jiang Fei suddenly realized that he did not know where to walk her to. In not telling you, Si Tang said as she blushed. It's okay if you won't tell me. I will find out after I send you home anyway. Jiang Fei laughed. Humph. I didn't ask you to follow me home. Si Tang said. Oh? Don't you want me to send you off? Fine then. I'll leave now. Bye! Jiang Fei said as he pretended to turn around. Hey, come back! Why are you like that? Si Tang was about to continue speaking when she suddenly realized Jiang Fei was laughing at her. Clearly, the fellow was teasing her. Humph. Get lost. I don't want you to send me home anymore. B*****. I knew you would bully me. Si Tang turned around and started stamping on the flowers by the road. Since she could not beat Jiang Fei, she could only torture the plants by the road. Hee hee, don't you like being bullied by me? Jiang Fei said as he looped his arms around the girl and whispered into her ears. B*****. Although Si Tang resisted him with her words, her body did not. Instead, she sank further into Jiang Fei's embrace. Hee hee, Jiang Fei laughed goofily. His heart was beating wildly. This was the first time he had ever initiated a hug with a girl. All of a sudden, things turned quiet between the two. Si Tang seemed to be immersed in this pleasant atmosphere. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, was not sure what to say. Although he had gained a lot of romantic experience recently, he still had not reached the point where he could flirt with a girl smoothly. Therefore, he did not know what else to do apart from hugging the girl before him. Although the both of them did not have any romantic experience with the opposite gender, some things simply happened naturally. Sensing the fastening heartbeat from the man behind her, Si Tang suddenly acquired the courage to turn her face around. She slowly closed her eyes shut and opened her mouth ever so slightly as if she was extending some kind of invitation. Although Jiang Fei had never learned anything like it, his instincts were urging him to respond to her invitation. As he lowered his head, Jiang Fei's lips met hers. Si Tang's body trembled slightly. Although she was mentally prepared for the moment. Si Tang's first kiss still made her heart pound like crazy. Should I put my tongue in? Will she think I'm a bad kisser? All of a sudden, a multitude of ridiculous thoughts passed through Jiang Fei's mind. However, just as Jiang Fei was in the midst of hesitating, a soft tongue suddenly reached into Jiang Fei's mouth, albeit only for a brief moment before pulling back. How could Jiang Fei resist such temptation? A first kiss was always the sweetest. It was something that both young men and women alike could get lost in uncontrollably. The two experimented with each other as if it was a game they would never get tired of. The kiss lasted for a very long time until the girl finally pushed Jiang Fei away as she began to feel tired. Jiang Fei licked the corners of his mouth. He seemed to want more. B*****. What are you looking at? Si Tang was so embarrassed that she did not dare to even look at Jiang Fei in the eyes. You are very adorable. Jiang Fei still had not learned the ways of an experienced flirt. However, his genuine praise made Si Tang happy from the bottom of her heart. You're a flirt. Although Si Tang was happy, she would not admit it. Let me send you home. Jiang Fei naturally held the girl's hand. All right. The girl struggled momentarily with her hand. It was a natural reaction. After all, no one had ever held her hand before. However, after a while, the two's hands were interlocked comfortably. As they walked on, one started to chase after the other. Si Tang would run further in front while Jiang Fei tried to catch her from behind. Naturally, Si Tang could not outrun Jiang Fei. Then again, she did not truly want to run away from him. Therefore, Jiang Fei easily caught her and punished her with sweet hugs and kisses. Si Tang's house was not too far away from the Manda Square. It was only 3 streets away. That was why she had always ambushed Jiang Fei so easily. However, they took an entire hour to cross the 3 streets. Regardless of how the two tried to extend their walk, they eventually arrived at her house. Si Tang's house was in one of the corner shops. From the sign, Jiang Fei could see that the shop sold miscellaneous goods and military goods. "I'm here," Si Tang said unwillingly. "Oh." Jiang Fei nodded. However, he did not let go of her hand. "I have to go home." Si Tang continued. "Oh." Jiang Fei nodded again, yet his hand was still holding onto hers. "Are you planning to have us stand out here all night?" Si Tang burst out laughing. She knew that the boy was reluctant to let her go. "Let me kiss you again and I'll let you go," Jiang Fei said as he laughed. "No! If my dad sees us, he'll kill me." Si Tang shook her head decidedly. "I won't let go then," Jiang Fei countered. Si Tang looked around to make sure nobody was around before replying, "Just for a bit then, all right." Jiang Fei nodded. The two started kissing again. Although it was meant to be a short kiss, the two could not control themselves. Jiang Fei pushed Si Tang to the door behind her as they started kissing deeply. The two were still kissing when a window suddenly opened next to them. Little B** starred. "Let go of my daughter, ah." "Dad," Si Tang received the shock of her life. She immediately pushed Jiang Fei away. Hi, uncle." Jiang Fei was also lost for words in that moment. Although he was now very capable, he still did not know how to deal with meeting his girlfriend's father. D***MN. "I have been hustling for years now. This is the first time I have met someone as crazy as you. Not only did you seduce my daughter, you even dared to press on my doorbell while I was sleeping." Si Tang's gangster father pointed at Jiang Fei's nose with his tattoo-filled hand. Chapter 554, It's Fun to Be Rich, ah. Si Tang shouted in surprise as she jumped aside. Jiang Fei only just discovered that he had pushed her onto the doorbell. **T, Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. He could not believe his luck. "Young man, come in," Si Tang's father commanded angrily. "Run away quickly," Si Tang said to Jiang Fei softly. "Don't worry. I'm here." Jiang Fei held her hand and squeezed it gently. He wanted to tell her that it was all right. Jiang Fei was so strong that even most metahumans would be wary of him, let alone a group of human gangsters. Moreover, things were different in China as compared to North America. In China, even a foot-long fruit knife could be used as a weapon. Therefore, the standards of gangsters in China were very different from those in North America. As Jiang Fei continued to grow stronger, his mindset gradually shifted as well. In the past, he might have listened to Si Tang's advice and ran away. However, in the past, he might not even have had the guts to pursue a lady. Jiang Fei held Si Tang's hand as the two walked into her house. "Great! Young man, you are certainly brave." Seeing as how Jiang Fei dared to enter the house, Si Tang's father was also surprised. "Dad, what's the matter? What's going on? Who is causing trouble?" Right then, a group of 8 thugs came out from the back of the house. The leader was Si Tang's third brother, Si Tunan. He was the leader of the group hired by Zhang Yangxiu to attack Jiang Fei. **CK me. It's you!" Si Tunan froze when he saw Jiang Fei. "Do you know him?" Si Tang's father asked. This is what happened. Si Tunan quickly explained how Zhang Yangxiu had hired him and his encounter with Jiang Fei. "Oh! That's the guy." Si Tunan's father nodded. He had heard about the incident before. After all, his son had returned in a badly beaten state. He could not have possibly overlooked it. However, the Zhang family paid them a handsome sum of money to keep things at bay. "This is my father, Si Tujiangson, and my third brother, Si Tunan." Si Tang whispered the introduction into Jiang Fei's ears. Young fellow, which path are you on? C2 Jiangxin glanced at Jiang Fei and asked. After all, even the Zhang family had worked so hard to get on good terms with this young man. Clearly, this young man had an interesting background. I am not on the same path as you people, Jiang Fei shrugged. He was a level 4 metahuman. How could he be compared to gangsters on the street? It was like a group of kindergartners asking a professor which kindergarten he went to. What does your family do? C2 Jiangxin asked. Yeah, tell us. What do they do? When C2 Jiangxin spoke, the group of men behind him started making noise to intimidate Jiang Fei. Dad, don't scare him, Si Tying exclaimed in a displeased manner. My silly younger sister. Does he look like he's scared? Si Tunin rolled his eyes. Jiang Fei was still contemplating on how to answer the question. My parents are normal white-collar workers. Jiang Fei laughed. A few months ago, Jiang Fei still panicked when he was cornered by Big Brother Bear and the group of monkeys. However, he had even dared to challenge the Soaring Cloud sect. There was no way he would be afraid of a group of normal humans. Jiang Fei only agreed to talk to the group before him because they were Si Tying's family. He could have easily made a call to get Han Tianyu's goons to sort these people out. Oh! Where do you live? C2 Jiangxin asked as if he was an investigator. Manda Square's 100th floor. Jiang Fei had no reason to lie about where he lived. As these people did not look like good people, Manda Square's security would not even let them get onto the 20th floor, let alone his house. Holy sh*t. Your family must be rich. Si Tunin was surprised. Not many could afford to live on the 100th floor of the Manda Square. Young man, do you really like my daughter? C2 Jiangxin stared at his son for a second before turning to Jiang Fei again. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded. What about you, girl? Do you like him? C2 Jiangxin turned to ask Si Tying. Dad, Si Tying blushed. All right then, since you both like each other, I won't get in your way. However, young man, if you dare to bully my daughter, I will cut you into pieces. C2 Jiangxin threatened. Hee hee, uncle, don't worry. If I bully little Ing, you can cut me up and make dumplings out of my flesh. Jiang Fei laughed. He was not disturbed by the threat at all. Great young man. You've got a good catch, daughter. C2 Jiangxin had actually already accepted Jiang Fei when he walked in with Si Tying's hand in his. After all, most people would have run off when they saw his angry face. The young fellow must truly like his daughter to have come into the house. Moreover, he did not show any sign of fear in front of the group of gangsters. This made C2 Jiangxin feel a hint of admiration toward Jiang Fei. After asking about Jiang Fei's family background, he got to know that his family did pretty well. Moreover, they were people who worked proper jobs. C2 Jiangxin was very happy about that. Although he was always involved in fights and killings, he did not wish his daughter to be part of that. Therefore, despite having known Jiang Fei for a very short while, he was greatly pleased by Jiang Fei's many aspects. Brother-in-law, can you lend me some money since you are so rich? Seeing as how his father had accepted Jiang Fei, Si Tunin blurted his thoughts out bluntly. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Si Tying was so embarrassed that she went over to kick her brother. Stop it! In not doing too well these days, Si Tunin loved gambling above everything else and therefore owed a lot of money to others. If not for C2 Jiangxin's strictness, Si Tunin might have even gambled away what little that remained in their household. He had accepted Zhang Yang's offer previously because he had lost all his money and was in heaps of debt. Now that he found out Jiang Fei lived on the 100th floor of the Manda Square, he immediately treated Jiang Fei like a cash cow. All right. Give me your account number. I'll transfer some money over. Jiang Fei shrugged nonchalantly. He did not care about money at all. Great! 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 Although Si Tunin had only said it without being serious, Jiang Fei actually agreed to it. Therefore, he immediately gave Jiang Fei his account number. Hold on. Jiang Fei took out his phone and started the transfer. Alright, have a look. Let me know if it's not enough. Jiang Fei laughed. Great! Great! Tunin immediately took his phone out to check his account balance. *T. Brother-in-law, you must have made a mistake. Tunin nearly fell to the ground from the shock. He thought Jiang Fei would have only given him a few tens of thousands. However, it turned out that Jiang Fei gifted him with $100 million. I'm not mistaken. Just keep it. Let me know later if it isn't enough. Jiang Fei laughed. He finally understood the feeling of being wealthy, which Han Tianyu was so used to. It was fun to be able to spend money on other people like it did not even matter. Chapter 555, Rosette Knighthood. Jiang Fei left a rather good impression of himself on Si Tang's father. He even managed to win over her third brother, Tunin, with cash. Therefore, Jiang Fei had acquired her entire family's approval. However, it was getting late. Jiang Fei did not want to prolong his stay at Si Tang's house. After some brief chatter, he bade them farewell. When he left, Si Tujiangson and Si Tunin even asked him to visit them more often. When Jiang Fei got home, it was already almost 11 o'clock. He logged into the game immediately after he returned to his room. Why did you come so late again? Isabella asked curiously. Something got in the way. Jiang Fei felt slightly self-conscious when he spoke. After all, he had gone after another chick in the real world. Oh! Isabella nodded and did not probe any further. After all, it was not the first time Jiang Fei came late. Moreover, she could not help him with things in the external world anyway. Let's go to the Demon Flame Fortress. Jiang Fei changed the topic of discussion. All right. Isabella nodded obediently. Thereafter, Jiang Fei and Isabella met up with Hua Mulan, who was stationed on the outside of the Nephilim King's palace. He had to bring these ladies away before returning to the Demon Flame Fortress. Hua Mulan, gather the troops. We are leaving. Jiang Fei came to the temporary base and said to Hua Mulan. All right. Hua Mulan nodded as she turned around to do as he said. Not long after, all 700 female soldiers gathered around. Master Verger Glider. I would like to express our loyalty to you on behalf of the New Saints Guard, Hua Mulan said to Jiang Fei with a bow after the troops had fully gathered. Ah! Jiang Fei was stunned. He was not sure what Hua Mulan was talking about. Ding! Congratulations, player Verger Glider, for obtaining your first private army. You can now check and manage your army in the commanding window, ding. As you are the first player to own a private army, the system rewards you with 100 commanding points, ding. A public announcement. As player Verger Glider had obtained his first private army, the commanding system is now officially open to everyone, *T. What the hell is this? Jiang Fei was stunned. He immediately opened his attributes window. After checking, he noticed that there was an additional commanding page at the bottom of his list of attributes. It showed his private army and their basic attributes. Commanding points 10 plus 100. Every commanding point gives you 10 additional private army members. Every 100 commanding point allows you to build an entire army. New Saints Guard, number of members, 753, lead commander, Hua Mulan, average level, 70, elite, average reputation, respect, loyalty, 90, status, tired, lacking equipment. At one glance, Jiang Fei quickly understood what the commanding system meant. This represented a player's ability to command units. Unlike pets, although the units listened to players, they could not enter dungeons with them. They also could not enter mobile spaces. They could not even be revived after dying. All players started with 10 commanding points. That meant one could at the most collect 100 loyal members. However, the quality of members would depend on the player's capability. If a player wanted to obtain more members after the first 100 members, he or she would need to find equipment or other items to increase his or her commanding points. Although Jiang Fei had 700 proper female soldiers, they were not in a good state. They may be very loyal and treated Jiang Fei with a high reputation, but most of them were only just rescued out of jails. They were still wearing jail clothes and were lacking in equipment. Most were also tired and needed rest and nourishment before they could recover their battle powers. Why did they suddenly express loyalty toward me? Although Jiang Fei understood the commanding system, he was still a little surprised by Hua Mulan and the 700 females' willingness to submit to him. Isn't that simple? Isabella rolled her eyes as she explained to Jiang Fei. Hua Mulan and the rest had betrayed the light faction when they came over to the dark faction. Although Jiang Fei had acquired identities for them from the Nephilim King, these people did not directly belong to the Nephilim King. If they did not obey any of the superiors in the dark faction, they would be sent to the front lines. After all, they would have to prove themselves from the very bottom. Also, if Hua Mulan and the rest were put in the front lines, they would be placed at the most horrid areas of the battlefield. Moreover, the soldiers from the light faction hated them deeply for their betrayal. Therefore, they would not have any chance of survival on the battlefield. However, fortunately, Jiang Fei was very influential as the princess' husband. Although he did not have a lot of say in the dark faction, he still held a high position. Moreover, the female soldiers had a very high reputation toward Jiang Fei. Therefore, under Hua Mulan's influence, all of them pledged their loyalty to Jiang Fei. After becoming Jiang Fei's private army, these ladies would not have to fight in the front lines. They only needed to obey Jiang Fei's orders and follow him around. That way, they would have a higher chance of survival. I see now. Jiang Fei nodded after Isabella was done explaining. All right then. Since they have pledged their loyalty to me, I shall not call them the Saints' Guard anymore. Let's change their name to the Rosette Knighthood, Jiang Fei said after some thought. Ding! The army's name has been changed successfully. Jiang Fei had named them as such to commemorate the Rosette Knighthood's members. Ever since the original Rosette Knighthood joined forces with the Imperial Dragon, there weren't many of the ladies left from the guild. After all, the ladies were mostly daughters of rich families. They only played the game for fun. After they became bored with the game, they gradually left. Out of the 40 who joined the game, there were less than 5 of them left. The remaining ladies were all lured away by other newer games. Jiang Fei brought the Rosette Knighthood from the Nephilim King's palace to the Demon Flame Fortress through a portal. Instead of bringing them to Ivan to request for a place to stay, he brought the Rosette Knighthood to his own Demon Dragon Fortress. This was the name he gave his new fortress. After all, he and Isabella were both half Naga and half Nephilim. Therefore, this was an appropriate name for their fortress. By then, the place had already been in construction for more than 20 days. The initial structure of the Demon Dragon Fortress was already in place. The walls were already completed. The archery towers and cannons were fully equipped with battle powers. Although there were still some incomplete constructions in the external wall, and some parts of the interior were not done, the fortress already had pretty impressive defensive capabilities. Hee hee! It's great to be rich. Jiang Fei showed a look of satisfaction. His castle had cost him more than 5 times the normal price of building one. However, the castle had at most 2 times the amount of normal attack power. The speed of building had also been increased by 50%. All in all, it was not worth the amount of money he had spent. However, as Jiang Fei had robbed the light faction of 7 of its towns, he had quite a lot of money to spend lavishly. After checking the time, there were still 2 days until the information release date. After tomorrow, a lot of players would enter the faction zone. By then, although the Demon Dragon Fortress would still need some time to complete the interior construction, the walls would be complete. Based on the current players' capabilities with a level average of 50, it would be impossible for them to break through the Demon Dragon Fortress. Chapter 556, Returning to the Tomb of the Prince, Once Jiang Fei had sorted out Hua Mulan and the Rosette Knighthood's positions in the Demon Dragon Fortress, Jiang Fei brought Isabella back to the Demon Flame Fortress. After all, he still needed to submit his quest. Once they were back in the Demon Flame Fortress, Jiang Fei went directly to the commander's hall. As the information release was due very soon, and the battle between the Light Faction and Dark Faction would commence not long after, the three commanders did not have time to talk to Jiang Fei. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not bother them either. He walked directly toward the Saint of the Light. "Your Highness, I was able to rescue Hua Mulan and some of the female soldiers. The male soldiers were reluctant to follow me to the Demon Flame Fortress, so Jiang Fei was suddenly interrupted by the sound of the system notification. Ding! You have obtained the Saint's 5,000 reputation points. When Jiang Fei got close to the Saint, the blessing of the Dragon God immediately took effect. Before he even completed the quest, he had already received reputation points. I know. You have tried your best. The Saint smiled at Jiang Fei. Ding! Quest completed. Obtained 50 million experience points, obtained 3,000 gold coins, ding. Obtained the Saint's 3,000 reputation points, ding. The Saint has reached the admire state toward you, holy crap. Admire already? This is way too easy. Jiang Fei's lips curled up. The Romeo title and the blessing of the Dragon God gave him female reputation points as if they were free. Respected explorer, I have yet another request. I am not quite sure if I should say it. After reaching the admire state, the Saint was even more polite toward Jiang Fei. Go ahead. Jiang Fei nodded. As his reputation state had already reached admire, he would only have to complete one more quest before the chick falls for him. Can you find a way to sneak me out? The Saint asked in a soft voice. Do you want to escape? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. After all, this isn't my home. Moreover, if I stay here, the luminous Vatican would be very passive. A lot of our soldiers would die in vain, the Saint said with a sad expression. Ding! The Saint has given you a legendary hidden quest, escaping from hell. Do you wish to accept? Hey. All right. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. This was nonsense to him. After Jiang Fei saved her from this place, she would fall into the infatuated state toward him and would follow him back here anyway. It would all be a waste of effort. Ding! Quest renewed, quest name, escape from hell. Legendary, quest objective, help the Saint to escape from the Demon Flame Fortress and enter the Light Faction's main base. Quest reward, 50 million experience points, 3,000 gold coins, mysterious equipment. Wait here for a while. I will think of a way. Jiang Fei nodded toward the Saint as he brought Isabella away from the commander's hall. I have an idea. Jiang Fei said to Isabella. What is it? Isabella looked at Jiang Fei confusedly. Let's go and meet your father. Jiang Fei did not explain further as he excitedly brought Isabella through the abyssal gate to the Nephilim King's palace. Due to Jiang Fei's relationship with Isabella, the two were able to easily meet with the Nephilim King Augustus. Hee hee, young fellow. Don't tell me you have already wooed the Saint over. The Nephilim King Augustus laughed when he saw Jiang Fei. Indeed, we're not too far away, Jiang Fei laughed along. Oh? Really? The Nephilim King was stunned. Although he believed Jiang Fei's plan would work yesterday, he did not think it would progress so quickly. If you'd like, I could make her betray the Light Faction and come over to the Nephilim side today. However, I have a better plan. Jiang Fei laughed as he explained. Oh? I'd like to hear you out. The Nephilim King was surprised. Do you think it would be better for the Saint to betray the Light Faction today or when the battle between the Light Faction and the Dark Faction is about to commence? Jiang Fei asked as he laughed. Ha ha. Great young man. Bella, you have picked the right man. The Nephilim King Augustus slapped his thighs as he exclaimed. He looked very excited. Augustus must have been smarter than most to be able to become the Nephilim King. When Jiang Fei explained as such, he immediately understood the plan. If the Saint betrayed the Light faction today, there were still 2 more days until the great battle between the Light faction and the Dark faction. During this time, the Luminous Vatican could still find a way to salvage the situation. They might even encourage their troops to revenge against their enemy and fight against the Dark faction with absolute determination. However, if the Saint betrayed the Light faction the very moment before the great battle started, the impact on the Luminous Vatican would be way worse. They would not have enough time to recuperate from the shock. As the battle would have already begun, the Luminous Vatican would not be able to reaffirm their affected believers. By then, the entire Light faction's battle power would definitely be weakened significantly. It was an absolute godsend opportunity for the Dark faction. Although the Saint could betray the Light faction today, and the Dark faction could initiate the war right away, there was a voice in Augustus' head telling him that the battle must occur 2 days later. It could not be any earlier or later. Augustus could not understand why, but he could not go against this will. If Jiang Fei were to hear the internal struggle in Augustus' mind, he would understand that this was the system's limitation due to the information released the day after tomorrow. The battle between the Light faction and the Dark faction must occur the day after tomorrow, as the system's rules could not be overridden by neither the Nephilim King nor the Divine Light God. After deciding on the strategy with the Nephilim King, Jiang Fei and Isabella returned to the Demon Flame Fortress. The Nephilim King had already arranged for people to prepare for the attack against the Luminous Vatican. With the Nephilim King's agreement, Jiang Fei could now take the Saint away from the Demon Flame Fortress at any point of time. Therefore, the quest was no longer a challenge for him. Once the information release occurred the day after tomorrow, he would bring the Saint on a ride in the sky. By then, the Saint would definitely become infatuated with Jiang Fei, and he would be able to complete the impossible quest from the Nephilim King. Holy **T. When did quests that involve flirting become this easy? The rewards are great too. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Although he felt all of this was slightly abnormal, he did not suspect that all of this was controlled by humans. As the Saint's quest was not urgent, Jiang Fei had time on his hands to do other things. He suddenly recalled that there was a secret dungeon he had not completed in Dawnlight City. When he was still level 40, Jiang Fei had acquired the 4th Saint Beast's equipment set recipe and the Lightbringer's armaments from the Tomb of the Prince. These equipment were still the strongest equipment sets for the elite members of the Imperial Dragon. However, they had also discovered Prince Wuging's coffin. Opening it would activate a level 60 main storyline quest. Jiang Fei did not dare to open it because his level was far too low back then. However, Jiang Fei was now level 69. Once the battle between the Light faction and the Dark faction started the day after tomorrow, and after he wooed the Saint over, the 3 billion experience points he earned from the impossible quest would allow him to reach at least level 75. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to try out the level 60 main storyline quest now. As such, since Jiang Fei had nothing else to do, he brought Isabella back to Dawnlight City. He did not bring Sylphie again mainly because she and Hua Mulan were the same. They still had limited attributes, which meant they could not enter maps like dungeons with players. Chapter 557, The 9 Cauldrons of the Ancient Kingdom. When they returned to the Tomb of the Prince, Jiang Fei and Isabella went to the deepest part of the secret dungeon directly. As the monsters in the secret dungeon did not respawn, the Tomb of the Prince was eerily quiet due to the emptiness. Very soon, the two arrived before Prince Wuging's coffin. Phew! Bella, I am activating it now. Jiang Fei took in a deep breath and said to Isabella. All right. Isabella nodded. Thereafter, Jiang Fei retrieved the blood god Vagar's broken arm from the spatial ring. As it had been stored in the storage space this whole time, it looked as if it had only just been freshly chopped off. Drips. As God's blood continued to drip downward, Jiang Fei positioned the broken arm right above Prince Wuging's coffin so that the blood would fall onto the coffin instead. The fresh blood was immediately absorbed by the coffin and it started to emit a weird purplish-red light which made the surroundings even more mysterious and eerie. What would happen next? Jiang Fei continued to drip God's blood onto the coffin as he mumbled to himself. Buzz! Suddenly, a purple light shone brightly. Vagar's broken arm was suddenly pulled away by a huge force from Jiang Fei's hand. It flew directly toward the coffin. Bang! Vagar's arm broke into pieces the moment it collided with the coffin. The flesh and blood were entirely absorbed into the coffin as the purple light on the coffin grew even brighter. Crack! As a loud noise was heard, a crack slowly appeared on the coffin. The coffin had been opened. Bump! As the coffin's cover fell to the ground, an unfamiliar aura came out from the coffin. Jiang Fei subconsciously took a few steps backward and stood next to Isabella. How many years have passed? I did not think I would awaken one day. How many years have passed? Father's work did not come into fruition still. How many years have passed? The old human race. Do you still have your fighting will? An ancient voice came out from the coffin. Jiang Fei and Isabella felt goosebumps all over their bodies. They did not know if the person in the coffin was Wu Gang or if the fellow was a friend or a foe. Buzz! Another purple light shone brightly. As the purple light faded away, a half-transparent spirit floated out of the coffin. It looked exactly like the state Isabella was in before she was revived. Prince Wu Gang, Spirit, Ascended Celestial, Health Points, 1, Attack Power, 0, Remark, Wu Gang's remnant spirit who had lost all powers. So pitiful. Jiang Fei's eyes widened when he saw Prince Wu Gang's attributes. Even Isabella's previous spirit state was left with some power. However, Prince Wu Gang was one touch away from being wiped out of existence. Despite that, Jiang Fei was still surprised by Prince Wu Gang's rank, Ascended Celestial. This was the highest rank Jiang Fei had ever seen. Even Nephilim King Augustus was only at the lesser celestial rank. Oh! Two high humans with Nanda aura? Prince Wu Gang finally noticed Jiang Fei and Isabella. High humans? Aren't we Nephilims? Jiang Fei looked at Isabella confusedly. In the ancient times, the Protoss and the Nephilims were both branches of the human race. The Protosses were the first to conquer the entire human race and were therefore considered as upper humans. The Nephilims had retaliated later on to share the world with the Protosses. They then called themselves high humans. The term archdemon only came about after the War of the Heavens. Only when the real archdemons had disappeared did we dare to give ourselves such names, Isabella explained. I see. Jiang Fei nodded. You still remember the War of the Heavens. Does that mean you have the will to challenge the heavens? Prince Wu Gang could clearly overhear Jiang Fei and Isabella's low whispering. Prince, please don't joke with us. Based on our capabilities, challenging the heavens? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Since Prince Wu Gang was so weak, he had nothing to fear. Yup. You are not wrong. I had overestimated myself in the past. That was what caused my father's work to be completely destroyed. I was at fault. Prince Wu Gang's remnant spirit sighed. What do you plan to do next, Prince? Do you want us to revive you? Or revive your father, King Zhou of Shang? Jiang Fei asked. He guessed that was how the main storyline quest would progress. Hey! My father and I can no longer be revived. Prince Wu Gang's remnant spirit sighed. He then continued speaking. During the previous battle, my father and I both died. The gods knew how big a threat my father and I were. Therefore, after we died, they not only destroyed our corpses, but also our spirits. My father was instantly destroyed into nothingness. As for me, I am only left with a tiny strand of my spirit. Now that I have used up all of my remnant spirit's energy, I am about to disappear too. Prince Wu Gang did not sound like he feared death at all. However, his voice was full of disappointment in not being able to win against the heavens. If you too are unable to be revived, how would we fight against the true gods? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. The gods Prince Wu Gang mentioned was not the Protoss which Jiang Fei was fighting against. Instead, it was a group of true gods. Although I am no longer here, everything has been set in stone. The gods are running out of time. It is the humans' time to rise. As long as you are able to locate the 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom, you will be able to challenge the gods once again. Prince Wuging said. Ding! You have activated the main storyline quest Restarting the War of the Heavens. Quest name, Restarting the War of the Heavens. Quest requirement, locate and gather all 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. Quest reward, obtain the ability to challenge the heavens and restart the War of the Heavens. Screw me! Jiang Fei was stunned. Even the main storyline quest was forcefully accepted. The 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom were the strongest holy items in the human race. Each cauldron represented a type of energy. 5 of the cauldrons contain the 5 basic energy: strength, intelligence, vitality, agility, and spirit. The 4 other cauldrons contain other 4 types of hidden energies: commanding, charm, luck, and creation. The 4 sages of the heavens and myself each have a cauldron with us. I have no idea where the 4 remaining cauldrons are located. If you can gather all 9 cauldrons, you will be able to have the powers that my father and I once did. Challenging the heavens will no longer be a mere wish. Wu Bing's remnant spirit said. But I don't even know where these 9 cauldrons are. Jiang Fei shook his head. You only need to obtain one of the 9 cauldrons to find the other 8. However, it is not easy to protect your own cauldron while trying to steal cauldrons from others. Wu Bing's remnant spirit said. This is a gimmick to force players upon each other again. Jiang Fei's lips curled up. Clearly, the system had created this to encourage PvP battles. My remnant spirit has been thoroughly exhausted. I will give you this commanding cauldron. I hope you can accomplish what my father and I attempted. Wu Bing's remnant spirit disappeared in a cloud of green after finishing his sentence. Ding! Obtain one of the 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. Commanding cauldron, what is this? Jiang Fei immediately checked his backpack. Commanding cauldron, special item, holy item, attribute, increases your commanding points by 100,000 points. Remark 1, you can activate the commanding cauldron by placing it in your backpack. Remark 2, once you die, the commanding cauldron will definitely be dropped. Remark 3, if there are players around with the rest of the 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom, the cauldrons will sense each other's presence. Chapter 558, The Price to Pay. Jiang Fei experienced mixed feelings after obtaining the commanding cauldron. He was happy that the commanding cauldron allowed him to increase his commanding points by 100,000 points, which meant Jiang Fei could now command an army of 1 million soldiers. However, it was not something Jiang Fei could achieve overnight. That meant that although he obtained one of the 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom, his own capabilities did not increase significantly. Moreover, Jiang Fei was not the only one who could access the quest against the heavens. Anyone who obtained one of the cauldrons could receive the quest. Moreover, the other cauldrons gave a more obvious boost to the owner's capabilities. That was especially true of the cauldrons which enhanced the 5 basic attributes. Once obtained, one would have 100,000 increased attribute points. Regardless of whether it was strength or agility, the increase of 100,000 points would make any player incredibly powerful. That enhancement meant Jiang Fei's invincible state in the game was over. Other players who had other cauldrons would be able to threaten Jiang Fei. With the activation of the quest against the heavens, Jiang Fei's status as the most powerful player in the game finally ended. The time of the 9 cauldrons had officially arrived. Although the 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom had only just appeared, and Jiang Fei was the first to find one of them, Jiang Fei could not guarantee that he would obtain the other 8 cauldrons before everyone else. Hey! That's good too. It's only fun if there's a challenge. Jiang Fei shook his head. Just as he said, due to the huge differences in capabilities, Jiang Fei felt as if he was playing a single-player game. Other players were all unable to challenge him at the same level. Now that the 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom were introduced, the other players finally stood a chance against Jiang Fei. It was not a bad thing. Although the 9 cauldrons could sense each other's presence, they would need to be close enough to one another for that to happen. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not have any idea where the other cauldrons could be located at yet. All he knew was that his master, Oyezi, might have one of the cauldrons. However, he did not know where his class instructor was located at all. Jiang Fei guessed that he would only be able to see him when he increased his class level next time. Although Jiang Fei received the quest against the heavens, he was clueless as to how to approach it at the moment. He could only shift his attention to the battle between the light faction and the dark faction, which would happen very soon. With the remaining time, Jiang Fei accompanied Isabella and Sylphie around. He also checked on the progress of his Demon Dragon Fortress construction. The only thing he could do now was wait for the information release in 2 days' time. The next morning, Jiang Fei logged out from the game. After having breakfast with his parents, Jiang Fei received a call from Han Tianyu. "Brother Yu, what's the deal? Has the Vatican prepared the materials?" Jiang Fei thought Celine Trish had fully prepared the uranium materials. "No. It's a huge amount of uranium material. How could they possibly gather all of it so soon? These are all extremely dangerous to carry around." Han Tianyu laughed. After all, the current state of technology on Earth was not like what Jiang Fei had. They could not directly absorb the radioactive materials in uranium ores. Therefore, a lot of safety precautions would need to be done. As such, a longer time was needed for them to prepare the materials. "Why else did you call me?" Jiang Fei asked curiously. "Some people are looking for you," Han Tianyu said awkwardly. "Who?" Jiang Fei asked. "The 2 sisters from Aquamoon Heavenly Palace," Han Tianyu said helplessly. "All right. Ask them to wait for me there. I am coming over right now." Jiang Fei nodded. The 2 sisters had not come directly to his house, which meant they knew that his parents were hostile against metahumans ever since their kidnapping incident. After bidding farewell to his parents, Jiang Fei went to the 108th floor, which was where Han Tianyu's office was located. "Yo! What a crowd!" As Jiang Fei entered Han Tianyu's office, he noticed there was quite a huge crowd within. There were not only the Yang sisters present. They must have come after hearing about the news. "I can't control them anymore," Han Tianyu whispered to Jiang Fei. The people present in Han Tianyu's office were mostly influential people in the China Martial Art Alliance. There was a total of 60 of them. If not for Han Tianyu's spacious office, these people could not have stayed in at all. The group of people had all heard about Jiang Fei's deal with the European Vatican. When they found out about Jiang Fei's new potion, they all came over to get their hands on it. After all, news of the Japanese's plot had already been spread all over the Martial Art Alliance. Everyone was getting ready to face the impending great battle. Therefore, when a vital potion was discovered to exist, none of them could sit still. A potion which allowed one to recover his energy quickly was a lifesaver to the high-level metahumans. This was also the case for China's martial artists. Therefore, they regarded this potion as even more important than the evil purging pill and the grand restore pill. "It's not very convenient to talk here. Let's move to the meeting room." Han Tianyu nodded at Jiang Fei when he saw him. He then brought everyone over to the meeting room next door. After all, his office was not big enough for everyone to be seated. In the huge meeting room, each of the sects had their leaders seated in a circle. The rest of the followers could only stand behind their respective leaders. Jiang Fei directly sat on the main seat. After all, these people had come to plead for something from him. "Everyone! I understand why you have come here in such a hurry. I can provide you with some of the potions. However, what would you give me in exchange?" Jiang Fei was as blunt as ever. He was not good with beating around the bust, nor was he interested in doing so. As soon as Jiang Fei spoke, everyone became quiet. The reason was simple. They did not know what Jiang Fei wanted. The only thing that was clear was that Jiang Fei wanted nuclear materials. However, everyone here practiced martial arts. None of them had anything to do with nuclear materials. In all honesty, Jiang Fei was also struggling with the situation at hand. He did not know what to ask of the Martial Art Alliance. Firstly, he already had plans to give the Martial Art Alliance some of the potions. After all, the Japanese's threat was very serious and Jiang Fei was not confident that he could single-handedly overcome the threat. Therefore, before he could fend the Japanese off, these people were highly crucial in fighting against the Japanese threat. If Jiang Fei did not support them with some of the potions, they might all crumble in the face of the Japanese's hundreds of thousands of biohumans. Jiang Fei did not even dare to imagine what the inhumane Japanese would do once they conquered China. However, Han Tianyu had warned Jiang Fei previously that all humans were greedy. In fact, Han Tianyu had given Jiang Fei the same warning multiple times. He told Jiang Fei never to provide the Martial Art Alliance with anything for free. Even if he did not need to ask for anything, Jiang Fei must make sure they pay for what they received. Han Tianyu was very experienced in that sense. He had a clear idea of how humans were. If one was given something for free for an extended duration, the person would eventually feel entitled. Conversely, if one was rebuked for an extended duration, he would feel grateful if he were not rebuked on a certain day. The truth about humanity was that humans are creatures of habit, chapter 559, asking for trouble, haha. Brother Jiang Fei, we are all people from the Alliance. How could you say such a thing? We are only here to catch up with you. You can't treat us like those Vatican business people. Green Willow Heights Mao Gongsui laughed as he spoke. As he was Han Tianyu's master, he was considered one of the closer friends of Jiang Fei. That's right. We are all one big family. We did not come for benefits or anything like that. Zhao Ganming laughed along. These people were able to speak up because of their past relationship with Jiang Fei. Oh? Since you have not come for the pills, why are you here? Jiang Fei smiled. He knew in his heart that these fellows did not have any treasure to offer. That was why they could only use their relational ties to approach the issue. However, since Mao Gongsui had spoken, and Jiang Fei did not want to create a scene for Han Tianyu to sort out, he could only pretend to be interested in what the old fellows wanted to say. Haha, Brother Jiang, you have no idea. Ever since Songwei returned, he has been speaking only good things about you. Therefore, many of the younger disciples have all become your admirers. This time, we would like for you to communicate with some of the younger people. One of the middle-aged martial artists sitting not too far away from Jiang Fei voiced out. According to 0541's scan, the fellow was actually a pinnacle level 4 martial artist. This is by Zhongwei's father, master of the Snow Mountain sect, by Wanli. Han Tianyu knew these people were strangers to Jiang Fei. Therefore, he introduced them to Jiang Fei through whispers. Master Zhang, you praise me too much. I wonder, what did you mean when you said to communicate? Jiang Fei laughed as he waved his hands. He wanted to find out what these people were up to. Here! This is our most outstanding disciple in the Snow Mountain sect, Shuiyan. She would like to learn from you for a period of time. Bai Wanli pointed at a female disciple behind him who looked around 17 years old. Greetings, Senior Jiang. The female disciple stepped forward and cupped her fists at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei took a glance at the young girl before him. She looked very pure and pretty, almost as if she existed in a classic novel. Jiang Fei did not understand what Bai Wanli meant. In a short moment, the other sects also started voicing out. That's right. Our disciples would like to learn from you too, Brother Jiang. Yeah. Our disciple from Heaven Spirit sect as well, our disciple from the 10,000 Cultures sect thinks the same way too. After Bai Wanli voiced out his thoughts, the entire meeting room became filled with excitement. The elders started promoting their female disciples one at a time. The female disciples lined up to cup their fists at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei suddenly felt like a deer in headlights. D*MN. What game are they playing at? Even if it is meant to be a meeting between youths, why are they all pretty girls? Jiang Fei hurriedly looked toward Han Tianyu for help. Hee, this is all caused by the 4 pills from before. Han Tianyu shrugged helplessly. He then explained everything in detail to Jiang Fei. Previously, Jiang Fei had given away 4 of the pills that permanently increases one's energy recovery rate in order to distract the martial art alliance's attention so that he would have enough time to search for Braveheart's fragments. Instead, not only were the martial art alliance's people affected, even other metahuman organizations were attracted by the pills. The pills had become a treasure longed for by all pinnacle level for martial artists. In the end, the decision was made as to how the 4 pills would be distributed. Apart from the Soaring Clouds sect, all martial artists from other sects would have to fight for the 4 pills based on their own capabilities. The Aquamoon Heavenly Palace was the only sect that tried to play with an unfair advantage. Grandmother Yuhua insisted that Jiang Fei had reserved 2 of the pills for their household's 2 sisters as engagement gifts. The proof given by her was that the 2 sisters stayed with Jiang Fei for several days. Grandmother Yuhua had asked for half of the total number of pills. The other sects naturally could not agree with her. However, it was proven that the Yan sisters had stayed with Jiang Fei for several days. Moreover, Jiang Fei was still in the deep waters of the ocean. Nobody could locate him to verify if the information was true. As the other sects in the Martial Art Alliance were afraid of angering Jiang Fei, they had agreed with the decision, which meant promising Aquamoon Heavenly Palace one of the 4 pills. However, it was still an unjust outcome. Based on Aquamoon Heavenly Palace's capabilities, they would not be able to even obtain a single pill. With the example from the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace, everyone else naturally started thinking of ways to do the same. Since Jiang Fei liked pretty girls, they would each select the prettiest and most qualified female disciples in their own sect to meet with Jiang Fei. They would first inculcate values in these female disciples which induce passion for the respective sects before sending them over to Jiang Fei. D*MN. When did I become a lustful man in the eyes of these sects? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes after Han Tianyu was done explaining. He had a weird feeling earlier when he saw all the young girls being represented by each section. Originally, he thought that the old fellows had bought the younger generation to train them. Only now did Jiang Fei understand that these old men had brought their female disciples as gifts to Jiang Fei. What do I do? Jiang Fei turned to Han Tianyu for help. Don't look at me. Didn't you see? My master even brought my junior here. I have no idea how to resolve this. You will have to accept all of them if there's no other alternative. Han Tianyu rolled his eyes as well. He had been going after this junior for a very long time. However, due to his poor skills, the junior had never once even looked at him. Now, the junior was smiling from ear to ear when she tried to approach Jiang Fei. Han Tianyu was very upset about it. Get lost. I don't want them. Jiang Fei stared at Han Tianyu angrily. Jiang Fei was already nearly mad from being surrounded by women in the game. If not for 0541's mysterious benefits, he even considered quitting the game. Now that he could finally have some peace, this group of female disciples wanted to surround him. Jiang Fei feared for his life. Think of a solution on your own. I don't know how to help you. Han Tianyu showed a helpless expression. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, elders. I do think we can communicate further. However, I need to join my master in training for some time. I am afraid I will not have time to train with your female disciples. Moreover, your female disciples are far too pretty. I am afraid my girlfriend might get jealous. Since Jiang Fei could not get any help from Han Tianyu, he had no choice but to use Sea Tying as his shield. D*MN. You actually have a girlfriend. Not bad, young one. You have made it. Han Tianyu shoved Jiang Fei sneakily. He knew Jiang Fei far too well. Ah. Everyone turned to look at the Yang sisters the moment Jiang Fei finished his sentence. Clearly, everyone thought that they were the girlfriend he mentioned. Don't make unnecessary guesses, everyone. My girlfriend is not a martial artist. She is only a normal person. Jiang Fei had wanted to clarify the misunderstanding to avoid making things awkward for the Yang sisters. However, after he explained the situation, the Yang sisters looked even more mortified. Although the Yang sisters had not wanted to get close to Jiang Fei on their own initiative in the beginning, and they had never developed romantic feelings for Jiang Fei, they still felt greatly affected by Jiang Fei's claim that he had another girlfriend. That was because when grandmother Yuhua openly claimed that they lived together with Jiang Fei in order to obtain the pills, it meant they had become bound to Jiang Fei to a certain extent. My dumb brother, aren't you asking for trouble by trying to explain things? Han Tianyu covered his face. From the expressions on the Yang sisters' face and the way other people in the room were smirking, Han Tianyu knew Jiang Fei was in great trouble. Chapter 560, Girls Who Came on Their Own. Although Jiang Fei noticed that the Yang sisters seemed very displeased, he thought they felt awkward about the fact that people misunderstood them as his girlfriends. He did not consider the possibility that they might be upset because of his unnecessary explanation. Everyone, I have to go train with my master in 2 days. Therefore, I would like to spend more time with my parents. If there's nothing else you'd like to talk about, I shall leave. Jiang Fei did not have any intention of chatting aimlessly with these people. Moreover, the atmosphere in the room seemed too odd. Therefore, he wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Brother Jiang, don't rush off just yet. Xiao Ganming pushed Jiang Fei back into his seat when he saw him standing up. These people had come for the pills. If Jiang Fei left right then, their efforts would have been wasted. Yeah. Let's talk a bit more. The others chipped in. These people had all come for the same reason. Although their plan to get close to Jiang Fei through their female disciples failed, they still refused to leave without getting the pills they came for. All right. Well, chat if you want to. Jiang Fei sat back down. After all, Jiang Fei wanted to give these people the pills as well. With a great war looming over them, Jiang Fei had even hoped for these people to take to the front lines. When Jiang Fei sat down again, the old fellows started praising him. Although Jiang Fei knew these people had ulterior motives, he enjoyed the praises nonetheless. To be honest, the old fellows present were conflicted on how to solve the issue at hand. After all, they had personally said they did not come to Jiang Fei for the pills. Now that they had to go back on their own words, they felt very disturbed. Since the old fellows were too embarrassed to voice out their thoughts, they all looked toward the youngest disciples from the sects, which happened to be the Yang sisters from Aquamoon Heavenly Palace. The old fellows stopped talking altogether as they stared at the Yang sisters. Yang Pe and Yang Qing naturally knew the old fellows cared about their own reputation too much to mention the issue of the pills. However, the Yang sisters had their own reputation to watch over too. Although they were very reluctant to be the scapegoat, they were the youngest disciples here. Most of the other people were much more senior than them. When all of the old fellows were staring at them, Yang Pe felt that she could no longer pretend not to notice their stares. Moreover, Jiang Fei's clarification had thoroughly embarrassed the Yang sisters. Therefore, Yang Pe decided to teach Jiang Fei a lesson for upsetting them. Brother Jiang, let's not beat around the bush any further. To be honest, we had all come for the pills. Yang Pe was a fair-skinned beauty. As she was secretly upset about what Jiang Fei did, her complexion seemed even cooler. Hee, the pills aren't an issue. The question is, what will you give me in return? Jiang Fei laughed as he asked. The topic had clearly reverted to the original discussion. Brother Jiang, how many pills do you think us sisters are worth? Yang Pe stared at Jiang Fei as she asked. Indeed, you are in trouble, young man. Han Tianyu snickered behind Jiang Fei. Ah. Jiang Fei was not expecting a reply like that. Therefore, he did not know how to react momentarily. Us sisters will be the price Aquamoon Heavenly Palace is willing to pay. You can give as many pills as you think we are worth. Yang Pe was clearly still upset. Therefore, her replies were all straightforward and prickly. Big sister, please don't joke like that. Jiang Fei was starting to panic. If Yang Qing said those words, he would not have cared much. After all, the young girl was always flimsy with words. However, it was entirely different when Yang Pe said them. The lady never joked and she meant whatever she said. The sisters were serious about putting Jiang Fei in a difficult situation. What's the matter? Do you think we are not worthy of even a single pill? Yang Qing asked. I did not mean that. Jiang Fei felt as if his head was about to explode. He would rather fight against a high-tier level 4 metahuman than argue with the sisters. Brother, you, help me out here. When Jiang Fei realized he could not deal with the sisters on his own, he turned toward Han Tianyu for help. You asked for it. I can't help you either, Han Tianyu shrugged. Screw me! When did I ask for it? Jiang Fei still did not know when he had caused the sisters to be upset. Hey! My dumb brother. There is no other way to solve this now. You must accept the sisters now. Han Tianyu said. In order to obtain the pills previously, Grandmother Yuhua had announced to the world that the young sisters were living with Jiang Fei. Effectively, that bound the sisters to Jiang Fei. As the martial arts circle was a very conservative one, they valued traditions greatly. The female martial artists were very different from normal girls. Basically, they could only be loyal to one man. Moreover, even if Jiang Fei did not admit to the relations between himself and the young sisters, no one else would dare to touch his alleged women due to his status as a level 5 metahuman. Therefore, the young sisters only had two options now. They could either stay single for life or get married to Jiang Fei. There would be no other alternative. Everyone present understood the logic behind the conclusion except for Jiang Fei, who had only joined the martial arts much later in life. Therefore, he still did not get why Yang Pe and Yang Qing were upset, or why the sisters were determined to latch themselves onto him. We'll discuss about you two later on. As for the others, if you want the pills, you must trade for them with your martial arts techniques. Jiang Fei chose to avoid the earlier topic as he always did. He immediately changed the focus of the conversation. Martial arts technique? The sect representatives were all stunned. They felt they had been put in a difficult situation. They could neither give out crappy martial arts techniques nor reveal their best internal methods. I do not need your internal methods. I only want martial arts techniques. Jiang Fei added. Jiang Fei had thought it through. Although 0541 had specially curated a set of fighting techniques for him, it was only an inner chi internal method. When Jiang Fei was engaged in battles, he would still use old man Heist nameless fist fighting techniques, which appeared very monotonous. Therefore, he decided to collect more martial arts techniques so that 0541 could consolidate them into a more wholesome set of battle techniques. I see. After Jiang Fei's further clarification, everyone appeared much more relaxed. After all, each sect guarded their own internal methods very strictly. On the other hand, they did not worry too much about guarding their martial arts techniques. After all, other people are bound to notice and even learn from observing those techniques. Therefore, it did not matter if they allowed Jiang Fei to learn them. I only want one martial arts technique from each section. I will give out different quantities of pills based on the quality of each martial arts technique. Jiang Fei had learned how to negotiate from Han Tianyu. With his current method, the sects would have to give the best martial arts technique they had. Otherwise, they would receive a lesser amount of pills as compared to the other sections. Chapter 561, Arming. The entire process did not take too long as there was not much of a conflict between Jiang Fei and the other sects to begin with. Jiang Fei himself wanted to arm the sects since they would need to gain more power to prepare for future battles. If Han Tianyu had not advised him against giving away the pills for free, Jiang Fei might have done so. After a quick and decisive discussion, Jiang Fei offered 3,000 spirit pills for 24 martial skills from the sects. Depending on the prowess of the martial skill, the amount of spirit pills that each sect would receive will differ. Even though Jiang Fei could pick up martial skills on his own by having 0541 calculate one for him, the martial skills that the sects were offering were heirlooms of several hundred or even 1,000 years old. It was the accumulation of hard work and unprecedented evolution of skills. To be fair, 0541, being a hyper-intelligent computer, could further improve the martial skill in a fraction of the time taken to calculate a martial skill out of thin air. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei did not have the luxury of time to become stronger. The spirit pill and the grand restore pill were different. The spirit pill itself was a concentrated form of energy. Hence, creating it would consume quite a considerable amount of power. Almost all the power he had obtained from the European Vatican were used in producing the spirit pills. There was little, if any, power left for 0541 to store into its power reserve. I need to contact Schroeder and see if the Mutant Brotherhood had some uranium with them. Jiang Fei did not want to trade with the Vatican again since it would make him appear desperate for uranium. Besides, he could also arm the Mutant Brotherhood. Although he could not trust the foreigners, he would at least place the responsibility on them to defeat the uprising Japanese scum and their biohuman army. Alone, the Chinese Martial Artist Alliance could not stand against an army that was tens or even hundreds of times stronger than them. The deal was set and each representative of the sects returned to their sect to start picking out their offerings to Jiang Fei. Since they were competing with other sects, they would have to offer something better than the other sects, yet not something powerful like their own crown jewel. Now that he was finally left alone, Jiang Fei decided to return home. However, just as he turned around to leave, Yang Pe and Yang Qing were seen standing at the doors, blocking his way out. "You're on your own, bro," said Han Tianyu as he quickly made his way back to his own private office. Ugh, Jiang Fei was at a loss. "You really got yourself a girlfriend?" said Yang Pe coldly, with eyes that stared straight into his soul. From Jiang Fei's perspective, Yang Pe did not look angry as she was unfeeling of others. However, like a blaring alarm, Jiang Fei could sense Yang Pa's silence was just the calm before a storm. "Yes," said Jiang Fei. Although it was too late, Jiang Fei regretted it. "So? What about us then?" cried Yang Qing as she put up a sad look. This little rascal was nothing but a girl with a million masks. Not even Jiang Fei could tell whether her emotions were faked or genuine. Hey. There's nothing going on between us, okay," said Jiang Fei awkwardly. No matter how it sounds, the situation looked like the girls were being ditched by Jiang Fei. "So you say. But know that all members of the Alliance, and perhaps even the metahuman society knows that we are your women. What do you think would happen to us if you don't take us in?" said Yang Qing as she strode herself to Jiang Fei, looking at him with her eyes opened wide like a sad little puppy. Ugh, if he could, he would say, "Don't blame me for what your master did to you. To begin with, I'd never demand the two of you. However, it would be too harsh to lash out like that." Incidentally, Jiang Fei could not think of anything else to say. "We do not blame you. However, since the rice had already become porridge, it's either you marry us, or we could kill you and be off with it. Naturally, we would never resort to the latter since you are too strong for us. Still, being able to die by your hands might not be a bad decision after all," said Yang Pe coldly again. Sometimes, Jiang Fei wondered if the girl had any emotions in her, just like a certain Omega-level super being. "What? Please don't! Why would any of this result in death?" Jiang Fei panicked immediately. The two sisters, one peckish and the other, Snow White, had really pushed Jiang Fei to a corner. "So, make up your mind. What do you want to do? We're already ruined by you," said Yang Qing as tears started to collect in the corner of her eyes. What the hell? Jiang Fei was thrown. His shut-in personality would not allow him to say something like, "To hell with you then. Don't you think that marriage is something too early for either of us? I mean, all of us are still very young and wild. It's not our time to settle down just yet. Don't you agree?" said Jiang Fei, trying to divert the topic. "Perhaps you forgot a certain process one must go through before marriage." "Engagement," said Yang Qing. "No," cried Jiang Fei almost immediately. Even though he was a little weak when it comes to controlling his emotions, he had a bottom line that he would not cross. If he got engaged to the two sisters, how could he face sea tying? He had gotten a little aggravated because of sea tying, but he refrained from being too hostile with the girls. However, his glare had an underlying warning. So it seems that we have no choice, said Yang Pe coldly. I understand, but, said Yang Qing as she nodded her head and walked away from Jiang Fei. At least come and visit us since we are living right opposite your house, that's. I can make do, said Jiang Fei as he felt a little guilty for not giving the girls a path to walk on. Now that Jiang Fei had agreed on something, the girls backed down a little. Oh, the pills please, said Yang Qing, not forgetting the real reason that they were offered to be Jiang Fei's women. After the ordeal with the other sect is done, I will give you an extra 200 spirit pills for the both of you, said Jiang Fei as he tried to bait the girls to leave him. Okay, the two had finally backed away for good. That was what they had come for. Now that they had realized that they had pushed too far, it was best to take several steps back to let Jiang Fei some space to move around. After giving them what they wanted, Jiang Fei had finally gotten his hands free from the sisters. Even though 200 spirit pills were not as important to him since he originally planned to reinforce the martial artist in the alliance, he did felt that it was a burden since the girls were all over him. TSK. I should go all out to avoid these crazy chicks, said Jiang Fei as he reached his house. Back at home, Jiang Fei gave Schroeder a call. Although the two had exchanged phone numbers a while back, Jiang Fei had never once called him. It's the benevolent Jiang. How may I be of service, said Schroeder, a little too intimate after he was rescued by Jiang Fei. Business, said Jiang Fei straightforwardly. What sort of business are we talking about, said Schroeder as he was surprised to hear Jiang Fei being so stoic. The same as I did with the Vatican. 1 spirit pill for 10 tons of uranium. However, for you, am willing to trade it for 300 to even 500 spirit pill for 10 tons, Jiang Fei was determined to help Schroeder as he needed to gain the favor as well as arming the mutants. Jiang Fei was blatantly giving out his pills just to support his cause. Chapter 562, Learning from the Great One, Brother Jiang Fei, I've been waiting for you to call me. If you hadn't, I would have called you instead, said Schroeder. The deal he made with the Vatican was not a kept secret and almost all who were interested in Jiang Fei knew about it. Naturally, the Mutant Brotherhood knew. Most importantly, if Jiang Fei was willing to trade with the Vatican, it means that Jiang Fei was willing to trade with anyone as long as they had what Jiang Fei wanted. Hence, by the time news about Jiang Fei reached the Brotherhood, Schroeder himself would have gone to Jiang Fei if he had not come to him. My bad. We are friends. I should have contacted you earlier. Jiang Fei laughed. So, how much do you want? Sorry, am not in the position to make any decision. See, the higher-ups are the ones that do that. However, knowing my boss, I think they would want as much as they could afford. It's a life-saving pill, after all. No one would be stingy on that, said Schroeder. Whether is it the Metahuman Society, China Martial Artists Alliance, or the world governments, no one would let anything that could be made into thermonuclear arsenals be traded around like fruits. However, if the Japanese were to come attack with their army of biohumans, anyone would counter them with metahumans or mutants. It would not be feasible to use nuclear weapons to fight with them. In the end, all the uranium were treated as a security liability, whereas Jiang Fei's pills were far more valuable. That was why when Jiang Fei was trading large quantities of nuclear materials, the government of China did not stop him. All right, do what you must. I'll be waiting for your call, said Jiang Fei before hanging up. When he was at home, Jiang Fei was calm and relaxed. He put up a face like that was nothing wrong in the world even though the threat of the Japanese was right around the corner. The reason was simple, he did not want to worry his parents. Everyone was happy during dinner and Jiang Fei even spent some time with his parents watching a random comedy show on television. After that, he went to bed. Instead of sleeping straight away like he always did, he called Si Tying and the two of them chatted happily till Si Tying was too tired to even say goodbye. Jiang Fei hung up and slept. By the time Jiang Fei logged into the game, it was already 12 midnight. There was still one more day until the new patch arrives and there was practically nothing for him to do in the game. He, Isabella, and Sylphie decided to roam around the faction area. Half a day later, he was joined by Ariel. After helping her father in cleaning up the Naga's nest, Ariel had nothing else important to do. Hence, she came over to Jiang Fei and joined him in his merry little ride around the faction area. The next day, when Jiang Fei logged out, the server started patching its content for the newly released information. When Jiang Fei was done with his breakfast, he received a call from Han Tianyu when he was helping his mother to wash the dishes. Every single time Jiang Fei received a call from Han Tianyu, he could feel his heart sink a little, hoping to not hear bad news. Luckily, Han Tianyu was in a good mood when he greeted Jiang Fei. He informed Jiang Fei that the nuclear materials that Jiang Fei had asked from Celine Trish had been prepared and were waiting to be picked up. As fast as he could, Jiang Fei finished up the dishes and headed out of his house after informing his parents. Jiang Fei took a cab to the outskirts of the city, and when there was nobody in sight, he materialized the hoverboard and flew into the sky. As soon as he was in Europe, Jiang Fei changed his appearance to that of Zhuge Shanzhen. With a flash of light, Jiang Fei had turned into an elegant, smart-looking old man. At the speed of sound, Jiang Fei headed straight to the coordinates that he had obtained from Han Tianyu. It was past noon by the time Jiang Fei arrived at the arranged destination. It was located far north of Europe, in a port by the sea. There, he saw a huge storage house. Just as he approached the storage unit, there were several people waiting at the entrance. Of all the people then, he only recognized one man. The man was the high-ranking inquisitor of the church, Kazas. He had met him once when Jiang Fei, pretending to be Zhuge Shanzhen, stole all the uranium that was the mines that Kazas guarded. It seems that Celine Trish had purposely arranged a man that Zhuge Shanzhen was familiar with. "Sir! Sir! Over here," cried Kazas in Mandarin, albeit it was not really good. "HM? The spiritual man," Jiang Fei replied and descended to him. As he landed, Jiang Fei merely kicked the sword away and it miraculously floated to his back and latched itself there. As expected of the great level 5 master, Kazas was frightened to the core. Although it was not the first time he had met the legendary Zhuge Shanzhen, he could not help but be fearful of him. Jiang Fei was dressed differently from his previous appearance as Zhuge Shanzhen. This time, he made himself to appear wearing a Taoist crown with 9 golden stripes and a golden peacock feathers robe. He had also changed the appearance of the sword to look like a treasure sword, complete with precious jewels embedded in it. All in all, his entire appearance was made to not look like any common person. It was made to give him a mysterious vibe. "Spirited one, where's the uranium?" said Jiang Fei as he lifted his head up, like a man of higher status. This time, Kazas was prepared. He had brought along a translator with him to avoid offending him. "Oh great one, please follow this lowly man," said Kazas as humbly as he could. The man he was talking to was none other than the legendary Zhuge Shanzhen after all. After following Kazas, as well as the other few men around, Jiang Fei was led into the storage unit. It was meticulously protected by many layers of lead walls. As soon as Jiang Fei had reached the entrance, Kazas and the rest started to change their outfit into hazmat suits. They were entering a storage unit that was filled with several thousand tons of uranium. The radiation alone would immediately kill any level 4 metahumans. "This one I shan't need," said Jiang Fei as he rejected a hazmat suit that was offered to him. "Ah! The Great One is already strong enough," cried Kazas as he praised Jiang Fei, trying to get to his good side. The true storage was not on the surface but hidden underneath many layers of thick concrete, laced with lead. 7 doors later, the group finally arrived in a room that was filled with countless of containers filled with uranium. "Oh Great One, please count them as you please," said Kazas as he bowed down and left. 0541, how much are there? Calculating. "Captain, the uranium ores that are in this room is not as refined as the previous ones. However, the exact weight of the uraniums are 2,521.34 tons, 0541 replied. "Ho ho ho. You compensated quality with quantity." "I am pleased nonetheless," said Jiang Fei to himself, but was translated for Kazas. "It is my pleasure to serve the Great One," said Kazas as he bowed once more. Due to the sheer number of uranium that was to be traded, the Vatican had ordered almost all of the uranium to be extracted out of the mines. Since there was not much time to prepare, the quality of the uranium ores was not pure. To compensate, they had added 500,000 tons. What are you still doing here? Ah! You want to see how I transport the ores, said Jiang Fei when he noticed that Kazas as his men were waiting for him to do something. If it does not offend the Great One, we merely wish to learn, said Kazas. If the Great One was not pleased with them being there, Kazas would naturally scram off as far as he could. Good man. Learn as you please. If you can, said Jiang Fei as he laughed like an old man. Technically speaking, Jiang Fei was not transporting the ores, he was merely absorbing all the radiation that was in the uranium. Jiang Fei would want to take this chance to display the prowess of the great Zhuge Shanshan. After all, it does not require him to fight. Chapter 563, Creating a Problem Out of Thin Air, 0541, Stand by to absorb the energy. Do make it as flashy as you can, said Jiang Fei telepathically. He wanted to make sure that everyone that was in that building could see just how absurd his power was. Ready and waiting, Captain. You have control, 0541 replied and passed the ignition over to Jiang Fei. Please pay attention, said Jiang Fei. With a powerful grunt, Jiang Fei placed his hands on the floor. Whoosh! A powerful blast of chromatic lights came out of his hands and enveloped all the crates. The rainbow light spread across, swirling and dancing as it flowed all around the crates. Once 0541 had informed Jiang Fei that the absorption cloud had covered all the crates, Jiang Fei started to pull back the light. From the perspective of the bystanders, it looked like Zhuge Shanshan was pulling the lights like a rope. He then took the light and absorbed it into his palm. Oh my God, everyone was speechless. What they saw was beyond human understanding. The man named Zhuge Shanshan had performed far greater than what they had expected. Is he really just a level 5 master? I have never seen a level 5 performing such a feat. This is practically godlike. Kazas muttered to himself while the other men were stunned. Neither one of them had seen a man could blast rainbows and drag them back into his palm. The power of Zhuge Shanshan has surpassed anything that we had initially thought. I must report this back to my superiors, said Kazas to himself. After 10 minutes into the light show, Jiang Fei had completely reabsorbed all the light that he had put out. What was left in the crates were just pure carbon without a single speck of radiation. It's done? Sir, said Kazas, still shocked. Oh yes. It is done. Here are the pills that my disciple had promised, said Jiang Fei as he placed 4 bottles on one of the crates. Kazas was stunned seeing how casually Zhuge Shanshan had simply placed the greatest pills that ever existed on top of a highly radioactive crate. Sir! There are no radiations left. Not even a speck of it, said one of the men that was measuring the surrounding radiation. Kazas was not listening at this point as he was too overwhelmed by the pills. Did you say that there's no more radiation? Said Kazas as he snapped back to reality. The other men had already started to remove their hazmat suits. Kazas quickly removed his and walked to retrieve the bottles. Are these the pills? Said Kazas as he picked up and admired it as it was the most expensive thing in the world. That is correct. There are 50 pills in a bottle. Each pill would fully restore a level 4 beginning stage's energy in mere seconds, said Jiang Fei with a wide smile. Thank you very much, oh great one, cried Kazas as he bowed 90 degrees, just like the Japanese. He completely trusted the pills and did not even check for its authenticity. To be fair, he did not need to be able to perform to that extent would not resort to cheating lower beings. That'd be all. I shall take my leave, said Jiang Fei as he turned around to leave the stuffy building. Please allow me to escort you, said Kazas as he ran towards Jiang Fei. No need. You lot return to whence you came, said Jiang Fei as he waved his hands. The sword that was latched on his back flew up high in a split second and came down to his feet in the same manner. Jiang Fei leaped into the sky and the sword caught him in midair. In a blink of an eye, the legendary level 4 Zhuge Shanzhen disappeared like the wind. "Boss, just how strong is that old fart?" said one of the men to Kazas. "Shut your mouth. Show some respect for the great Zhuge Shanzhen," Kazas roared. The man was practically all-powerful and all-wise. If he heard a foreigner called him an old fart, what do you think he would do to them? "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just how strong is Great One?" The man repeated the question in a different manner. "I have no idea. All I know is, nothing he does is logical," said Kazas. He could not even draw a line in the power chart, and if Kazas were to roughly gauge Zhuge Shanzhen's true potential, he would pin it at the top of the level 5. Leading the gaping Kazas and his fellow men, Jiang Fei flew back to China. 0541, with the energy that you had just collected, how much spirit pill can you make? Said Jiang Fei. Yesterday, Jiang Fei had basically used up all the remaining power reserved to make 200 spirit pills. Roughly 4,000 pills, Captain, that should be enough. After China is armed and loaded, I need to go to North America to talk to Schroeder. Jiang Fei returned home just like how he headed out. First, he landed somewhere in the outskirt of the city, took a cab, and returned back to Manda Square without anyone seeing him change from an old man to a youngster. Back at home, he was immediately greeted by Si Tying, who was sitting quietly on the sofa. "Welcome back. Hey there, I see that you've made yourself at home." Hee. When Jiang Fei's parent was at home, she behaves modestly. No one could tell that she was raised in a family of gangsters and crime. "Iowa! Little Fei, where have you been?" "Little Ing had been waiting for you for the entire day," cried the mother as soon as she heard Jiang Fei was back. "Well, you could have called," said Jiang Fei, trying to make up an excuse. "Sigh, what am I going to do with you?" "Well, you young ones have fun. This auntie is going out to buy groceries for dinner." "Little Ing, I'm making dinner for you too," said the mother as she snickered her way out of the door, leaving Jiang Fei and Si Tying alone. "Now that your mother is out, tell me the truth. What have you been doing behind my back?" said Si Tying as she turned her head towards Jiang Fei eerily. A woman's sixth sense was almost always on point. "Well, I've been busy with some stuff." "Don't ask if you do not want to know the answer," said Jiang Fei as he tried to divert her attention. "Ho ho! Are you, perhaps, with someone else?" "Say, a girl," said Si Tying as her eyes widened. Jiang Fei felt a shiver down his spine and quickly averted his gaze. Holy F** King Molly. How am I going to tell Si Tying about the twins that were living right opposite to me? F** King Hell. If I don't tell her now, she will eventually bump into them. If that happens, I'm a dead man." Jiang Fei cried his eyes out mentally. "Come on! Admit it!" "You're cheating on me," cried Si Tying as she jumped on Jiang Fei and pushed him to the ground. Her smooth silky hair was now a mess as they dropped down to cover Jiang Fei's face. "It's not me. It's their fault. They were the ones that had been harassing me," said Jiang Fei. What he feared was Si Tying had misunderstood him and decided to leave. Desperate to find a proper way to explain, Jiang Fei had said what he said vaguely. "Huh? You bastard. Tell me what is going on." "Tell me," cried Si Tying. At first, Si Tying was merely playing with Jiang Fei. She only wanted to tease him for coming home late. But when Jiang Fei had just said something like that, she could not think straight. It's hard to explain." Jiang Fei turned away from Si Tying. Knowing what had truly happened, Jiang Fei could not help but thought that he had just created a problem out of thin air. There was no proper way to explain the situation to Si Tying without properly explaining the world of metahumans and martial artists. If he did, he would be dragging Si Tying into the entire mess like his own parents. Chapter 564, New Patch. As much as I want to tell you about them, I can't. If I did, Jiang Fei cringed hard. He wanted to tell Si Tying about everything, but he was truly in love with Si Tying. The conflict between telling her the truth and the troubles that came along with it was tearing him inside out. If Si Tang had insisted on knowing about Jiang Fei and his world, Jiang Fei would decisively arm Si Tang, turning her into a superhuman fighter just like Jiang Fei was. However, that thought was immediately scrapped. Even though making Si Tang be like him was easy since he still had enough materials and human sample leftovers to make biopotion, it would grant Si Tang a limited amount of power. She might not be a level 4 fighter like Jiang Fei, but she could turn out to be at least an intermediate stage of level 3. Now, here comes the problem. If anyone had done a little investigation, they would know that Si Tang had not been taught or taken in by any sect to learn martial arts. How did someone from the streets suddenly gain superhuman strength overnight? They would know that it had something to do with Jiang Fei or his level 5 master. If that was the case, Jiang Fei would be thrown back into the center of attention. Hence, if he gives Si Tang his powers, Jiang Fei would inevitably create a huge problem for himself. After that, his family would once more be a target for problems, along with hers. If he did not give Si Tang any powers and only tell her the truth, she would be like Jiang Fei's parent. Every day, she would be at home, thinking about the dangers of the world and Jiang Fei playing in it, like children in the sandpit. He did not want her to suffer mentally. Sigh. I trust you. If you can't tell me, I'll forget about it, said Si Tang as she could feel Jiang Fei was torn apart just by a simple question. At the very least, she understood that Jiang Fei would do her no harm. Si Tang might be playful and a little tomboyish due to the fact that she was raised in a family of men and gangsters, but she understood how the world works. She was not your average playful little schoolgirl whose head was filled with dreams and hope. Si Tang sees and accepts the world as it was, a cruel world, survival of the fittest. Additionally, she had learned a good life lesson from her mother. To be a good woman to a gangster lord, she needs to let her partner have some freedom to do whatever he wanted. There's a saying, behind every successful man stands a powerful woman. A woman could handle a man, but a man might not accept another woman. Although it goes both ways, for the case of a delinquent, no woman would and could accept him as her partner. Hence, deep down, they know that if a woman could accept for who they are, they would cherish her for the rest of their life. Jiang Fei was not young and neither was he old. Si Tang understood that when a man of his age performs brilliantly, flocks of hungry girls would surround him. It was only normal. However, be it a truth or a lie, she chose to believe in him. She knew that if Jiang Fei was indeed lying, it would be for her own good. Thank you for understanding, said Jiang Fei as he immediately stopped frowning worriedly. He. Well then, do I get something in return? Said Si Tang as she leaned down and pressed her body to his. But of course, yelled Jiang Fei happily. With a quick flip, he grabbed Si Tang's waist and leaped onto the sofa from the ground. Jiang Fei was on the sofa and Si Tang was sitting on his lap. Before she could even respond, Jiang Fei planted a hot, passionate kiss on her lips. No one wanted to let go. No one wanted it to end. The two were the only people in the house then. There was no one to stop them. Jiang Fei's hands slowly traced its way to the curves of her waist and down to her lower back. Si Tang purred like a kitten as Jiang Fei slipped his hands underneath her shirt. After that, his hands went upwards, and when Jiang Fei touched the tip of her bosom, he could feel her entire body stiffen up but relaxed in the next second. She moaned again. Jiang Fei was not sure what he should do, but at least he was certain that Si Tang had not rejected his touch. Just as Jiang Fei wanted to turn her around to face him, the door lock turned. Ka-chak! WTF, Jiang Fei jumped to his feet and immediately carried Si Tang off his lap and placed her next to him on the sofa before shooting away from her to the corner. He finally understood how Han Tianyu felt when he had walked in on Han Tianyu while he and his secretary were getting all turned on. Arg! Ah Fei! Give me a hand here. Your mom wanted me to buy back a ton of seafood for dinner, cried Jiang Fei's father as he was carrying 2 large bags that were filled to the brim. Jiang Fei thanked all the gods there were that his father had not noticed what he was doing to Si Tying. Right away, Jiang Fei dashed to the door and took the bags away from his father before running to the kitchen. "Welcome back, uncle," said Si Tying. She could pretend that nothing had happened when the father was out, but her blushed face, as well as the sweat on her forehead, gave it all away. It was a little too much for her. She could not imagine how embarrassing it would be if the father had caught them red-handed. Jiang Fei's father was confused for a moment, but when he noticed how Si Tying was reacting, he immediately understood what had happened. The man was once young like Jiang Fei. It was only natural that he could put the pieces together. Naturally, he did not want Si Tying to feel embarrassed about it. He was a man, and above all, he was a businessman. He kept a straight face and continued to the kitchen. Before he entered, he turned to Si Tying and said, "You're in luck, his mother is going to cook the best seafood dishes in town, haha." "Dad, there's no need to brag about mom's cooking," said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's father entered the kitchen and pulled Jiang Fei to the corner. "Son, there are time and places for some things. I won't say much, but you do you. Just keep it in check sometimes. Know the right time and place," said the father before he hurriedly left the kitchen and into his room to change his clothes. "Oh damn. He knows," said Jiang Fei to himself. After unpacking the seafood, Jiang Fei went to the living room to join Si Tying. "Did your father found out?" said Si Tying quietly. "Well, no. Teehee," said Jiang Fei to ease her. "Phew. It's your fault, you meanie. Stupid delinquent," said Si Tying as she playfully punches Jiang Fei's side. "Ha ha ha. Sorry, madam. I've learned my lesson. Next time, let's hide in my room. I'd even lock the door so no one could bother us again," said Jiang Fei as he tried his best not to laugh. "Humph," the girl snorted yet blushed at the same time. The two chatted about their daily lives until his mother came home with bags of cooking materials in her hands. "Ah Fei! Did your father come back? Did he remember to get the lobsters and shrimps?" the mother yelled. "Yeah. There's all in the kitchen," said Jiang Fei. "Auntie! Let me help. I may be small but am good in the kitchen," said Si Tying as she helped Jiang Fei's mother to ease her load. After the two women of the house had entered the kitchen, Jiang Fei contemplated for a bit but decided to help as well. It was a good bonding session for Si Tying and his mother. After the happy dinner session and cleaning up, Jiang Fei walked Si Tying home. This time, he did not enter her house but left her with a goodnight kiss at the entrance and went back home. Jiang Fei had immediately had 0541 started making the spirit pills. He may have acquired a large amount of power today, but thousands of spirit pills would take too long. Leaving 0541 to produce it overnight would be the most efficient way. 10 p.m. sharp, Jiang Fei logged into the game happily. It was a special day for him for many reasons. First and foremost, he had finally made a move to the girl with mutual feelings for him. Secondly, he had acquired a large amount of power to make 4,000 spirit pills. Lastly, the game. Tonight was the night that the new patch was implemented. The new content about the faction map will be released to the public. Players would now be able to freely enter the faction region without restrictions. Jiang Fei may be the only player with a fortress then, but sooner or later, others will catch up to him. After some time, perhaps a long time, Chapter 565, Declaration of War, before Jiang Fei could even greet Isabella, a chain of system notifications blared. Ding! The faction region has been opened to the world, ding! All players can access the faction maps via the teleportation circle in each main city, ding! Please set your faction affiliation before entering the faction maps. Players who choose the Light faction will be sent to the Divine Light Fortress. Players who choose the Shadow faction will be sent to the Demon Flame Fortress. Players who choose the Neutral faction will be sent to the City of Sinners. The system notification was repeated, but Jiang Fei had already known about it. Hence, he ignored the notifications and chatted with Isabella for a bit before heading to the Demon Flame Fortress. When he arrived, there were already players roaming around the place. More and more players were constantly coming out of the teleportation circle. In Faction Region, the concept of players belonging to a city was removed. Instead, the entire player base was divided into three: the light, the shadow, and the neutral. Players from all cities over the world were gathered in this demon flame fortress. Since they belonged to the same faction, they were not enemies but allies. Hence, their name tags were all green. Each player that arrived in the demon flame fortress would be given a choice to follow an NPC guide. It was completely optional to join the induction program. However, it was best to follow since the NPC had done a great job in explaining the concept of the faction region as well as the marvels of the Demon Flame Fortress. 2 hours into the game, another system notification popped. Ding! The Nephilim King Augustus of the Shadow faction has declared war on the Light faction. That was the notification that Jiang Fei saw. The players in the Light faction would also receive a notification, but in their perspective, the leader of the Light faction was the one that declared war on the Shadow faction. "It's finally time," said Jiang Fei to himself. All of the players, including Jiang Fei, had their characters locked as the system took control. The game was now in cutscene mode. Toot! The horns of war were blown from the top of the fortress. Concurrently, the same thing happened in the Divine Light Fortress. Jiang Fei's vision was taken over by the system. Like watching a movie, Jiang Fei's perspective cut over to the front of the Demon Flame Fortress. Bang, bang, bang! Tens of thousands of soldiers were seen marching out of the gates of the Demon Flame Fortress. After several more tens of thousands of soldiers marched out of the fortress, they formed a neat formation and marched on. From the corner of the demon fortress, a demon ranger was seen shooting out a whistling arrow that made a loud blaring noise as it flew into the clouds. It was the signal to let the aerial knights know it was their time. One squadron at a time, the aerial knights flew upwards and joined the rest of the ground troops to the battlefield. The perspective changed once more this time. Everyone was fixed to see Knights Commander Hines riding on his skeletal horse while waving his sword as he gave his speech. "Today shall be the day when we will take down and destroy the hypocrites and deceivers of the light. Today, we shall bring the hammer of justice down upon them. Oh, brave soldiers! We march to fight the enemy. We march for glory. We march for victory." Right after Hines roared out the last phrase of his speech, everyone in the demon army cheered on and marched their way to the Light faction's fortress with fervor. The cutscene ended after that and all players were given control of their character. "Phew! That made my blood boil," said Jiang Fei to himself. During the cutscene, Jiang Fei had taken note that there was at least 30 corps of soldiers. Each corps had at least 10,000 soldiers. By the looks of it, the war between the light and shadow would be spectacular. Oh my god! Did you guys see that as well? It's so cool, come on! What are we waiting for? There's got to be some loot to pick in the front lines. Wait for me, geez. I wonder if I could be as swole as the soldiers. Many of the pub gamers started to make their way to the middle of the battlefield. While they were busy getting themselves shot in the face by stray attacks, players that were in guilds waited for orders from their guild officers. "How are you going to take things now?" said Jiang Fei in the guild's officer chat group. "Gather players and start farming levels." "The coordinates that you had sent?" "Turns out there's no one there yet. There's good monster spawn rate and we're currently grinding there right now," said Lady Casanova. "That's a good idea. Leveling comes first," said Billy Boy. "All right. Persuade more players of the guild to join you. Split up if the map gets too crowded." Jiang Fei ended the chat satisfyingly. He had feared that members of Imperial Dragon were like the pub gamers, getting all hyped up for no reason and rushing to the battlefield. Jiang Fei cannot deny that the cutscene was good, but it was merely the introduction of the faction region. This new patch content, if it was not permanent, it would be for a long-term event. Hence, there was no reason to charge into the battlefield at level 50. There was literally nothing for them besides getting themselves killed. Jiang Fei opened up the level ranking board and saw a few changes to it. First of all, since they were in the faction region, the level ranking board combined all players from all 4 major cities and sorted them out. The city where they came from did not matter anymore. Jiang Fei was holding on to the first spot at level 69. The second place was taken by 7-star warrior, as he had been very diligent in taking players of the guild into dungeon crawling repeatedly. He was at level 50 by then. The third and fourth place were level 49 players. Jiang Fei was not familiar with their names, as they were from another city. As such, only Jiang Fei and 7-star warrior were the only 2 players of Imperial Dragon that had taken a spot on the level ranking board. The current average level of all players combined in the Shadow faction was level 45, while the Light faction had level 47 as their average player level. There was a good reason behind this. When Jiang Fei defeated Cosmic Dragon, he did it in the form of the Nephilim, while Cosmic Dragon was in his celestial form. During faction affiliation, more players had chosen to join the Shadow faction. Those that joined the Light faction were loyal fans and allies of Cosmic Dragon. There were some that preferred to affiliate themselves to the Light purely because of personal preference. Nevertheless, there were many strong players that were in the Light faction. As many players had only joined the Shadow faction so as to hop on the hype train, the number soared, and since there were more heads to factor in, the average level dragged down the bell curve. However, having a lower average level did not mean that the faction's combat power was weak. To be honest, the Shadow faction was so much stronger than the Light faction due to sheer numbers. Hence, to balance it out, the system had arranged for NPC soldiers to fill in the gaps. All the NPC soldiers that were filled in were level 70. If players wanted to participate in the battle and not be overwhelmed by the NPCs, they would have to raise their level to level 62 in order to cancel out the level suppression system. Due to this simple reason, guilds with smarter guild masters had forbidden their members from joining the battle. If they wanted to have a fair fight, they would need to increase their current level. Like Imperial Dragon, many of them got together to form a party and started grinding levels in hot spots. The monsters' experience points in the faction map were so high that grinding in the faction region was at least 5 times faster than in the main city. Jiang Fei had basically explored all the regions around the Demon Flame Fortress. Hence, he chose to do nothing but fly around with Isabella. At the same time, he was on the lookout for potential grinding spots for his guild. The current map that Jiang Fei had informed Lady Casanova about was tens of kilometers around the Demon Dragon Fortress. Within these few days, it should be the playground reserved specifically for members of the Imperial Dragon. Chapter 566, Saving the Saint? Gathering members of the guild to grind levels was Lady Casanova's task. Jiang Fei had no need to worry about that. In fact, even Rosa Rosette was in the faction region. With her around, Jiang Fei would let her take care of the Demon Dragon Fortress. That's not all. Many of the profession players had moved out from Dawnlight City to the Demon Fortress. Many of the gathering class could also collect many precious ingredients there. Crafting class players would be able to utilize all the crafting facilities that Jiang Fei had paid to build for. Even though they were mostly greenhorns, Jiang Fei was still optimistic about them improving the castle's defense. Until the day the fortress was truly built up, it was very much susceptible to attacks from the Light faction. Now that almost everything about the guild was taken care for, Jiang Fei and Isabella went to the battlefield. Jiang Fei flew up high and situated himself right in the center between the Light and the Shadow faction's armies. From up high, Jiang Fei noticed that there was not much going on but small skirmishes between smaller companies here and there. On the other hand, the players themselves were fighting like their lives depends on it. Not only were the pub players were fighting each other, but there were also many smaller guilds that had gathered together and fight other smaller guilds of the opposite faction. Why are they fighting? Said Jiang Fei to himself. Logically, there was no reason to fight each other just yet. Dying in the faction area would not cost any experience points, level, or even equipment. Naturally, equipment would still drop to the ground on death, but players could easily collect a piece of brand new equipment from one of the NPC officers from their respective fortress. However, that equipment would only be green-graded equipment. It was the lousiest one there was, as it was only slightly stronger than a white graded equipment. Technically, there could be a reason to fight in the battlefield only if they had accepted quests from the NPC. Jiang Fei descended lower to have a closer look and finally understood why players had started fighting against each other. They were fighting for the ruins of a fortress that was situated right in between the Light and Shadow faction. The fortress was much smaller than the Demon Dragon Fortress. Albeit being small, the ruins of the fortress were in a good position. If any side had managed to claim it, they would have the upper hand in the fight. Jiang Fei had not noticed this small fortress since he was simply roaming around long ago. He was not purposefully searching for a territory for himself. Naturally, smaller guilds that were fighting for the ruins would eventually give way to bigger, more powerful guilds. Hence, it would be wise to grab the fortress as soon as possible. Not to mention the unspoken rules of first come first serve. To be fair, the fortress was right in between two factions. They were not the only ones that had noticed about the fortress. Hence, war erupted as to claim the fortress for their own. At first, it was just a small fight between guilds to claim a territory. However, as reinforcements came in, more and more pub players noticed it and decided to join the fray. Eventually, what was supposed to be a small fight turned out to become war. It was for fun. That is why people play games. If someone were to attack one of your own allies, you would not kick back and relax. You would go in and fight till the last man drops. Best of all, since they were in the faction area, there was only one enemy, making it easier to land an attack even if they were not looking. Looks fun. Shall we go down and play around a little bit? Said Isabella. Nah. I'm not interested in that ruins. Let them fight. Jiang Fei shook his head. He was waiting for the NPCs to start their war so that he could sneak in and save the Saint of the Light. Luckily for him, the war started after an hour. Both sides sent out all their armies and clashed into each other. The clashing point was located near the ruins of the fortress where players were fighting to claim. As it was the perfect critical point of attack, both sides had set up temporary camps and stationed their troops there. TSK. What's so good about that piece of junk fortress? Said Jiang Fei to himself as he continued to watch the petty squabbles between players of the Light and Shadow faction. The fortress was good if only Jiang Fei had found it first before he had set up the Demon Dragon Fortress. He might have enough time to build up defenses and turn it into a checkpoint for the Shadow faction. However, the war had already started. Even if Jiang Fei dived down and claimed it for himself, he would not be able to build it up properly. There would be battles taking places around the fortress and players would attack it relentlessly. Before he could even lay down the foundation of the fortress, it would be destroyed once more. Both the Light and the Shadow faction had quickly set up their camps and the NPC had started to assign quests for players to take. It did not take long for the pub players to notice there were quests available for them. As soon as the news got out, the petty squabbles for the fortress died down as players had chosen to focus on the quests. Pub players were the main takers of the NPC quests since the squabbles for the fortress were mainly participated by guilds. Solo players would never have a chance to claim the fortress. Since it was a game, both factions had set up their camps almost at the same time. As soon as the chain of command had set up their own camps, a cold war ensued. Both sides would send out spies to the enemy for intel gathering as well as sabotaging missions. Along the way, small battles will ensue. The quests that were available for players to take was basically ambush and attack patrolling enemy soldiers. Pub players would form a party to complete the quest. However, the targets were always level 70 advanced elite soldiers. Killing them proved too hard for them. Hence, they would increase their party size to 30 players to defeat the soldiers. Technically speaking, completing the quest by forming a large party was extremely inefficient. I should wait until the battle gets even wilder before I save the saint, said Jiang Fei to himself. When he had that thought, he smiled sinisterly. He wanted to see the faces of both the NPCs and the players when they saw their beloved Saint of the Light running away with him, a Nephilim from the Shadow faction. Jiang Fei did not have to wait for long as many players had gone all their way just to complete the quests taken from the NPCs. Still, being underleveled severely, they could not do much of an impact on the enemy even with a large party. Jiang Fei knew that the time was ripe when he noticed that the patrolling soldiers had started to grow stronger. It started out as foot soldiers and slowly upgraded to knights. Once the patrolling soldiers were all knights, Jiang Fei flew back to the Demon Flame Fortress. Inside the commander's hall, Jiang Fei could only detect the frontline commander Ivan and the Saint of the Light. The Knights Commander Hines and the Demolition General Frizzed was missing as they were probably out in the battlefield. Jiang Fei sneaked past Commander Ivan, and when he saw a chance, he went and hid behind the Saint of the Light. "Your Highness, it is time." "Come with me," said Jiang Fei quietly. "Are you saving me now?" said the Saint, excited. "Yes. I have stolen the Demon Lord's royal decree. With this, I can bring you out of the demon's territory," said Jiang Fei. It was not the complete truth. The commanding order was a piece of paper handwritten by the Nephilim King himself and given to Jiang Fei. The two had collaborated perfectly. Now, all they had to wait for was the Saint of the Light to surrender herself. Chapter 567, Wanted Man, "I so glad to hear that." "Let us leave this instant," said the Saint. With the royal decree in hand, no demon forces could stop Jiang Fei and the Saint from leaving. "I'll open the door now," said Jiang Fei. This time, Jiang Fei was smart enough to hide Isabella in the pet slot. She was the princess of the royal Nephilim after all. If she was by his side, the Saint might have a second thought. As the two were leaving the hall, Ivan came about and stopped the Saint. "Your Highness, where do you think you're going, Lord Commander? I have the Nephilim King's royal decree here." "I need to take him to see the king," said Jiang Fei as he took out the decree and showed it to Ivan. Ivan took the paper and read it. There was no way he would not trust Jiang Fei, as the royal decree was given to Jiang Fei by the king himself. "All right then, have a safe trip," said Ivan as he left the two alone without a single shred of doubt. Once they were both out of the commander's hall, Jiang Fei summoned the juvenile sky-gliding dragon and helped the Saint to ride on it. "Sit tight. If this is your first time riding a dragon, it might get a little breezy up in the sky," said Jiang Fei as he took off. 1 hour later, Jiang Fei and the Saint arrived at the front-line camp of the Shadow faction. The border to the other side was only a few tens of kilometers away, and Jiang Fei should be able to enter the territory of the Light faction in less than a minute. As they flew across the battlefield, Jiang Fei took notice of the situation. There were thousands of knights from both factions fighting against each other. Both sides were evenly matched, and as a result, both sides sustained heavy casualties. Even players themselves had to retreat. Half a day had already passed since the start of the game, and many of the pub players understood that they were severely underperforming in the fight. Knowing their drawbacks, they retreated from the battlefield to obediently find a safe place to grind their level. 1 minute later, Jiang Fei had successfully brought the Saint of the Light into the Light faction territory. "Thank you so much for helping me. I never thought that we could safely escape," cried the Saint as she hugged Jiang Fei from behind. Ding! Quest completed. You have obtained 50 million experience points, 3,000 gold coins, gemstone, Mountain of the Light, ding. Congratulations player Verger Glider for reaching level 70. All attributes +1. Obtain 5 attribute points, ding. Congratulations player Verger Glider for reaching level 70. The third title challenge quest has begun, ding. You have obtained 5,000 reputation points from the Saint of the Light. Current reputation level of the Saint of the Light is infatuated. Curse you, mortal. You dare to court my woman. I will have your life. After a chain of notifications popped up one after another, a sudden roar could be heard from the heavens. No matter where players were, even in the beginner's village, everyone could hear that raging roar coming from the sky. Ding! You have angered the Divine Light God for corrupting the Saint of the Light, ding. The Divine Light God has issued an order. All Light faction NPCs will have the maximum level of enmity towards you. If you are in the Light faction territory, NPC will target you first, ding. the Divine Light God has issued a kill order for your head. All players from the Light faction and the neutral faction will automatically receive a quest to kill you for a handsome reward of experience points and equipment. Ding! You have been marked by the Divine Light God. Whenever you are in the Light faction territory, your location will be broadcast to all Light faction players every 5 minutes by the Chich's judiciary. Oh my! That sounded like trouble, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had never thought that he could incur the wrath of the gods just by having the Saint of the Light falling in love with him. As a matter of fact, he had a kill order on his head. Right now, Jiang Fei was aimed by all players of both the Light and the neutral faction. He was the treasure trove. Killing him was even better than having to fight a boss, since there would be NPCs to assist the player. Ding! The most wanted man in the Light faction has been found in XXX. All players of the Light faction are advised to find him and execute the man. In no time at all, the first broadcast of Jiang Fei's location was revealed to all the players in the Light faction. OSH*T. I need to bail, cried Jiang Fei as he quickly turned the dragon around. Even though he was not too worried about players killing him, since the chances of anyone in the world having one of the 9 cauldrons was extremely slim. There was practically no threat to his life then. However, he could not ignore the fact that the NPCs from the church judiciary will appear to hunt him. To think that Sylphie was just a lowly member of the Chich's judiciary proves that there would be more powerful NPCs appearing to kill him. If they were to send a small scrap, they would be roughly at the same level as Sylphie or even stronger. There was no way he could fend them off. Brother, where are we going? Said the Saint. After reaching Infatuated, the voice and tone of the Saint had changed immensely. Before, she was dignified and proud. Now, like Sylphie, she was love-struck and her tone was sweet and soft. Even the way she addressed Jiang Fei had changed. I have no idea. Running away is the main priority, said Jiang Fei as he zoomed across the sky to escape back into the Shadow Faction's territory. There was a gate to the abyss there in the front line camp. If any high-tier bosses from the Light faction appear, there would be someone there to stop them. As soon as Jiang Fei left, several pillars of light came down from the heavens. After the light dissipates, several NPCs came out. It was the same traveling ability that Sylphie used. He had escaped. Shall we pursue? No, we mustn't bring this personal matter into the Shadow faction. I concur, we shall return. All the church judiciary NPCs discussed amongst themselves and quickly returned to their own territory. After they were gone, many players had swarmed the place, hoping to find Jiang Fei there since the system had publicly announced his position. Even though they had the numbers, they were all too slow to even see the trail of clouds Jiang Fei left when he flew back to the Shadow faction. Even though he was in the front line camp of the Shadow faction, he was still anxious about his current predicament. Hence, he quickly used the abyssal door and went to the 10th floor of the abyss. Only then, he could breathe normally. Bella, did you know that the god will come for me? Jiang Fei roared to Isabella after he had called her out from the pet slot. Ack! You found out. Eh! Isabella squeaked and blew raspberries at Jiang Fei. She then turned to the Saint and smiled. Even though you are the Saint of the Light, you are the last one to arrive. So, you must address me as your elder sister, all right? Sister Bella. However, I am no longer accepted by the Light. Please do not call me a saint. My real name is Nina, said the ex-Saint of the Light. Immediately after she had introduced her name as Nina, her name tag changed as well. Ding! The Saint of the Light had chosen to betray her faith to the Light and chose to follow the Nephilim race, player Verger Glider. Due to the betrayal of her faith, all Light faction members suffered from a great loss. All NPCs Celestial tier and below and players alike will suffer from a 5% reduction of all attribute. This effect lasts for 7 days. Out of a sudden, millions of players cried out in anger and was suddenly silenced. When the notification popped out, all players from the Light faction raged on. They quickly checked their status and found out that they had indeed been weakened by 5%. In a fit of rage, everyone cursed Jiang Fei and wanted revenge for whatever crockery that he had done. Chapter 568, Humiliating the Divine Light God. What the hell? I've only just entered the new map and was hammered by this F***king debuff. It's that guy. Verger Glider's fault. Damn him. Why would he do something like this? Don't let me see him in public or he'll gouge his eyes out. Get over it. I wonder who would be the one gouging their eyes out. That guy is kinda strong to actually flirt with the woman of the Divine Light God. While all the players were venting their anger at Jiang Fei was venting his anger at Isabella. Tell me the truth. You must have known about this and kept it a secret from me. Jiang Fei roared as he pinches Isabella's soft cheeks. Isabella slapped Jiang Fei's hands off and laughed about it. I see nothing wrong here. You are part of the Nephilim race. If the Divine Light God wanted to get you, he would have to go through my father first. Isabella had indeed known the truth. She understood the fact that helping the Saint of the Light to betray her own faith will come with huge consequences. Even though the saint was someone in the middle rank of the church with little to no power in her hands, she was still at the same position as the Pope himself in the eyes of the follower. If the Pope is the messenger of God, the saint would be the secretary of God. Technically speaking, she was his woman. Naturally, when Jiang Fei kidnapped her away, it was a move to humiliate the divine God to the public. Naturally, the all-powerful God would retaliate. Both Isabella and the king knew about it but decided to keep it to themselves. They knew that Jiang Fei was the disciple of Oyezi, one of the 4 heavenly sages. If they could coax Jiang Fei to rattle the Light faction, Oyezi might not be joining the Shadow faction, but at least he would have built enmity towards the Light faction. TSK. If you dare to do something like this again, it'll smack your bum so hard that it would jiggle for days. Jiang Fei roared angrily. Even though the kill order for Jiang Fei was not all that intrusive to his life, for better or worse, he might not be able to venture into the Light faction territory, but all that matters was he did not like the feeling of being lied to. Sorry. It won't happen again, said Isabella as she smothered herself into Jiang Fei's chest. After understanding why the Divine Light God had so much hatred towards him, Jiang Fei had come to terms about his future in the faction map. Now that he had sorted his feelings about being punished, it was time to review his rewards. Firstly, when Nina had finally reached infatuated level of reputation, she had unconditionally created a love contract with Jiang Fei. That would permanently increase his attack and movement speed by 5%. At the same time, Nina herself had joined the merry little harem. Likewise, she was in the same status as Ariel and Sylphie. Neither of them could join Jiang Fei if he enters a dungeon or secret dungeon. However, in the open world map, she would be an invaluable partner to fight. Jiang Fei opened up Nina's status window and got a shock to see the frail little girl had such a powerful stat. Nina, the Trader of the Light, human, intermediate overlord, level 95, health points 100%, note, Verger Glider's lover. A wanted criminal of the Light faction. Since she was an ally NPC now, Jiang Fei was not able to obtain the battle stat of Nina. However, just with the title itself, Jiang Fei understood that an intermediate overlord had proved that the frail little Nina was the strongest member in his harem. She was even stronger than Sylphie. Jiang Fei could not understand how someone like her got herself captured in the first place. Could it be that she was a class that could only heal and not attack? Jiang Fei glanced down and could not help but click his tongue disgruntledly when he saw the footnote saying Verger Glider's lover. That tag will always be in the footnote every time an NPC had contracted with Jiang Fei. Although Sylphie had also betrayed the Light faction, Nina was the only one that had the tag wanted criminal. After all, her sin was too grave since she held a high position in the church. Although Jiang Fei had received the penalty from God himself, he was only the second most wanted criminal of the church. When Jiang Fei completed the quest by Nina, he had only seen the notification before it got masked over by other notifications. Moreover, he was on the run and had no time to check. Jiang Fei opened up his inventory and examined the reward. Mountain of the Light, Gemstone, Legendary, Attribute, increased 10% vitality points. Reduces all incoming damage by 10%. Socket equipment, defensive equipment, cape. The reward for rescuing Nina was a high-tier gemstone. The effect was quite strong for Jiang Fei since he had a high base of vitality points. The damage reduction effect plays an important role for him as well. More importantly, the effect of damage reduction was an extremely rare stat. Even though he was excited to receive the gemstone, he chose to keep it for later since once the gemstone is used, it could not be removed. Jiang Fei's current equipment was the level 60 legendary set equipment. Even though its stats were very strong, it would become obsolete once Jiang Fei reached a certain level. Hence, high-tier gemstones are priceless. Jiang Fei's cape, the Crimson Reaper, has lifesteal and lifesteal demon form that was very useful, but Jiang Fei still hesitated to use it then. Besides the quest reward for Nina, Jiang Fei had received a title challenge quest. While everyone else was still an adventurer, the lowest tier, Jiang Fei was already an explorer, the second tier. The title challenge quest that Jiang Fei had received was for the title Elite Explorer. Right then, he still had one more quest reward to claim. "Let's see your father." "I have a bone to pick with him as well," said Jiang Fei as he held Isabella's hand and went to the Nephilim's king castle. The clueless Nina, who had nowhere to go, followed Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei and Isabella were not strangers to the NPCs in the royal chamber. Even though they had brought along a person with a strong light aura, they dared not stop them. While no one could simply just walk into the royal chamber freely, Jiang Fei and Isabella could, since they were not just anyone. "Your Highness, I brought someone," said Jiang Fei as he invites Nina to the front. "Your Highness," said Nina as she bowed a little while blushing madly since Jiang Fei was holding her hands. Even so, she did not forget to respect anyone that was stronger. "Good one," bellowed the king as he gave Jiang Fei a thumbs up. When the divine light god had roared and his voice echoed to every corner of the world, the Nephilim king knew that Jiang Fei had succeeded the impossible mission that he had given to Jiang Fei. When he saw how the ex-saint of the light was madly in love with Jiang Fei, he could not help but feel proud and impressed by his action. "Ha ha ha! How long since I have seen anyone who could do what you did?" "As long as I can remember, there was someone. A dragon, it was more than 10,000 years ago, I remember. But I could recall that the dragon has more charm than you had," said the Nephilim king. "Ugh, that lustful dragon." Jiang Fei cringed madly when he recalled about that perverted dragon. Chapter 569, Dragon's Bane. "Not bad, kid. You have done your part and I shall do mine," said Augustus, the Nephilim king. Ding! Beyond Legendary Hidden Quest, Courting the Saint of the Light has been completed. Ding! You have obtained 3 billion experience points, 200,000 gold coins, 5,000 Nephilim race reputation points, 2,000 Shadow Faction reputation points. Ding! You have obtained a holy item, Dragon's Bane. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 71. All attribute +1. Obtain 5 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 72. All attribute +1. Obtain 5 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 73. All attribute +1. Obtain 5 attribute points. Once 3 billion experience points came in, Jiang Fei immediately gained 6 levels and reached level 76. At the same time, his reputation level with the Nephilim race was at respect and approved with the entire Shadow Faction. After allocating all the attribute points to Vitality, Jiang Fei examined the second holy item that he could use. Dragon's Bane, Throwing Weapon, Nephilim Holy Item, Use, throw the spear to a target, dealing damage 100 times your attack power. Note, Dragon's Bane is a spear that auto-locks on a target. Attacks will have a 100% hit rate as well as ignoring all defense or damage mitigation effect. Once tossed out, you must pick it up again to use it again. Jiang Fei was speechless. The holy item was too strong to even be called a holy item. Unlike any other kinds of weapon that Jiang Fei had seen, Dragon's Bane was a throwing weapon that does not require a player to equip it to use. Like a bomb or explosive devices that Jiang Fei had used before, the Dragon's Bane could be used at any moment in time just by taking it out of the inventory. Unfortunately, being extremely powerful, the spear would require the user to pick it up after throwing it out. If the enemy had not perished, anyone could pick it up and use it against him. Even though it had such a problematic effect, the holy item attack power was horrendously strong. Jiang Fei had basically obtained a powerful nuclear weapon. With the Dragon's Bane, he had greater confidence in finishing the third title challenge quest. Before he bid farewell to Augustus, Jiang Fei had requested the king for a position in the Shadow faction for Nina. The king had agreed immediately as he needed the ex-Saint of the Light to spread his influences around. Basically, to do the same job as she did in the Light faction. It was all to defeat the Light faction. After returning to the Demon Flame Fortress, Jiang Fei, Nina, and Sylphie went to look for Hua Mulan. With 2 Overlord tier bosses helping him, Jiang Fei's Demon Dragon Fortress was as good as impregnable. After everything was done, Jiang Fei looked through the quest window to view the content of the third title challenge quest. Quest name, The Progression of the Brave One. Quest objective, defeat the Drake, Fleur and use Fleur's muscles to summon and kill the Yeti King Uzdan. Quest reward, title Elite Explorer. Since the title challenge was a solo quest, Isabella was the only one that could follow Jiang Fei to finish the quest. He could not bring in his harem to help him. Right on! Let's go, said Jiang Fei confidently. He was already level 76, which surpassed the recommended level. Besides that, he had the Dragon's Bane in his inventory. The location that the quest had provided was still within the faction region. However, it was extremely far from the Demon Flame Fortress and the Light faction. It was the territory of the Draconian race. Jiang Fei was confused as Drake was part of the Draconian race. Isabella explained to Jiang Fei that a long time ago, ancient dragons were a sociable race that had befriended and did it with females of other races. In the end, there were many different kinds of subspecies. There were so many different kinds that Isabella was lazy to list them all. Drakes had many similar characteristics of a dragon. The difference was that drakes had no wings and were much smaller. They were quadrupedal by nature and had low levels of intelligence. It was unknown as to why there were so many drakes roaming around the Draconian territory. The reason was unknown because of the dragon's ignorant behavior. They would not recognize the drakes as one of their own. They would not care for them, or rather, the drakes were just too small for them to notice. Lastly, they would not want to know their origin as well. If you tried to talk about drakes or other illegitimate offsprings to a real dragon, they would immediately change the topic or leave you alone. Due to their nature, the drakes were ignored completely. If one was killed within the Draconian territory, no dragons would even be bothered by it. Since the death of a drake was treated like the death of a chicken, many had come from a faraway land to kill them. As such, the title Dragon Slayer had become common. Although they dared not and could not fight a real dragon, defeating a drake was still a commendable feat. Jiang Fei and Isabella had been flying for more than 5 hours. As he landed, he could not help but feel envious of NPC's teleportation ability. Maps were just too large to travel across even with the help of a dragon mount. Thank goodness that he had a beautiful dame by his side, or Jiang Fei might have already stopped halfway through and given up. Huh? What the hell? Cried Jiang Fei as he saw someone roaming around. The city of sinners is just nearby. They must have come from there, said Isabella. City of sinners, said Jiang Fei, confused. The name was familiar, but he could not recall when or where did he hear it. After a while, he finally remembered it. When Jiang Fei had logged into the game, the system had published a system patch information. All players who chose the Shadow faction will be teleported to the Demon Flame Fortress, players who chose the Light faction will be teleported to the Divine Light Fortress, and players who chose the Neutral faction will be sent to the City of Sinners. I think we should go to the City of Sinners first to unlock the teleportation node. That'll save us a lot of time, said Jiang Fei. There were many means of traveling in the game besides running. Teleportation Circle exists to help players travel instantaneously to another city, although it would cost a few gold coins. The conditions to travel to another city was to either utilize a quest that would automatically teleport you to the city or travel there by your own 2 feet. Only through registering the teleportation node in your character. You may travel to said node again. In simple terms, you would need to travel there by foot once, unlock the teleportation circle, and then you would be able to teleport to the city freely. Jiang Fei was still flying in the sky when he made his way to the City of Sinners. It was a level 50 map, but players that were present then were only about level 45. Forming a party here and grinding levels would be good since the monster's spawn rate and the experience points were high. Even the equipment drop rate was good as compared to the earlier maps. Chapter 570, Instant Death. Jiang Fei did not bother to talk to any of the players there as there was none that he recognized. He merely flew over them and minded his own business. As soon as he saw his target, Jiang Fei descended and landed not too far away from the Drake. However, as soon as he approached his target, he saw someone was fighting it. That made him incredibly mad. Luckily, the one that was fighting Drake Fleur was not a player, but an elven NPC named Damos. The elves were enemies of Nephilim race, hence from Jiang Fei's perspective, Jiang Fei saw 2 NPCs with red name tags fighting each other. Drake Fleur, Drake, Intermediate Lord, level 75, health points 15 million, attack power 26,000, skills Stomp, Bite, Berserk. Damos, Elf, Intermediate Lord, level 75, health points 15 million, attack power 25,000, skills Enhanced Evasion, Roundhouse Kick, Wind Spirit Infusion, Shadow Strike. From the looks of their stats, the 2 were equally strong. Beast-type monsters had stronger attack and higher health points, while humanoid monsters had better skills. The 2 were evenly matched. TSK. It's the idiotic Dragon Slayer wannabe. Isabella clicked her tongue and grunted. I see. Isabella had explained to him once that many warriors were warned not to disturb any being from the Draconian race. However, if they could get themselves a Dragon Slayer title, they could go back to their hometowns and boast. Hence, as the story of the games goes, NPCs would often hunt for the dumber subspecies of Draconians and kill them to earn the title. All dragon offsprings would carry some memory of their ancestor in their genes. However, the product of copulating between a male dragon and other races would not mix well. Even though they would carry the dominant gene, the offsprings were often retarded in nature. Other races could not properly understand the complexity of the draconian knowledge, and it would corrupt the brains of the offsprings that inherited them. Hence, even though there were so many dragon subspecies around, only a handful of them had proper intelligence. Drake Fleur was one of those that had their brains fried, albeit having superior physique and strength. Hence, even though it was fighting the elf evenly for now, it had failed to understand the enemy's scheme. Leading it to a simple trap or ambush was as simple as taking candy from a baby. Interesting, said Jiang Fei to himself as he observed the battle between the 2 NPCs. When he just arrived, the 2 had sustained some damage from each other. The Drake had 70% health points left while the elf had over 90%. The thing was, Jiang Fei had been observing the match for roughly 10 minutes and nothing had changed. This must be where I come in, said Jiang Fei. It was obvious then that Jiang Fei was meant to step in between the fight. Even if he waited until the end of time, the 2 would still be fighting, with one at 70% health and the other at 90%. Bad luck, I guess, said Jiang Fei to himself. If he had done the quest yesterday, he could step in and side with the elf to take down the Drake. Even though Jiang Fei was an enemy of the elves, he would still allow Jiang Fei to help since an enemy of an enemy is a friend. Logically speaking, the elf would not do anything to Jiang Fei until the Drake is taken down. The bad luck that Jiang Fei had exclaimed was him being declared as a wanted man by the divine light god. His hatred in the eyes of all light faction was at the max. As long as he was within range of the elf NPC, he would surely change his target to Jiang Fei. On the other hand, the Drake was the quest target. It will also attack Jiang Fei first. Hence, the quest difficulty had only doubled. Tisk, whoever designed this retarded quest must have hated the Shadow faction. Why couldn't it be a neutral faction NPC fighting the Drake? How bothersome. Despite that, Jiang Fei did not hesitate to step into the fight. If it was a while ago, he would have skipped the quest until he was much stronger. With the dragon's bane in his hands, how could he still be mad about it? Bella, could you please wait here for a bit? Said Jiang Fei as he changed into his demon form. With almost 12,000 defense and doubled attack power, Jiang Fei would be able to stand in the fight for some time before being killed. Moreover, his movement speed was so fast that he had not needed the dragon to fly him there. Aren't you the lowly demon that had courted the Saint of the Light? I shall have your head, the elf roared and immediately changed his target to Jiang Fei. What the hell is wrong with him? Bah! I shall kill him first then, Jiang Fei snarled back and attacked the elf. At the same time, when the Drake had noticed Jiang Fei coming in closer, it roared and charged towards him. The two bosses' attacks were painful, but Jiang Fei was still able to hold up since he had powerful lifesteal effect. As long as Jiang Fei continues to attack, he would be fine. As soon as Jiang Fei started attacking, he had noticed that his attack speed had indeed been increased. It was the passive skill, Infatuation. It was so fast that Jiang Fei could attack 2 times in 1 second, allowing him to stack Ruthless Barrage to the max in less than 5 seconds. Time to die, Jiang Fei roared as he took out the dragon's bane and throwing it at the elf. What in the world, all Damos could feel then was a powerful devastating aura coming towards him. However, before he could react to it, he was immediately pierced by the spear and killed. Minus 19,827,514. Jiang Fei's attack had dealt close to 20 million damage in a single attack. Even if the elf was at 100% health, he would still die instantly by the spear. The poor Damos could only scream in pain as the spear pierced through his chest. Sadly, since he was part of the quest, Damos did not drop anything, not even experience points. Your turn, said Jiang Fei as he picked up the spear and aimed it at Drake. The reason he killed Damos first was that he hated him from the start and the fear of his knowledge of the weapon's prowess and using it against him. Now that there was no one else there to pick the spear, he could easily pick it up himself and use it again without fear. Huh? There's no cooldown? This is truly overpowered, cried Jiang Fei when he picked the spear up. No wonder the spear did not have an auto-retrieval system. If the user would simply throw this spear without cooldown, he could even kill a god or gods easily. Jiang Fei thrust his arms up high and hurled the spear to the Drake, instantly killing it. After he retrieved Dragon's Bane, he felt lucky that he got to test the weapon with the Drake and the elf. I can't use this spear in any other battles beside a solo fight. If someone else picks it up, I'm dead, said Jiang Fei. Chapter 571, City of Sinners. Jiang Fei obtained a piece of Drake's meat that was required and left the place. He opened up the map and saw that the snow mountains that he was supposed to summon the Yeti King was very far away. With the time that was left, there was no way he could make it to the snow mountains before the server kicks him out. Might as well take a detour for a bit since there's no time limit for the title challenge quest. Isabella, let's go to the City of Sinners and unlock the teleportation circle there, said Jiang Fei. Isabella replied with a simple hum and followed Jiang Fei to ride the skygliding dragon. The Draconian territory was located at the border of the neutral faction's map. The City of Sinners was situated in the middle of the entire faction. Technically speaking, the entire faction region was divided into 3 areas. The first area was called the combat area where both the Light and the Shadow faction reigned. In this area, players from the opposing faction could kill each other for their own reasons. Here, NPCs would assist players in battle. Naturally, if players entered a faction territory that they do not belong to, the NPC soldiers would attack them. Besides the combat area, which took up almost more than half of the entire faction region, there was the neutral faction which was located up north. It was often called the Chaos region as there was no rule. As long as no one disturbed an NPC, one would be on their way as they pleased. Even if you fought another player and broke his skull in front of an NPC, no one would interfere with you, even if the player you defeated belonged to the neutral faction. The last region was where the sea folk reigned, the endless seas. Since there were no players or sea folk races, they could do quests in the beach, just like Jiang Fei did, and gathered abilities to dive down into the deep seas where the merfolk and Naga could be found. Most players had chosen to side with either the light or the shadow. Only less than 10% of the entire player base of the game picked the neutral faction. Even though freedom was guaranteed, there was no quest for war. As a result, their equipment and leveling progression would be severely impacted. For better or worse, with peace, there would be no war. If there was no war, there would not be loot for them. Since the City of Sinners was not too far away, Jiang Fei only took less than half an hour to reach the gates. As expected of the neutral zone, all NPCs had their reputation level set to neutral mandatorily at default. No matter how many quests you fulfill, there was no way you could increase the reputation level. Even Jiang Fei's Romeo title was not in effect, as the system had set it that way. Even though it was not too good for male players to court around. It was extremely relaxing for Jiang Fei, since he would not be accidentally courting female NPCs just by walking close to them. Alas, not everyone's dream was to have girls flocking to them. First, Jiang Fei headed to the teleportation circle to unlock it for future usage. Since Jiang Fei was not of the neutral faction, there was no NPC coming to his side to guide him around the region. He was on his own to do whatever he wanted to do. So this is the City of Sinners. It was as the legends had stated. Isabella was amazed by the city's sights. "What legends are you talking about?" asked Jiang Fei. "There is a story that I had heard. Somewhere in the world, there exists a city where anyone could do anything they want. There was no rule. No restrictions. The phrase, survival of the fittest, was the only one rule here. As long as you can fend for yourself, you would be safe. That is why there would be fights here and there," said Isabella. Coincidentally, as if the system was demonstrating what Isabella had just explained, Jiang Fei spotted a fight right after Isabella was done explaining. In the previous region, the main city, players were not allowed to fight each other. They could, but NPC guards would immediately catch and throw them into the jail as a penalty. In the City of Sinners, there was no such NPC. Hence, when players had found out that there were no restrictions to forbid them from fighting, all hell broke loose. Naturally, dying would still have their penalty, but it was too small to even care. Even though all of the players' equipped gears would drop on death, items in the inventory drop at an extremely low rate. For better or worse, dying in this region would not deduct experience points. Hence, if an impasse was not resolved, players would easily resort to violence. Besides fights and petty squabbles, the City of Sinners was the gathering point for bandits and thieves. In the main cities, the bandits would find it extremely hard to do what they do best. Even in the wild, players would choose a map with NPC patrolling to prevent themselves from being killed by the bandits or thief-class players. In the neutral map, killing had become the norm. Hence, the name City of Sinners. The best part of the city is still the auction center. "If you're lucky, you can get rare items there," said Isabella as she jumped and clapped around like a little girl getting excited to go to Disneyland. The auction was the only method of selling off stolen items. Even NPCs would sell their stuff there, and as Isabella had said, if one was lucky enough, there would be priceless items up for sale. "That's interesting. Let's go and see," said Jiang Fei. He was excited about it as well. He had just obtained 200,000 gold coins as a reward from the Beyond Legendary Hidden Quest. If there was a place to spend it all, it would be in the auction house. "Let's go! Let's go!" cried Isabella. The little Nephilim princess was too easy to understand sometimes. Judging from how Isabella had reacted to the auction, Jiang Fei knew that she had wanted to see the auction. Even though she was a princess, it was her first time coming into the City of Sinners that she had heard so much about. Thankfully, Jiang Fei did not run into any problems as he asked NPC for the location of the auction. It was a neutral zone after all. The auction house here, in the City of Sinners, was different from the ones in the main city. Like a hotel room, a player would be separated from the rest of the individuals, like a dungeon. It's so private," said Jiang Fei after he entered the auction house. The room he was in, there was no buyer or seller. There were merely items on a window as the name of the seller was not displayed. "It's for the protection of both sides of the transaction," said Isabella as she puffed out her chest proudly. "Haha, thank you very much for explaining," said Jiang Fei to play along with her cute little act. Hiding the name of the seller and the buyer was a good idea since 90% of all the items sold there were obtained illegitimately. No one wants trouble for it. Jiang Fei scrolled through the item list and found a few good items out of the mountain of trash. Most of the good items were artifacts that only NPCs would be interested in. They were just ETC items and could not be used for anything besides taking up space in a player's inventory. Besides quests, there was no reason to keep them. After scrolling for some time, Jiang Fei scoffed disgruntledly as there was nothing that he wanted. Then again, there were so many players in the neutral faction, to begin with. It would not be odd if others had already gotten them before Jiang Fei. Chapter 572, Good News. With the remaining time, Jiang Fei wasted it all in the auction house, scrolling through the endless list of trash, until it was time to leave. In the end, he could not even find one good item. After he woke up, he helped his mother to prepare a wholesome breakfast and spent the entire morning with them. By the time it was noon, Schroeder called in. "Dear Jiang, the higher-ups have made their decision. We would want all 500 pills. If you have more pills to sell, we would gladly buy more of them," said Schroeder happily. He himself was a higher-level mutant that could make good use of the spirit pills. "All right. It's a deal. Please get the goods ready. I'll inform my master to retrieve them whenever you are ready," said Jiang Fei. It was dangerous to get close to the highly radioactive materials. Even though it was dangerous, Jiang Fei was going to go with the Zhuge Shanshan's identity to retrieve the uranium, like he always did. "Gotcha! I will do my best to prepare them as fast as possible. I'll be in touch soon," said Schroeder. 500 spirit pills was equal to 5,000 tons of uranium. Preparing them would take some time. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fei asked 0541 telepathically, "How are the pills coming along?" "They are all ready, Captain." "A total of 4,000, nice," Jiang Fei said to himself. Even though the process was meticulous, 0541 was up for the job. "Captain, with all the power reserves used to make the pills, the remaining power left would only last for a few days. It is advisable to quickly finish the trade." 0541 current power reserve level was lower than the time when Jiang Fei had resurfaced from Challenger's Deep. If Jiang Fei could not get a new power source within a week, 0541 will be forced to set itself in low-power hibernation mode. "Calm down. The mutants are more stressed out than us. They won't take too long to get the uranium ready," Jiang Fei laughed to himself. The Japanese may have already mass-produced level 2 and level 3 biohumans, but they had gravely underestimated the effort Jiang Fei had invested into arming the rest of the metahuman society. Today was a rather pleasant day as good news kept streaming in. After Schroeder, Han Tianyu called on a little after midday to tell him that Alliance had prepared all 24 martial skill books for him to trade with. "Good. I'll be over there at night." The sooner he could get his hands on the books, the faster 0541 could craft more powerful martial skills for him. By lunchtime, Sitang came over to his house with a handful of containers filled with store-bought meals. The cheeky little girl did not know how to cook. She always thought that Jiang Fei did not get enough to eat at home, so she thought it would be a good idea to get some takeaway for him. When Sitang had arrived, Jiang Fei's mother welcomed her happily. She cooked a few dishes and paired them with the food that Sitang had brought in. "Auntie, where's Uncle?" Sitang asked. "Your uncle is working in the office now. He will only be back for dinner," said the mother. Even though Jiang Fei had already asked Han Tianyu to arrange him an off-desk job, Jiang Fei's father himself had demanded to work in the office. He did not want to take advantage of his son's relationship with Han Tianyu and slack off. To be truthful, he was an honorable man as he did not care about the money. He only felt guilty since the money was not truly his. Jiang Fei spent the entire afternoon with Si Tang at home. Albeit it was a good time, he did not want Si Tang to stay over for dinner as he was needed somewhere else later at night. After he had returned from her house, the door opposite his house opened. "Brother Jiang Fei, is the girl you sent home your girlfriend?" said Yang Qing with a glare. Jiang Fei turned around and glared back. "You dare," Jiang Fei snarled with maximum hostility. His killing intent burst out like a megaton nuclear bomb. "Do you really hate us that much?" said Yang Qing abruptly before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence. As soon as he realized that he had gone overboard, he quickly calmed down. "Not to the point of hate," said Jiang Fei. What he really wanted to say was, "I can't read your F***king minds. How should I know if you were just asking out of curiosity or plotting something against me? You're the one to blame. You and your sister's schemes." "All right then." Yang Qing smiled. "In that case, why didn't you come over and hang out with us?" "It's been a while since we actually talked," said Yang Qing. As expected of the little devil. This girl had masks of emotion ready and could immediately change her mood depending on the situation. Jiang Fei got tired of trying to read her. Before he could answer, Yang Qing leaped to him and grabbed his arm and pressed them against her chest. "It's about time. I will talk to my parents a little bit." "I'll see you in Han Tianyu's office," cried Jiang Fei before Yang Qing could say anything. He quickly wriggled his arms off her and barged into his own house. Even though he did not have the nerve to directly reject a girl's invitation, Jiang Fei was still able to remove himself from the temptation of another woman after he had officially become Si Tang's man. After Jiang Fei left Yang Qing alone, Yang Pa came out of their house. "You did what you could. Come back," said Yang Pa. "Okay." Yang Qing's expression was relaxed as if the previous sad expression and the happy-go-lucky girl was all faked. The two entered their own home. "He's changed," said Yang Pa, worriedly. "That true? It was getting apparent that he was rejecting me. He had become more mature now compared when we first met him. If you continue to flirt with him, you would not get anything in return. Perhaps, in time, he would even reject you directly in your face," said Yang Pa. "Was it because of that girlfriend of his? Shall we do dash, and oh?" Yang Pa yelled out suddenly. "What wrong?" "I was only suggesting we do something about the girl," said Yang Qing, looking a little puzzled. "That's the thing. Just now, when you merely asked about the girl, I could feel Jiang Fei's killing intent. If he could hear us talking about doing something to the girl, I'm sure that we would be killed instantly. That man is serious about her. Well, we can make things vague and blame it on the Soaring Cloud sect," said Yang Qing. "Enough of this nonsense. We are living in the mouth of the tiger. We should already be glad that he had accepted us. Don't forget, his master is a level 5 martial artist. Who knows what he could do? If he had found anything that could link to us, the entire Aquamoon heavenly place would cease to exist." Meh. "I understand. Too risky. Got it. Might as well try to get more out of him before it's too late, am I right?" said Yang Qing as she winked. Like a mask, she puts on a happy face and smiled to her own sister. "Let's go now. We can't let big brother Jiang Fei waiting." "All right," said Yang Pa. The two left their house and made their way to the 108th floor of Manda Square where Han Tianyu's office was. Chapter 573, Grading Skills. When Jiang Fei arrived, the rest of the sect representatives were already ready and waiting. "My apologies for being tardy," said Jiang Fei as he sat down. "Nonsense, we have only just arrived," said one of the representatives that Jiang Fei did not bother to remember. He was only one of the many second-rated sects. Naturally, he was only saying that out of courtesy. He was already there in the afternoon, waiting with Han Tianyu in the office for half a day. After the exchanges of greetings, Jiang Fei immediately butted in and said, "Let us not waste any more time. I understand that everyone is busy, as so am I, straightforward as always. I like it, said Bai Liwan. They had already prepared the 24 martial skills. To make it fair, the martial skills were collected together and passed to Jiang Fei in the form of a simple USB storage device. Please wait here for a moment, said Jiang Fei as he took the USB drive and headed out of the meeting room. Even though everything was about martial arts, that did not mean that everyone needed to cling on to the past. Scrolls and books were merely simple tools. In the era of globalization, everyone had already digitized their books. Jiang Fei asked Han Tianyu to lend him his office for a while to use his computer. 0541, do your thing please. Even though Jiang Fei had been practicing martial arts for a while now, he was still limited to his own circle. Grading skills was not his forte, of which he leaves it to 0541. As a person, Jiang Fei would have to actually practice the skills before he could judge its prowess, whereas 0541 only needed to run a few simulations. Moreover, it would only take a short time for 0541 to come up with an accurate calculation of the said skill's prowess. Half an hour later, 0541 returned with a report. Based on 5-point grading, there are 12 skills that are grade 3, 4 skills with grade 3.5, 7 books with grade 4, and 1 skill with 4.5 grade. It seems that the sects had offered many skills in order to garner more pills for themselves. No grade 5, said Jiang Fei as he clicked his tongue disgruntledly. Considering grade 5 as their ultimate prize, 4.5 would be considered as their final offer. No one would want to give up their own treasure for mere recovery pills. If 0541 had a humanoid body, it would roll its eyes so hard at Jiang Fei. That's true. Haha, Jiang Fei opened up the folder and briefly looked through the names of the skills. F*CK me, said Jiang Fei as he slapped himself in the forehead. He had forgotten to specify the prowess of the skill before asking to trade with the pills. All the 24 skills in his hands now were merely basic skills from the sects. The result of the grading and the pills they would get would be unfairly distributed. If everyone had offered a sword fighting skill, Jiang Fei would naturally prioritize the strongest one. The unlucky sect with poor mastery of the sword would be drawing the shorter end of the stick. The sect's representative had a discussing amongst themselves. Whoever skill that Jiang Fei had picked as better would get more pills. Little did they know that Jiang Fei's judgment was not as simple as he was straightforward. Jiang Fei had 0541 to pick and grade the skills for him. It goes without saying that 0541 grading was perfect, from a certain point of view. 0541 graded the skills by analyzing its moves and calculating the skill's damage output versus the energy input. The better the efficiency, the higher the grade. Oh well. My fault for not telling them that. I should just be fair and distribute the pills fairly based on the skill grade. Many of the skills were different from each other. Some of which that were similar could be combined, such as punching and palm technique. Spear and sword might be melee weapon skills, but the mastery of the weapon itself was different, hence, they could not be combined. Even though things had turned out a little different from what Jiang Fei had expected, he was still able to gather many martial skills. And with that, he was satisfied. Right now, he did not have the luxury of time to train each skill to perfection. To save as much time as possible, he had 0541 to combine as many skills as it could. After having 0541 to start combining the skills with the 4.5 grade as the main, Jiang Fei returned to the meeting room where everyone was waiting for the result. They had long forgotten the patience of waiting, like receiving a test result back from the school teacher. I have finished grading all these tests. Oops. These skills. Here are the results. Please take the pills according to your skills grading, said Jiang Fei before handing out a paper and bottles of pills on the table. Good man, cried Bai Liwan as he saw the result. Jiang Fei's own judgment and the representative's own judgment of the skills they offer was roughly the same. The sect had judged the skill's prowess by having their disciple of the same strength to fight each other using the said skill. It would take a long time to judge, as the result would vary from time to time. Jiang Fei had merely taken less than an hour to fully understand all 24 skills and come up with an estimate grading. From the perspective of the sex representatives, Jiang Fei was deemed as a man with good eyes. "This one has been overpraised," said Jiang Fei as he laughed awkwardly. He felt guilty since he was not someone others thought he was. With no arguments, everyone accepted the grading result and took the pills that were arranged accordingly. "Brother Jiang Fei," said Yang Qing as she posed like a cute girl in front of Jiang Fei. "Right." Jiang Fei nodded and took out 200 more pills for the sisters as he had promised them earlier. The girl's subtle act was noticed by everyone in the room. Everyone else in the room, besides Jiang Fei and the girls, was convinced that Jiang Fei had his eyes on the girls. As a result, they had not brought the prettiest disciple they have in their sex, as a way of saying they had given up. Besides, the men were old and wise. If it was anything, they had learned that a woman could be beautiful, but if a man was not enticed by her, she must be weak in seduction. Sadly, the representatives did not know that Jiang Fei was no longer the young little boy. When he first came out, Jiang Fei was unlucky to face the final boss right off the bat. Yang Qing and Yang Po were direct and vicious when it comes to flirting with Jiang Fei. However, after learning that they were selfish and filled with greed, Jiang Fei would never fall for even the most beautiful girl that they could offer. In his eyes, Si Tying was still the #1 girl for him. Chapter 574, Yeti. Jiang Fei did not linger around. After he placed the pills on the table and distributed them, he left like the wind. Yang Po and Yang Qing immediately gave chase after Jiang Fei. Before he could enter the elevator, the girls managed to catch up. Jiang Fei did not say anything at all. He took out several larger bottles of pills and gave them. Without saying a word, he entered the elevator and left. Even though they had obtained the pills, Yang Qing and Yang Po sulked hard after Jiang Fei was gone. "What's next?" said Yang Qing. "I don't know. I think it goes without saying that we might have pushed him too far." "Clearly, he is not happy," said Yang Po, sighing heavily. When Jiang Fei was still fresh out of his shell, he did not have any resistance to the girls, allowing himself to be manipulated to an extent. However, they had misjudged his character severely. He was no longer the same man that would bow down to a girl's plea. He was no longer the same man that could not reject a girl's request. "I do not believe that he could escape my grasp," said Yang Qing as she gripped her fist tight. "Calm yourself. Remember, even the smallest of mice would fight back viciously once cornered," said Yang Po. "Oh, don't worry about me. I know just how to push men around. However, this time, I need your help." Yang Qing smiled sinisterly. "Anything for the section. We need to have him in our grasp." Yang Po had felt that having Jiang Fei behind their back was good, even though all they did was for the good of their section. To be fair, Jiang Fei was one of the good-looking men amongst all the alliance. There was no one that could stand out more than he did. Hence, if they really had to marry, Jiang Fei would be the perfect candidate. Yang Po was selected as the successor of the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace. She had already steeled her decision to do everything she could to further the cause of the section. For this, she would even consider her sister and herself as a bargaining chip. Jiang Fei had no clue as to what the girls wanted with him, but he felt extremely relaxed after he had rejected Yang Qing and Yang Po from entering the elevator. That was his first time directly expressing his rejection to girls. Even though using the elevator was nothing much, it was the first step that Jiang Fei had taken. Now that he had taken the leap of faith, he had more confidence in himself to make sure that he would no longer be bullied. Back at home, Jiang Fei joined his parents for dinner and spent the night with them watching television. Since he left the meeting room, 0541 had not been talking as it was busy calculating and combining the skills that Jiang Fei had asked it to. Before he hit the hay, Jiang Fei called Si Tying and talked with her until his eyes were all wet and sweaty. Only when Si Tying herself had wanted to sleep, Jiang Fei went to bed and logged into the game. Jiang Fei reappeared in the auction house where he left off. "Let's go." Time to finish the title quest challenge, said Jiang Fei after he had browsed through the auction lists and left without finding anything good. All right, said Isabella. Naturally, she did not have any opinion of the auction house. The two left the city of sinners and flew on the sky-gliding dragon towards the direction of the Snow Mountains. The Snow Mountains was still within the region of the neutral faction, hence, Jiang Fei did not take that long to reach his destination. Even so, he took almost 2 hours before he could feel the sudden temperature change in the air. The Snow Mountain region was the natural habitat of the Yetis. There were not many of them. Jiang Fei could only estimate there were more than 100 of them. The Yetis were huge giant humanoid monsters with arms and feet. They stood at least 2 meters tall. The weird thing about them that made them scary was the fact that they had no head. Their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were on their chest. It was horrifying to look at. There were other monsters in the region that were all enemies, but the Yetis were considered as an intelligent species. They were of a neutral stance with players. Typically, players would come here to farm reputation points with them to earn quest rewards. Even though they were part of the neutral faction, the NPCs here were different from the NPCs in the City of Sinners. The NPCs in the City of Sinners would not change their reputation level no matter what players do. Players could farm reputation points and could increase them gradually. Once Jiang Fei had entered the habitat of the Yetis, one of the closest Yeti had changed to friendly status. It then rushed over to Jiang Fei and started to jump around. Ha! Ha ha! Ah! Jiang Fei could not understand the language of the Yeti. All he heard was something similar to an ape call. Even though he could not understand anything, judging from the status change, the Yeti that was jumping around happily was surely a female. Ugh! Looks like beauty really does lie in the eyes of the beholder. Oh well, I need to farm the Yeti's reputation points, might as well give it a chance, said Jiang Fei to himself as he continued walking. The Yeti followed behind Jiang Fei consistently, dancing and jumping around as she did. Jiang Fei continued to ignore the Yeti and make his way to the highlands of the Snow Mountains. After a little hike through the thick snow, he found the place where there were many Yeti gathered together, like a small village. As soon as he got closer to the village, out of roughly 60 of them, 20 had changed their status to friendly while the rest remained in neutral. Instead of approaching him, the neutral status Yeti merely glanced at him. Oh crap! If I summon their king and kill him, would the Yeti turn against me? Said Jiang Fei to himself. He quickly checked on the Yeti's stats to see if they could dangerous. Most of them were between level 70 to level 75 elite tier monsters. Only a few of them were advanced elite tier. In the far corner of the village, there was an elder-looking Yeti that was a Lord tier mini-boss. Looks fine. I can take them all out even if all of them attack, said Jiang Fei. He decided to continue the quest since he was sure that he could kill them with ease. He then took out Drake's meat and made his way to the snow totem that was the boss summoning site. Ding! You do not have the authorization to use the snow totem. As soon as he placed Drake's meat on the ground below the totem pole, the system pinged back, denying his access. Huh? Is the system forcing me to farm the Yeti's reputation level before I could summon the boss? F***ck this, Jiang Fei roared, frustrated. It seems that the proper methodological steps for the quest were to help the elf, Damos to kill the Drake and then help the Yetis with their quest to increase their reputation level. Only after obtaining the trust of the Yeti would he be allowed to use the totem pole. Unfortunately, due to his circumstances, Damos had deemed him as an enemy. Jiang Fei ended up killing him as well as the Drake. Even though he should be able to take quests from the Yetis, he feared the repercussions that come with the result. He was Romeo. He would not want the female Yeti to suddenly fall in love with him, and Jiang Fei could not even fathom the thought of it. Thankfully, the elder Yeti was a male. If Jiang Fei wanted to get his permission to use the totem, he might need to push the reputation level to at least a respect level. It might sound troublesome, but it was possible. The thing is, by the time he had reached only friendly level, all the other female Yetis might already be sticking next to him. Chapter 575, Summoning the Yeti King. How Darb, Jiang Fei was annoyed. If he wanted to continue the title challenge quest, he would need to obtain permission to use the totem. If he did farm reputation points, he would be enticing all the female Yetis. At this point, Jiang Fei had already garnered the likes of various beauty queens. Some of them were cold, some of them were cute, but none of them were fierce-looking ones. Would it not be funny to see a large-grown Yeti with its face on its chest, strolling around the street, chasing after Jiang Fei? To be honest, Jiang Fei wanted to drop the quest and be done with it. However, the quest was not a random quest that an NPC gives out. Giving up on the quest would not reset the request as it had a fixed path to its quest line. Arg. F***ck it. I'll just ask the NPC. I swear he'll give up if he wants me to farm reputation points, said Jiang Fei. He was completely fine by not doing the quest since it was not compulsory for players to complete it. Jiang Fei stomped his way across the thick snow and made his way to where the elder Yeti was. Following closely behind him was a parade of Yetis. Oh! I see a Nephilim explorer. What brings you here? Said the elder in the common tongue. Thank goodness for that since Jiang Fei did not need to learn the language. I would like to permission to use the snow totem, said Jiang Fei. What? You want to use the snow totem? Do you wish to summon the Yeti King? The elder got up to his feet and knocked the ground furiously with his walking stick. Yes, said Jiang Fei. He had no idea how he had angered the elder Yeti, but if he decided to attack, Jiang Fei would kill him effortlessly. Why do you want to summon the Yeti King? Speak, said the elder Yeti as he moved closer to Jiang Fei with his chest, where his eyes were. To challenge him to a fight, said Jiang Fei straightforwardly. My ears had betrayed me there. Say it again. I said I want to challenge him to a fight, cried Jiang Fei louder. Jiang Fei was thrown. Did the Yetis truly respect their king? Were they going to attack him to defend their king? Ha! Ha! Goo! The elder Yeti roared in the Yeti language. For advanced elite Yeti behind him suddenly changed into hostile status and charged towards Jiang Fei. What's the meaning of this? Cried Jiang Fei. The situation was odd. The elder Yeti as well as many other Yetis, excluding the female ones, remained neutral as their name tags were still yellow. If the elder wanted Jiang Fei killed, he would have all the available fighters to attack him. Ha! 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 The four advanced elite Yetis roared. Bella, stay back. I'll handle this myself, said Jiang Fei. The four attackers were merely level 75 advanced elite. Even though Jiang Fei's level was lower than them, he was so much stronger than they were. Lifesteal Demon Form. Jiang Fei activated his form skill. Having only 10 minutes of cooldown time, the skill from the Crimson Reaper was best suited for this fight. After changing into the Lifesteal Demon form, Jiang Fei had turned into a handsome vampire with long claws as his weapon. His attack speed was twice per second originally. After morphing, he gained a 50% increase in attack speed, allowing him to attack so fast that his clawing attacks had afterimage left behind. With additional attack buff as well as lifesteal effect, Jiang Fei had subdued all four Yeti in less than 10 seconds. Ding! You have passed the test. Right after Jiang Fei had defeated the four Yetis, a system message popped up. The four Yetis that had attacked Jiang Fei did not die but limp away. Their name tags changed from red back to yellow, indicating that the fight was merely a test of skill. Ah! Respected explorer, you seem to be powerful. Even so, I must ask you once more. Do you really wish to challenge the Yeti King? Said the elder Yeti after he sat down. Yes, said Jiang Fei. Things got weird. He was there to challenge the Yeti King and by common sense, the Yeti should be attacking him. However, instead of being angry, the elder Yeti seems to be hopeful. That's great news. Explorer, when do you wish to start the challenge? I will help you with the summoning ritual. Something must be wrong with the Yeti King. Why would his own subject help a stranger to defeat him? They had, in fact, become a guide for me. Jiang Fei thought to himself as he cocked his head. The Elder Yeti's response was completely out of his expectation. Jiang Fei had thought that the quest would require him to farm reputation points. Thank goodness he had not given up so soon. I wish to start right away, said Jiang Fei. Since the Elder Yeti was so cooperative, Jiang Fei did not wish to delay the quest any longer. All right. However, there is a material required for summoning the Yeti King. You would need to kill a drake and harvest its meat. We do not have such thing here, said the Elder Yeti. Not to worry. I have come prepared, said Jiang Fei as he took out the meat that he had obtained from Drake Fleur. So it seems. Good. Explorer, do you still wish to summon the Yeti King? Said the Elder Yeti. Yes, said Jiang Fei. He was already getting sick of answering the same question over again. Oh! Ha! Hoo! The Elder Yeti roared loudly. After that, all the Yetis that had heard the roar fled as fast as they could. Even the ones that were following Jiang Fei persistently. There were some brave ones had merely stood at the same place while others ran to a corner of the snow and some had even started digging a hole to bury themselves. Are you ready? Said the Elder Yeti. Anytime, said Jiang Fei. The Elder Yeti nodded at Jiang Fei's determination and led him towards the snow totem was. I will start the summoning ritual now. You must kill the Yeti King. Good luck, said the Elder Yeti as he started the ritual by muttering words of an unknown language. I will, said Jiang Fei as he watched the Elder Yeti. He thought that the Yeti King must be someone evil, like a tyrant. How else would his own subjects betray him like that? After several moments, the Elder Yeti placed the piece of drake's meat on the bottom of the totem and started chanting even faster. After a minute or two, Jiang Fei felt a sudden tremor on the ground. The totem shook for a moment and glowed brightly. With a bright flash of light, the meat disappeared from the ground. In that instant, a portal opened up on the top of the totem pole. Who dares to disturb the Yeti King's sleep? A voice roared come out from the portal. Obviously, someone was feeling grumpy for being forcefully woken up. Chapter 576, Nightmare? With a loud stomp, a huge leg came forcing itself out of the portal. A pair of hands reached in from the other side and grabbed the corner of the portal, forcing it open with brute force. King Hell, that's huge. Jiang Fei squirmed as he took several steps back. Like a Godzilla coming out of a small cave, the giant got itself out of the portal. However, as soon as it revealed itself, Jiang Fei calmed down immediately. The giant was just a slightly larger version of a regular Yeti. Tisk, I'm stupid to scare myself like that, said Jiang Fei to himself. Yeti King, Magical Beast, Intermediate Lord, Level 79, Health Points 18 million, Attack Power 30,000, Note, an unknown magical beast created by an unknown force. The ruler of the Yeti folks. Bah! Another weakling, said Jiang Fei casually. He immediately lowered his guard as soon as he had examined the Yeti King's stat. With the dragon's bane in his hand, the boss would not be a boss but a fragile piece of tofu, ready to be skewered. From the stat and footnote, Jiang Fei had deduced that the Yeti folks were not much of a large race. He could even dub them as an endangered species since there were so few of them. Their king was only an intermediate lord tier. There was no Yeti there that was higher than that. Explorer! You must kill him, cried the elderly Yeti. Traitor! The Yeti King roared as soon as it heard that and lifted his legs to stomp the poor soul. Nephilim! I have no issue with your race, why would you come to disturb the peace? The Yeti King bellowed after he stomped on the old Yeti. Oh come on, don't blame me for that. If anything, it's the developer's fault. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Without wasting time to debate with the Yeti King, Jiang Fei activated his demon morph and shot himself toward the Yeti King. Humph. Pesky little bug. Don't get too conceited just because you are a Nephilim. I shall kill you nonetheless, contrary to what the boss said. When it saw Jiang Fei coming at him with the sickle in his hand, he involuntarily took a step backward because of the sheer pressure Jiang Fei was emitting. Time to die, Jiang Fei attacked the Yeti King mercilessly. As long as he could stack Ruthless Barrage, he would be able to kill the boss with a single use of Dragon's Bane. G-U-A-H. H-A-H, roared the Yeti King. At the same time, the boss started to counterattack. Jiang Fei was in his demon form, with more than 20,000 defense and lifesteal effect. Jiang Fei was as tough as steel. No attacks from the Yeti King could even make a dent on Jiang Fei. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Fei stacked Ruthless Barrage to its full potential and hurled the Dragon's Bane. Minus 19,742,441. With a single tick of damage, the Yeti King was defeated. I can't die. Not yet. After the cliché dying speech, the Yeti King perished as its massive body fell into the snow. He had greatly underestimated the power of the tiny little spear that was pierced into his chest. Pipe down. No one wants to hear the same old speech of a dying character. Don't waste my time, said Jiang Fei as he walked toward the corpse and pulled out the spear. After the boss was killed, it was time to wait for the cutscene to come in. My master. Avenge me, cried the Yeti King out of the suddenly before dying for real this time. Ding! Quest completed. Congratulations for completing the second title challenge quest. You have obtained the title, Elite Explorer. Who dares destroy my toy? Roared a voice that came from amongst the clouds in the sky. Another one, PSSSSH. A pillar of green light came down from the sky and a man in black robes walked out of the light pillar. As he was completely shadowed by the overly large robe, Jiang Fei was only able to tell that the boss was a humanoid-type being. Black Magician, Grim, Shadow Elf, Intermediate Overlord, Level 96, Health Points 75 million, Magic Attack 450,000. Note: a traitor to the Elven race. A fallen elf that had betrayed his faith in pursuit of forbidden knowledge. Welp. I'm F*** kid, said Jiang Fei after he saw just how terrifying the new boss was. The spear in his hands could be used, but the risk was too high. A Nephilim? Grim gasped as he saw Jiang Fei standing next to the fallen Yeti King. Ehehe, Jiang Fei laughed awkwardly as he could not pretend to not know about what had happened to the Yeti King. Nephilim! You have destroyed my plaything. What are you going to do with this? Said Grim as he crossed his arms, not displaying any intention to fight. It was an odd behavior indeed. Jiang Fei felt like the new boss was just a regular man that was slightly upset with his plaything being broken. Perhaps Jiang Fei could get away with it by offering something in return? A quest perhaps? Brother! Stop that. You're scaring my boyfriend, said Isabella as she walked up to Grim and gave him a gentle slap to his crossed arms. What just happened? Wondered Jiang Fei as his jaw dropped. Is that you, Bella? The Isabella? The princess of the royal Nephilim? Asked Grim, surprised. That's right. I'm here with my boyfriend to do a quest, said Isabella as she returned to Jiang Fei's sides and clung onto his arm like a koala. Ah, ha ha, Grim laughed bitterly. Ehehe, Jiang Fei laughed awkwardly at how the situation had turned. Oh well, said Grim after he removed the hood and smiled. How disappointing this is. After competing with Ignis for so long, only to find my cute little junior falling for someone else, brother Ignis. Both Isabella and Isabella were saddened at the mention of Ignis. Judging from their reaction, Jiang Fei pieced together what he understood and concluded the relationship between the two. Grim, Isabella, and Ignis were once fellow students when they were studying shadow magic with the Nephilim King. Grim, like Ignis, had once sought after Isabella. However, due to the sudden assault from the Light faction, Isabella had perished. However, under various circumstances involving Jiang Fei, Ignis was sacrificed to revive Isabella. Right now, Isabella was love-struck with someone he had never seen before. Just like that, Grim had completely given up on Isabella. Although he was saddened by it, it was not the end of the world level grief. Oh well. I guess he'll just let this slide since, said Grim. He wanted to finish the sentence, but it only reminded him of Isabella. Brother, what are you doing? Asked Isabella. What does it look like I'm doing? I'm forgiving this imbecile, not that. I meant, what are you doing? Said Isabella. Oh, I've been researching and studying magic. With that said, I'm a very busy magician. I'll take my leave now, said Grim. Right after that, he vanished in a pillar of green light. Seeing Isabella happy and well made Grim feel relieved, but in the end, he could not let go of his feelings for her. Especially when another person had already stolen her heart. Not being able to stand the sight of it, Grim decided to leave before he changed his mind. Alone, Jiang Fei and Isabella headed back to the Yeti village. Ah! 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 What the F asterisk CK, what sounded extremely wrong turned out to be cheering from the Yetis. Jiang Fei's heart sank for a moment before he realized the truth. Ding! You have defeated the Yeti King. You are now the newly elected king, ding! Congratulations for becoming king of the Yetis. You have learned the language of the Yeti, ding! As king of the Yeti, your reputation level with the Yeti has increased to admire, ding! You have defeated the previous Yeti king and saved all the Yeti folks. All female Yeti's reputation level has increased to infatuated. What the P asterisk 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 A asterisk asterisk F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just as he was starting to feel happy about being able to finish the annoying title challenge quest, he was bombarded with system messages. When Jiang Fei read the last line, he shuddered frantically. It was the one thing that he wanted to avoid. The only thing that Jiang Fei wanted to skip. Alas, the system had awarded him with females Yetis. There was literally nothing that he could do except to accept the fact that his nightmares had become real. Chapter 577, Snow Elf. Jiang Fei was going mad at the sight of green names. The males were fine. All they did was look up at Jiang Fei from a distance, leaving him alone. The females, on the other hand, were all sprinting toward him. There was a limitation to the love contract. If a female NPC was married to another NPC, their reputation can never reach infatuated. That being said, marriage was not a concept amongst the Yeti. No matter who they were, Jiang Fei cringed at the sight of white furs coming to him. Kya! Verger Glider! You're so handsome! My lord! My love, oh great Verger Glider, please hold me! I'd only wish for you to stay by my side forever. Jiang Fei was able to understand what they said instead of the hoo-hoo-ha-ha sound that they usually made. The NPCs then were all just normal NPCs. They were not the same as Nina or Hua Mulan that were programmed with higher intelligence. Once they reached infatuated level of reputation, they would behave in the most unworldly behavior that completely was not how a fangirl was to an idol. Pft. How dare you flirt with the ha-ha-ha girls, said Isabella as she struggled to hold back her laughter, albeit failing terribly at doing so. Like bread being devoured by ducks in a pond, Jiang Fei's arms and limbs were being held by female Yetis surrounding him from all directions. This time, although he was surrounded by females, Isabella was not jealous. In fact, she was laughing at his misery. At least she knew that Jiang Fei had zero interest in the female Yetis. Ooh! Please save me, said Jiang Fei at the verge of crying. The system had basically removed the restraints of moral behavior to a certain extent. Jiang Fei could not do anything against them. Worse, they were all allies as Jiang Fei's punches and kicks did not affect them at all. Even though his basic strength was extremely high, he could never compete with the 2-meter-tall Yetis. Ha ha! Serves you right! Ha ha ha! Drawing in the girls as you had always wished for, said Isabella as she continued to laugh. Come on! Don't be like that. Help me a bit here, said Jiang Fei. The Yetis were not smart. No matter how Jiang Fei tried to push the females away, they would not listen to him. They were all slaves to the programming that was built into them. Looky here, the handsome and the beast. Ha ha ha. Isabella laughed harder. Ugh, After he was able to push himself away from the crowd of infatuated girls, Jiang Fei ran a few meters away to get a breathing room before roaring out, "As your king, I demand all of you to stay still." As soon as his words left his mouth, all Yetis, including the ones that were far away, minding their own business, stood still. "Thank God it worked," cried Jiang Fei as he sat down on the snow, panting breathlessly. "Whoever designed this quest must be AF** king pervert. You just wait, if I get my hands on whoever designed this quest, he'll put you in a cage with a female gorilla and feed her with all the aphrodisiac I can find." After a good rest, Jiang Fei got back to his feet and noticed that there was something glowing at the fallen Yeti King's corpse. "Huh? An item? I thought all quest bosses would not drop anything," said Jiang Fei. He came up to the boss corpse and picked something up. "Magic mutation device, magic tool, epic, use, immediately induces a mutation in a living being. Note, the product of the black magician Grimm." "What the hell is this?" Jiang Fei examined the little box thoroughly. Although he could not figure out what it was or how it worked, it was the product of Grimm. It was best to keep it for a while. As soon as Jiang Fei kept it in his inventory slot, a faint greenish mist came out of every Yeti there within. Being in a player's inventory slot was like being in a separate dimension. Hence, when Jiang Fei kept it, the effect on what the magic mutation device had triggered was removed. The first thing that he saw was the green mist coming out of the dead Yeti King's body. After a while, the mist dispersed, revealing a man. A completely handsome normal man with a face at its normal position, arms and legs where it should be, and hairless, as a normal human should be. The only difference between the now dead man and a human was the ears. He had pointy ears, just like an elf would. Could it be Dash? Jiang Fei turned around and saw the same thing that happened to the Yeti King happening to all the Yetis. All of them had returned to their original bodies. The long white fur was shed and their heads returned to their normal position. It would seem obvious now that what Grimm had created had brought misery to the elves that were living in the snow mountain. They had lost their original form and became a plaything to the black magician. "Humph. Look what you've done," said Isabella, disgruntledly. After the removal of the magic mutation device, all the monstrous-looking female Yeti changed into a foxy, sexy, bow-delicious babes. "I can't believe it! My head is where it's supposed to be. I'm not hairy anymore. I can speak properly now. Oh, my hands. Oh, my lovely little hands. How I miss you so." Happy cheers were heard from all the way to the Yeti village. Everyone had completely forgotten their king's order to stay still and came toward him to kneel at him to show their appreciation. Jiang Fei calmed everyone and asked a few questions to understand what had taken place. They were originally called the Snow Elves. The Yeti King was originally the small elf tribe's leader. However, after Grimm had shown himself to the king and enticed him with power, Grimm used the chance to experiment with him, and as to how it came to be, the tribe leader became the huge Yeti King. Alas, Grimm did not stop there. Grimm took the chance and controlled the Yeti King and planted the magic mutation device inside him. Eventually, the effect spread out like wildfire and every elf that was in the small settlement became a Yeti. Once in a while, Grimm would return to the tribe to take 1 or 2 Yetis back for experiments. Hence, the Yetis were constantly living in fear. Right now, not only had Jiang Fei defeated the Yeti King, he had also chased Grimm away and reverted the Yetis to snow elves. Less mention the females, even the men were extremely grateful for having their original bodies back. "Looks like it's a good happy ending." "I like this," said Jiang Fei. Even though things had completely turned out differently from what he had expected, at least everyone got to live on with their lives happily. "No! It's not a happy ending," cried Isabella with her arms crossed. She was being her usual self again. The reason was really simple. Previously, when the Yetis were surrounding Jiang Fei, Isabella did not expect them to turn out to be beautiful girls. Now that they had returned to their original forms, Isabella viewed them as potential new partners for Jiang Fei. All was good. The elves got their bodies back, the black magician was chased away, Jiang Fei became king, and Isabella got jealous again. Chapter 578, The Invitation from the Ocean Emperor. Isabella was not the only one at the limit of her jealousy, even Jiang Fei himself was not feeling too good at that point. To put it out there, Jiang Fei was a completely normal guy with normal preferences to his sexuality. The thing that got him was the unworldly reaction of the snow elves. They were all just normal NPCs with only a limited amount of intelligence programmed into them. It was the same kind that programmers like to copy-paste all over the game. Due to the laziness of the programmers and designers, the snow elves had no restraints when it came to expressing their love to Jiang Fei. He thought that if he lingered for too long, he would actually be raped. It was a scary thought. You guys keep doing whatever you were doing. Be good to each other and yeah. Stay good. Bye-bye. Jiang Fei quickly pulled Isabella with him and flew away with the sky-gliding dragon. Oh, king! Please don't leave us, my king. At least have one of us to have your offspring, my king. Please have us as your concubines. Jiang Fei shuddered at the thought of staying behind at the snow mountain. You are not allowed to go back there, said Isabella as she poked Jiang Fei's back. You didn't have to say that. I'd never go back there even if I was forced to, cried Jiang Fei. He had already made that decision when the system had announced him as the king of the Yeti, which was now known as the Snow Elves. After escaping the tribes of elves, Jiang Fei landed somewhere near. He got down to a flat ground for the dragon to land and opened the abyss door. Once he arrived in the Nephilim's royal chambers, Jiang Fei used the teleportation circle there to travel to the Demon Flame Fortress. This method of traveling was very much faster than flying around. Back in the Demon Flame Fortress, where most of the NPCs were guys, Jiang Fei felt relaxed as there would not be any female come to him like magnets. Even though there were other NPC girls that were infatuated with him, they were not as stupid as the lower-tier NPCs. They would still behave like a normal girl even if their love meter was bursting at max. At the very least, no one would openly confess to him in public and want to have kids with him. After he relaxed, he found a spot to sit and examine the newly obtained title. Elite Explorer, NPC will trust you better, allowing you to accept higher-tier quests. At the same time, you have unlocked the requirement for certain title requirement equipment. High-tier tools drop rate has been increased by 10%. From the third title onward, players would start seeing stats upgrade with the title. Although it was not combat-related, it was beneficial for the player since farming anything from a monster was easier. The best thing that came from being smothered by female elves was the effect of infatuation. After he had become the king, he had at least 20 female NPCs reaching infatuated level of reputation. Just like that, his attack speed and movement speed had increased by more than 100%. Currently, his attack speed was faster and among the fastest bandit class player, his movement speed was faster than the most agile ranger player. What class am I now? Can I call myself the Flash Juggernaut? Quicksilver Hulk? Ha ha ha. Although the title Romeo has brought Jiang Fei a tremendous amount of annoyance, it did increase Jiang Fei's overall combat power. Infatuation was not that powerful on its own, but when combined with Romeo and the blessing of the dragon god, Jiang Fei would be able to toy with female NPCs like taking candy from a baby. The more females he courted, the stronger he became. Jiang Fei checked his own stats and figured out that he was already at the state where he could attack 4 times in just a second. With Lifesteal Demon form, he would be able to attack 6 times in a second. Without the restrictions in the Lifesteal Demon form, Jiang Fei would be able to throw out his hammer like machine gun. If I complete the quest and get 10,000 females to fall in love with me, will I be so strong that I can basically kill a celestial tier boss in a few seconds? In his demon form, his attacks would be imbued with chaos attributes, meaning his attack would ignore all defense. With 10,000 love contracts, infatuation would grant him 500 times the attack speed. With Jiang Fei current attack power, Jiang Fei would then be able to deal over 200 million damage per second. Not even a celestial tier boss would be able to tank that rate of attack. Jiang Fei snapped back to reality. 10,000 love contract was a number that would scar him for life. Even thinking about it gave Jiang Fei goosebumps. Hence, Jiang Fei did not pay much attention to the quest that the dragon had given him. While he was checking his attributes, a bright aqua-colored pillar of light came down from the sky and Ariel walked out of it. By any means. Having the love contract with Ariel was actually convenient for Jiang Fei. Both Ariel and Jiang Fei would be able to teleport to each other's sides at any given time. One could even forcefully teleport the other person to his IR side. "My dear, Sister Bella, what are you guys doing?" asked Ariel as she casually walked toward Jiang Fei and sat beside him. "Humph. Am thinking of a way to punish this lecherous beetroot," said Isabella as she told everything that had happened with the Yetis and the Snow Elves. "Ah! My dear, you are clearly at fault here. You are not allowed to do that again," said Ariel as she tried to sound angry but failed at doing so. She was just that cute and innocent. Unlike Isabella, Ariel was understanding and would not simply be jealous. Naturally, Isabella was disappointed as she had hoped for Ariel to scold him more harshly. Ariel was forgiving because of her own culture. Amongst the merfolk, there were more females than males around, roughly at 5-to-1 ratio. Ariel's father, the master of the seven seas, was technically a king. He had more concubines than Jiang Fei could ever think of. Hence, Ariel had no qualms with Jiang Fei having more than a single partner for life. In fact, if he had more partners, it only proved that the man she chose was more than capable of becoming someone prominent. "Humph. How could you just let him go like that?" said Isabella as she clicked her tongue. She was obviously not happy about Jiang Fei expanding his harem. Isabella's father had a wife and Isabella was raised in that kind of culture, completely opposite of the likes of the merfolk. On the other hand, she did have the dragon genes in her body, which amplified the power of jealousy in her. "Dear, if you're free, I would like to take you somewhere," said Ariel as she did not want to linger on the same topic. "Where to?" asked Isabella. "The Emperor of the Ocean's palace." "The Emperor wishes to talk to you," said Ariel. "The Emperor of the Ocean?" cried Isabella. The existence of the Emperor of the Ocean was on par with Isabella's father, the Nephilim King. The two had never been seen coexisting together, yet Ariel had just informed them that the Emperor had invited Jiang Fei to talk to him. Could it be that the Emperor of the Ocean had decided to take a stance in the war between the light and the shadow? Chapter 579, Ocean Emperor Poseidon, we are invited to the Emperor's palace? Asked Jiang Fei to confirm what Ariel had just said. The question was completely redundant since he had nothing to do at the moment. Might as well accept the invitation. "Yes. Only if you have nothing else better to do," said Ariel. "Sure. Let's go," said Jiang Fei happily. Naturally, Isabella had nothing against it. The only thing that would benefit the Nephilim race was that the merfolk supported them. "My dear, this is for you," said Ariel as she handed a small gem to Jiang Fei. Water gem, special tool, fine, effect, grants the ability to breathe underwater. Note, effect will be active even if placed in the player's inventory. It was a blue, watercolor gem that provided only one effect. Although the item quality was only fine, it was incredibly useful to Jiang Fei. The Ocean Emperor's palace was not part of King Elric's territory and it was underwater. Without the ability to breathe underwater, Jiang Fei would need to return to the Fishman Island and farm for the underwater breathing potion. After Jiang Fei kept the gem inside his inventory, Ariel teleported herself back home in the Eastern Sea. After that, a system message popped up. "Ding! Ariel is summoning you to her side. Do you wish to accept?" "Yes," Jiang Fei exclaimed and was teleported to where Ariel was. "Wow! So this is the underwater realm," Isabella cried out. Isabella was technically part of Jiang Fei. Hence, she was able to benefit from the underwater breathing effect from Jiang Fei. "Welcome to my home. Dear Sister Bella, what do you think about my home?" "Isn't it beautiful?" cried Ariel happily. "It's so beautiful, technically, it was King Elric's palace." The palace was built up using sea stones with decoration made using natural growing corals and living creatures. The trio walked into the palace, welcomed by all of the guards. Excited, Ariel dragged Jiang Fei and Isabella into her own private chambers. Jiang Fei did not know what to think when he saw everything inside the room was pink. Everything was literally pink besides a few stones and other building structure that was painted over. Ariel was shy as it was the first time she had let any man enter her room. "It's nice," said Jiang Fei. He was not good with praising a girl. "Don't mind the airhead." "I think it's fabulous," said Isabella as she knocked Jiang Fei's head and went to Ariel to play around in the room. All of them did not stay for long as their main objective was to visit the emperor's palace. Hence, after playing around for only a little moment, Jiang Fei headed out to greet King Elric before he dragged Ariel and Isabella out of the room. After bidding farewell with King Elric, the trio used the teleportation circle in the palace and teleported to the endless seas. All three of them stepped out of the circle and arrived straight at the entrance of the emperor's palace. "Whoa! Now this is what I call a palace!" Jiang Fei exclaimed. The walls, the pillars, the ceilings, and almost everything else was made of a special glass that glowed and shimmered with beautiful light. There were even carvings of mermaids on the top of the palace. "Let's not let the emperor wait for us," said Ariel. Both Jiang Fei and Isabella were completely mesmerized by the palace that they just stood there, admiring it for a little too long. "Ah, all right," said Jiang Fei as he walked up the steps and into the palace. There were many high-level seafolk guardians standing guard everywhere in the palace. Most of them were at least level 80 leader tier bosses. Perhaps it was suffice to say that the emperor's prowess was much greater than the Nephilim King Augustus. With the royal decree in hand, Ariel, Jiang Fei, and Isabella were able to go through all the guards smoothly. "Please wait here," said the final guard who was guarding the emperor's hall. "My dear, you need to mind your manners when you talk to the Emperor of the Sea," said Ariel. Jiang Fei felt weird, wondering why Ariel would say something like that. He. "You'll see it for yourself," said Ariel, giggling as she refused to tell the reason. "That's correct. You need to behave yourself if you want the Emperor to like you. More importantly, we need to leave a good first impression so the merfolk could align with the Nephilim. If you do that, I will forget about everything that happened in the Snow Mountain." All right. "I'll behave," said Jiang Fei. In no time at all, the guard returned from the hall. "The Emperor has invited you to enter," said the guard that took the form of a tiger shark. Before he entered the hall, his tone was unfriendly and stern. After returning, his tone changed completely. When he addressed Jiang Fei, he was talking in a tone as if he was talking to the Emperor himself. "Thank you," said Jiang Fei as he entered the hall with confidence. Isabel and Ariel stood beside him and walked slightly behind to show his position as the stronger one. Sitting on the throne made of gold and precious jewels was a huge middle-aged merman. Even though he was older, he remained good-looking as his muscle was honed to perfection as they were strong. With the king's crown resting on the man's golden hair and a golden trident in his hand, the merman was the emperor of the ocean. Emperor Poseidon, merfolk, lesser celestial, level 105, health points 100%, note. The true leader and ruler of the merfolk. Master of all the endless seas. Poseidon was the same as Augustus, both of them were celestial tier boss. Due to the level of reputation he had with the merfolk, he was not allowed to see his battle-related attribute. Emperor of the ocean and the ruler of the endless seas. "I am honored to receive your invitation to the palace," said Jiang Fei as he kneeled on one knee. Even though he had reached admirer level of reputation, Jiang Fei would still need to show the emperor a form of respect. "Thank you for accepting the invitation. I can see why you are strong as you are revered." "I expect nothing less than the man's disciple," said Poseidon as he nodded his head. "It is a pleasure to finally see your highness is well and healthy," said Isabella as she greeted the emperor. "Ah, little Isabella. How is your father?" asked the emperor courteously. Even though the merfolk and the Nephilim were neither allies nor enemies, the Emperor and the Nephilim King were still similar as they were strong. Thank you for your concern. My father is doing well, thanks to you, said Isabella perfectly. She was the princess of the royal Nephilim. Speaking to another king was nothing but breathing air for her. Little one, you have done well in the rescue of King Elric during the attack of the Naga. I represent all of the merfolk to thank you, said the emperor. King Elric was almost killed during the Naga attack. In fact, almost all of the eastern seas had been taken over by the Naga in one swift attack. Without Jiang Fei's intervention, King Elric might have perished and the eastern sea would be lost to the Naga. Once they had taken the eastern sea, it would be extremely difficult to reclaim what was lost. On the other hand, Jiang Fei had defeated their strongest fighter, leaving them in the dark without a proper leader. Not only did they lose the war, but the eastern seas had also completely fallen into the hands of the merfolk. It would be close to impossible for the Nagas to rise up again. Chapter 580, The Mutant's Invitation, haha. Your Highness has praised me too much. I am not worthy, said Jiang Fei. As the great Oyetzi's disciple, I am to reward you for your deeds to this realm. However, I fear that my rewards will not be worthy for someone in your stature. But, I am but willing to give you my stepdaughter, Ariel, to be your bride. I shall give you the grandest of all wedding present, said Poseidon. Someone in my stature. Emperor, I am but a lowly Nephilim. I would be overly gratified if you would kindly just reward me with something that you see fit. Anything that is given by the Emperor of the Ocean would be treated as a treasure, said Jiang Fei. Young man, being overly humble might be seen as a virtue, but it is an annoyance to those who are willing to give. That being said, I am honored to give you my little Ariel, as I see fit. The Emperor laughed as he did not back down. F***ck me. Did he summon me from so far away to give me a person? Is he joking? Jiang Fei thought. Although Jiang Fei did not show it, he was annoyed greatly that the Emperor would not just give him something. It was merely words of praises that meant nothing to him. However, Jiang Fei had gravely misunderstood the Emperor's intention. If he had rewarded Jiang Fei, it would probably be something like legendary equipment. However, if he gave Jiang Fei Ariel to be wed, the wedding presents and gifts would not be short of grand. Sadly, Jiang Fei, as a player, could not benefit much from an in-game wedding. Even though he was surrounded by world-class beauty and each one of them addressed him as their spouse in various different words, Jiang Fei was not swayed emotionally, much less of having the thought of marrying someone in the game. For better or worse, Jiang Fei did not think the NPCs as proper human. After that ordeal, Jiang Fei continued to discuss with the Emperor. He had laid down the agreement that the merfolk would align themselves with the Nephilim, secretly. It was a hidden alliance that must be kept from the entire world. If the merfolk had publicly announced their alliance with the Shadow faction, the Naga would align themselves with the Light faction even though they hated them for the previous incident. The balance that Jiang Fei had so painstakingly set up would be for nothing. Hence, Jiang Fei had insisted that the alliance between the merfolk must be kept hidden. They could do transaction between the races, but they should never do anything that would compromise their secret. As such, the Naga would continue to hate the Light faction and the Shadow faction would gain the benefit, albeit being from a secret alliance. After leaving the Emperor's palace, Jiang Fei and Isabella returned to the eastern seas, the palace of King Elric. Ariel was quiet all the time and even bashfully glanced at Jiang Fei as if she was expecting him to say something. Isabella felt something was off and immediately understood that something was going on. You little rascal. I knew something was wrong when the Emperor had willingly given you away. You had already arranged this meeting, didn't you? Said Isabella as she pinched and pulled the ears of the little mermaid. Even so, she did it playfully. It was odd for Jiang Fei. Ariel had some kind of charm that no other female in his harem would show her hostility to. Not even the easily jealous princess of the royal Nephilim was jealous of her. Sister Bella. I can always wait for the two of you first, said Ariel. What's the use? See that airhead? Do you think I can wait for him before he wants to do it? Asked Isabella as she blatantly poked Jiang Fei's head with her tiny little fingers. Jiang Fei was pretending to be oblivious to what was happening. He just did not give a f***ck about marriage. As they did not have anything else to do, Jiang Fei went to Ariel's room and let the two girls have their fun until it was time to log out. You said that I would be benefiting from the game as long as I play it. What benefits were you talking about? Said Jiang Fei after he had woken up. In time, you would know, said 0541. Even though Jiang Fei had asked before, 0541 refused to reveal that answer to Jiang Fei. Alright then, keep your secret. I will see what sort of surprise that you are trying to keep from me, said Jiang Fei with a heavy sigh. The reason he played the game was to ease his mental stress. On the other hand, knowing that there would be a surprise for him had only made him more eager to play. After a quiet and peaceful breakfast with his parents, Tang came by the house and the two started their little lovey-dovey moment in Jiang Fei's room. Nothing 18SX of course. As he enjoyed the time he spent with Tang, nothing lasts forever. When noon came, Schroeder called in to inform Jiang Fei that the uranium that he had requested was ready to be shipped. Secondly, he had also invited Jiang Fei to be a guest on an expedition to North America. After thinking about it, Jiang Fei accepted the invitation on behalf of the Mutant Brotherhood. He needed to go to the exchange ground himself since he needed to take the uranium as Zhuge Shanjin. He then could simply change into himself and meet with the people of the Mutant Brotherhood. With the threat of the Japanese looming around his back, he knew that he would need to meet with the higher-ups of the mutants to gain their favor. After he hung up the phone, Jiang Fei realized something. Besides finding pieces of the ship's fragment to gain more power for himself, there was another way to fight the Japanese and their army of biohumans. He could build an army himself. With the biolaboratory in his possession and the support of the data center being connected to 0541, if Jiang Fei wanted to build an army of biohumans, he could do so easily. However, modifying a human being into a human-animal hybrid would be morally wrong. Jiang Fei could not bring himself to do this. Only those who were heartless would take humans and change their entire existence into something inhuman. The Japanese were different as they had willing volunteers to offer themselves to be experimented with. There are many ways to hurt someone, morally. In war, killing someone with a gun would be morally ambiguous, but using hazardous materials like mustard gas would definitely be wrong. Hence, Jiang Fei would rather pour his blood, sweat, and tears into finding the ship fragments instead of using an army of biohumans to fight the Japanese. To leave to North America, Jiang Fei would need to leave China for a significant amount of time. In that time, he would be separated from Tang, his family, and the game. Due to the time zone differences in the game and in real life, he would need to log into the game during daytime and log out during the night. Game aside, he would still need to visit the Mutant Brotherhood headquarters. In the end, Jiang Fei told both his parents and Tang that he would not be seeing them for a period of time. After that, he made mental preparation to tell Isabella and the other girls that he would be missing for a while. Chapter 581, Journey to the West. When night came and Jiang Fei logged into the game, Jiang Fei told the girls what he was about to do. The other girls responded as expected, but Isabella was the only one who acted oddly. He would be gone for a few days and she would be kept inside the black room. Even so, he had to do what he needed in the real world. It's all right. I can understand your feelings. My only regret is not being able to go with you and help you with your trouble, said Isabella. She could not blame Jiang Fei for the things that happened in his own world. To compensate, Jiang Fei did not go anywhere but stayed with Isabella. The two were alone for the entire day until it was time to log out. The next day, Jiang Fei bid farewell to his parents and told them that he would be staying over at his master's quarters. Although it was the same one that he used, it was the most convincing as it was also the one that his parents felt was safest. The excuse he told Tang was different. He told her that he would be leaving for North America for a super secretive business meeting. Understandingly, she believed it. Jiang Fei was going to North America for a business and it was too secretive to be told. After everything with Si Tying and his family was dealt with, Jiang Fei left Manda Square, took a cab to the outskirts of the city and headed west with the hoverboard. Jiang Fei did not stop for rest and reached America in roughly 10 hours. He contacted Schroeder and asked for the specific location before changing into the Zhugeshanjin getup. In no time at all, Jiang Fei arrived at where Schroeder was with 500 pills in hand. "Greetings," said Jiang Fei in his Zhugeshanjin's voice. As soon as Jiang Fei got closer to the warehouse, 0541 alerted Jiang Fei that there were countless of radar and scanners that were in range. Even so, none of the radar or scanner were targeted at him. It merely picked up Jiang Fei's presence. There was no cause for alarm since the Mutant Brotherhood knew who he was and why he had come here. To pinpoint and lock onto a level 5 master would be suicidal. As Jiang Fei descended, a few men came out of the warehouse with Schroeder in the lead. "It is an honor to finally meet the great Zhugeshanjin. I hope that your travel to the Great West has been but smooth. This one is called Schroeder. Perhaps the great disciple Jiang Fei had mentioned about me before," asked Schroeder awkwardly in Mandarin. When someone so profoundly prominent came all the way from China, one ought to learn a few Mandarin words to show respect. Even though Schroeder was mispronouncing his words, he was still able to express his feelings properly. "Ah, Schroeder. Little Fei had mentioned you before," said Jiang Fei. "Please have a seat inside. I have prepared a few refreshments for the great master," said Schroeder as he led everyone into a room inside the warehouse. The room was decorated fully in an Oriental style. Everything from the flowers, furniture, and even the refreshments were imported from China. "Have you prepared the minerals?" asked Jiang Fei after he had drank a cup of tea. "Yes. The great master would be pleased to know that everything is packed and ready to be shipped." "This one wants to know if the disciple of the Great One is here?" asked Schroeder. "Yes. He is indeed. However, I have sent him to the city for a while before I am finished with this matter. The little one is not strong enough to handle the high amount of radiation, I understand." Schroeder was the same level as Jiang Fei, the beginning stage of level 4. He too could not handle that level of radiation without proper equipment. "I am a busy man. If the minerals are ready, let's carry on with the business." "As the Great One wishes so. If you would follow me," said Schroeder as he got up and led Jiang Fei to another room. Similar to Jiang Fei's previous transaction with the Europe Church, the others took their time to change into the hazmat suits, and after several protection chambers and doors, they arrived at the deepest part of the warehouse with many wooden crates arranged neatly. "Great One, here they are, 0541, calculate the quantities," said Jiang Fei mentally. 5,100 tons. "All of the highest quality," said 0541 in a blink of an eye. "Well done. I am pleased with the quantity and quality," said Jiang Fei. As expected of the Mutant Brotherhood, they had better men compared to the European Church. Not only did they prepare such a large amount of uranium in such a short time, they had also managed to procure the best uranium instead of scraps. All 5,000 tons of uranium had been refined to the best quality. "It is an honor to serve the Great One," said Schroeder. Like Kazas, no one left Jiang Fei alone as they intended to witness the power of a level 5 master. "Ho ho," Jiang Fei laughed and let 0541 to do the same thing he did back in Europe. Whoosh! Jiang Fei let out a bright rainbow light and did the same thing he did with Kazas. It was like deja vu. The reaction of Schroeder and his men were exactly the same like Kazas and his men. All of them stared in awe as Jiang Fei performed the light show. This time, Jiang Fei made sure to perform it extra grand for Schroeder and his men. After 20 minutes, Jiang Fei reached out his right hand and let the ring absorb all the light. Once all the light was absorbed, all the uranium that was in the warehouse turned into worthless chunks of carbon. "This one is honored to witness the Great One perform his magic," cried Schroeder when Jiang Fei was done. "This are the pills that Jiang Fei had agreed to provide," said Jiang Fei as he took out bottles of spirit pills. Once the bottles were displayed to Schroeder and his men, they immediately kneeled down. "I thank the Great One from the bottom of my heart," cried Schroeder. "On your feet." I will be heading back now to meditate. Ah, it seems that time did not do me a good favor. Little Fei will be contacting you shortly, said Jiang Fei as he turned around and left to the sky with the giant sword. We cannot categorize Zhuge Shanjin as a normal level 5 anymore. Is it possible that he had broken through the realm of level 6? This is too important. I need to inform the higher-ups. Schroeder was so scared of the possibility of a level 6 metahuman. Without wasting time, he left his men with the cleaning and headed for the headquarters. Jiang Fei flew into the sea, not too far from land but far enough that the radar could no longer detect his presence. He then changed back into his original self and returned to land. He then took a cab and got to the city center. Being a foreigner without proper clearance to enter the American soil, Jiang Fei dared not simply find a hotel to stay in. Hence, he called Schroeder to arrange one for him. Not to worry, brother. I will send someone to pick you up, said Schroeder passionately. He was unable to welcome Jiang Fei himself as he was too preoccupied with his report to the higher-ups of the Mutant Brotherhood. Thanks a lot, said Jiang Fei as he did not mind. Schroeder's reaction to Zhuge Shanzin's unworldly performance was expected. He did not mind that Schroeder did not have the time to welcome him, as long as there was safe accommodation. In less than half an hour, a luxurious car came to pick him up and a group of men in black tuxedos and sunglasses came to escort him. Before he could enter the car, a beautiful blonde woman came out from the front passenger's seat. Are you Mr. Jiang Fei? Asked the blonde woman. Chapter 582, Desser, that's me, said Jiang Fei in perfect English. He had been taught by 0541 of the world's languages, hence, allowing him to understand and speak to the blonde woman. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Jiang Fei. I am Leona, the manager in charge of Sector A3 of the Mutant Brotherhood. It is my duty to guide during this trip of yours, said Leona as she reached out her fair hand to Jiang Fei. Likewise. Thank you for coming to get me, said Jiang Fei as he shook Leona's hand and followed her into the car. Both mutants, as well as the martial artists of China, had an aura around them that could easily be detected if they were not careful to hide it. In this car, there was no reason to hide. 0541 could easily detect and analyze the aura, revealing that Leona was a level 4 mutant. Leona did not look any older than 20 years old. That made her a powerful mutant since she had achieved level 4 at such a young age. However, it was not uncommon to see strong mutants appearing here and there. In China, however, if one was a level 4 fighter, one would already be of the age of 40 or 50. If someone, excluding Jiang Fei, was able to train oneself to reach level 4 by the age of 30, he or she would be deemed as the next superstar amongst the martial artists. Mutants were different as their powers and talents were born. Once their powers awaken, give and take a year or two, he or she would be able to fully master their powers. Hence, it was not strange to see someone as young as 10 at level 4. While that was the case, there was a downside. One's power was given. It cannot be trained but mastered. No matter how much one trained their powers, if their power had a limit, it would be impossible to surpass that limit. Martial artists were all normal humans to begin with. Their powers grew with training, and although it was improbable, it was still possible to achieve level 5 by pure training. Mr. Jiang Fei, you must be tired from your journey. We have already gone ahead and postponed your welcome party to tomorrow night. Please rest in the hotel that we have arranged for you, said Leona while smiling courteously. They had not expected Jiang Fei to come with his master. As all their manpower were used up during the preparation of the uranium, none of them had the time to prepare for Jiang Fei's arrival. Understandable, said Jiang Fei. Leona's idea was perfect since Jiang Fei had not been getting enough rest due to the time zone difference. He had not slept for more than 20 hours and was dying to rest. They made their way to Los Angeles and reached a grand hotel by nightfall. At that moment, Jiang Fei couldn't care less about the beauty of the hotel. All he cared for was to have a good shower and sleep. Even so, he was careful enough to let 0541 to scan for any suspicious activities before he rested. It was already past 9 a.m. by the time Jiang Fei woke up. After a nice bath in the large, overly decorated bathroom, Jiang Fei ordered hotel service for breakfast. Before he could even put on any clothes, the hotel service crew had arrived at his doorstep with trays of food ready to be served. At the same time, Leona was informed by the hotel crew that Jiang Fei was up and was having his breakfast. After breakfast was done, Leona came to his room and invited him out. "Mr. Jiang Fei, the welcoming party is tonight. Before that, we have the entire day to ourselves. Would you like me to show you around?" asked Leona with the same courteous smile. She had a purpose. Her goal was to understand Jiang Fei as a person and inform the higher-ups of the Mutant Brotherhood before the welcome party. "Sounds good to me," said Jiang Fei as he happily accepted the invitation. It was the first time he had set foot in America, and he had wanted to experience what it was like to walk down the same streets where most Western movies were shot. Throughout the day, Leona was constantly talking to Jiang Fei, trying her best to understand his attitude. She wanted to know what kind of character did the China Martial Artist Alliance had asked him to be. Even though they were about to become allies in fending off the Japanese, it was still safe to understand what lay behind that mask. America had taken the liberty to become the world police and overseer. The same goes for the Mutant Brotherhood. They would always want to be the leader in any given situation. The Europe Vatican Church had been a good partner for many years, and they had always been cooperative. The Chinese, however, had their own means and methods. From the Mutant Brotherhood's perspective, they feared that the Chinese would take their own course of actions without thinking about the execution and aftermath. After Leona casually asked many questions about China, Jiang Fei had only responded simply, with shrugs. Jiang Fei did not intend to hide, but he genuinely did not understand how the Martial Artist Alliance thought. Even though he had the Honorable Elder title in the Alliance, he did not know who was running the Alliance and who the real leader was. Even though he had met many of the leaders and representatives of the sects, he was still clueless about how the Alliance worked. After the tour around Los Angeles ended, Leona sent Jiang Fei back to the hotel and went on her way. "Any news?" Schroeder asked as soon as Leona entered the meeting room. "Nothing. The boy's lips are sealed. That's not possible. The boy should be an open book with your techniques." "He is just a new leaf," said Schroeder. "Never underestimate the Chinese. They may be plain in sight, but hiding behind those masks are faces that can terrify the world," said a middle-aged man who had just walked into the meeting room. "Lord Desser," cried Leona and Schroeder. "Please sit. I want to hear from both of you about this young boy called Jiang Fei," said Desser as he sat down on a larger executive chair. Jiang Fei was able to position himself in the high tables amongst the others in the alliance due to his mysterious master. It has been said that he had gained unnatural strength through his master's teaching. However, the boy was as green as a seedling. "I've known him enough to know that he is still naive," said Schroeder. "I don't think so. The boy was crude and uncivilized." "Naive is just sugarcoating it," said Leona. She had been with Jiang Fei for the entire day and was able to understand him. Desser wondered. As the handler of any foreign administrative, he trusted his underlings fully. Hence, he did not think that Schroeder and Leona were telling lies. However, it was odd since both Schroeder and Leona had given different opinions about the boy. "I believe you, Schroeder. However, I would trust Leona's judgment on this matter. The Chinese had always been sneaky. It is best to keep your guard up every time you deal with them. You don't want to fall into their traps," said Desser. Like any white man, his opinion about China had always been biased. "I understand. But I am sure of my opinion of Jiang Fei," said Schroeder. He had nothing to suspect about Jiang Fei, especially since he had saved him. "Very well. I'll save my judgment until I see him later," said Desser. Schroeder was still a level 4 mutant. It was best to not offend the man directly. Chapter 583, Godblade. When the sun set, Leona and the men of the Mutant Brotherhood arrived at the hotel to pick Jiang Fei up. The party was hosted in one of the largest, most grand hotels that was in Los Angeles. To express their sincerity, they had booked the entire hotel and its empty rooms for the night, just for the party. After Jiang Fei had arrived at the dining hall, he was surprised to see a quiet, poorly illuminated hall. It was a luxurious fine dining experience. Food and drinks were constantly rolled in by waiters. Everyone was whispering to one another. It was an unworldly experience since he was used to the Chinese, loud and expressive social gathering. Jiang Fei was not alien to this sort of gathering, but he was not comfortable with it. He had been with Han Tianyu for so long and learned a thing or two about manners. Luckily, he had chosen to wear the tuxedo that the Mutant Brotherhood had prepared for him. He would have stood out for the wrong reason if he had worn his casual attire. Leona came in and automatically wrapped her arms around Jiang Fei. Since the party was meant for Jiang Fei, all the other guests had already arrived, waiting for Jiang Fei. Schroeder walked up to Jiang Fei as he was walking on the red carpet at the center of the hall. "Brother, welcome to America. I'd like to introduce you to one of the leaders of the Mutant Brotherhood. This is Mr. Desser, the administrator for foreign activity," said Schroeder as he directed Jiang Fei to one of the tables. "Good evening, Mr. Jiang Fei," said Desser as he reached out his hand. "Good evening to you too, Mr. Desser," said Jiang Fei. 0541, what's this man's power level? Jiang Fei asked 0541. Even though he could sense Desser being a level 4 mutant, but it was best to hear 0541's accurate opinion. The pinnacle of level 4. However, I am detecting a powerful surge of energy inside him. He is very powerful, even for a level 4. Thanks. Jiang Fei kept his face as neutral as possible. If he understood what 0541 was saying, Desser could be a mutant that was about to reach level 5. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Jiang Fei. I've heard your name from Schroeder here many times. I must say, seeing you in person does surprise me, given your age, haha. It's a blessing and a curse." Jiang Fei stopped abruptly as he could feel an extremely faint amount of energy being pushed into his hand through Desser's. That sort of energy was nothing harmful, but it was sent into his body as a means to investigate Jiang Fei's power. 0541, teach this insolent fool a lesson, said Jiang Fei in his mind. Even though he did scan Desser himself through 0541, but it was incredibly subtle. On the other hand, Desser had blatantly injected his energy into Jiang Fei. That made Jiang Fei incredibly angry. In comparison, Jiang Fei had only taken a look at Desser while Desser was molesting his entire body. Even though the two had the same objective, but the methods were different. Yes, Captain, with adequate power, 0541 had no problem to send a similar attack back. Jiang Fei's ring glowed briefly, releasing a small amount of energy to purge the infiltrator's energy and direct it back at the attacker. "Arc!" Desser cried. When he realized that the energy that he sent was eliminated, he knew that he was discovered. However, by the time he wanted to let go of his hand, Jiang Fei would not let go. Instead, he gripped Desser's hands. The energy that Jiang Fei had injected into Desser was nothing destructive. However, it did leave a red circle on his palm. To put it simply, Jiang Fei had only glanced at Desser while Desser had gone out of his way to touch Jiang Fei inappropriately. Not only did Jiang Fei deny him, he had also spat on his face. The red circle that was in Desser's palm was left there purposely as a remark. No one simply spied on him and got away with it. In time, the mark would disappear. Desser understood the intention clearly and dared not make a scene. He quietly nodded and let go of Jiang Fei's hand. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's retaliation from being spied had reinforced Desser's opinion about the Chinese being sneaky. It was a show of prowess. If Han Tianyu was in his shoe, all he could do, at best, was detecting the foreign energy and purging it before the enemy could siphon any information. Redirecting the energy back at the attacker was completely out of his capability. Unlike Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei was not a high-profile weapon manufacturer, nor was he a warmonger. He did not care about the consequences of his actions since he only needed their help to stand against the Japanese. To be fair, even though Desser was acting that way since he did not trust the Chinese, Jiang Fei had his reasons similar to Desser. Anyone who is not sharing the same land as me shall be treated with the utmost prejudice. After his action backfired at him, Desser remained quiet and pretended that nothing had happened. Jiang Fei himself kept quiet as well as he did not want anyone else to notice their little energy ping-pong battle. After the little silent war, the rest of the guests surrounding Jiang Fei left. Schroeder and Leona left the two alone to allow Desser to start his discussion. Mr. Jiang, what are the Martial Artist Alliance thoughts on the alliance to fight against the Japanese? Said Desser. He wanted to know what the Chinese were thinking about the upcoming war. To be completely honest, I don't know. However, personally, I think that everyone should just get along to fight. How else would we fight against hundreds of thousands of biohumans? I doubt any of us can stand against them, said Jiang Fei. Haha. I think Mr. Jiang is overthinking it, said Desser. Is that so? Do you perhaps have a deterrent for this conflict? Jiang Fei asked. If the Mutant Brotherhood had a countermeasure for the Japanese, they would have already had the European Vatican as well as the China martial artist under their command. Well, I cannot deny that it would be a problem to fend off an army of hundreds of thousands of biologically enhanced humans. However, why do you think that the Japanese have not attacked? See, we have this thing called the nuclear bomb. Perhaps we should bring the war to their turf instead of waiting for them to come to us. What about the level 5 metahuman? Asked Jiang Fei. He had never thought of attacking first even though the Alliance had such an idea. However, due to the presence of a level 5 alien beast guarding their land, it would be best to wait for them to come instead. Oh! I thought that the Chinese had a way to fight a level 5 metahuman. If I remember correctly, the Alliance has a powerful sword. The God Blade, said Desser. The God Blade? Jiang Fei asked. He had never heard of such weapon before. Ah. Weren't you informed about it? Desser cocked his eyebrow. He had thought that in Jiang Fei's position in the Alliance, he would know about the God Blade. I have no idea what you are talking about, said Jiang Fei. God Blade is an alien relic. In the eyes of the common folks, it looks just like any other sword or dagger. A hunk of useless steel in the face of machine guns. However, if used correctly, the blade can even kill any level 5 metahuman, said Desser. Chapter 584, The Mutant's Ambition. Wait a minute. Alien relic, said Jiang Fei. 0541 immediately chimed in to inform Jiang Fei about the sword. I think he is talking about a weapon made with Valium. Valium, it is a very rare metal in the universe. Even Planetnomics technology would find it extremely hard to manufacture, said -541. Is there anything special about Valium? In the hands of the uninformed, the metal poses no threat in particular. In fact, it has almost the same characteristics as ferrum. However, that metal reacts greatly with metahumans. Under normal circumstances, the metal will have the same properties as steel. However, introduce blood that contains the energy of metahumans, it will react in a way that is same as how antimatter reacts with matter. The result would be a surge of energy that would be released like an explosion, said 0541. So, it is the bane of metahuman? That is correct. Once the metal penetrates the skin and makes contact with the metahuman's blood, the metal will consume all the blood of the being and release a powerful energy that would incinerate said being. Wouldn't it be easier to make it into bullets? Said Jiang Fei. No. The metal is so rare that you can't even harvest a handful of them from an entire planetary system. It is so rare that we cannot even find enough of them to forge a proper blade. That one that Desser had mentioned had only traces of Valium at the sharp edge of the blade. I see, said Jiang Fei as he nodded. How many were there in Braveheart before the crash, according to the ship's armory log? There were a total of 18 counts of weapon that had Valium. However, Valium on its own is weak. During the crash, it was predicted to be destroyed, burnt in the atmosphere during entry. It is improbable to find any more Valium-type weapon. Alright, that answers my questions. Even though it was improbable, it was possible. Either way, there would not be more than 18 weapons, only lesser. After he had understood the basics of the God Blade, Jiang Fei spoke to Desser again. So you are proposing that you and I would defeat the level 5 enemy using the God Blade with level 5 fighters from both our sides? That is exactly what I'm proposing, said Desser. Even though God Blade was so powerful against a level 5 enemy, it would be hard to get into melee range. Hence, to kill a level 5 enemy, the attacker should be level 5 as well. I understand, said Jiang Fei. Desser's wants were simple. He wanted Jiang Fei to extend his help to the only 2 known level 5 masters in China. The problem was Jiang Fei was no one. He was not in a position to ask the help of a level 5 master. Zhuge Shanjin was merely a fictional character that he created. Moreover, he did not want to waste his last lifeline, Phoenix, just to kill another level 5 monster. What do you think, Mr. Jiang? If we killed the level 5 beast of Japan, we could easily bring the war onto their own turf. If we won, it would be nice. But if we lost, there would be minimum loss. I cannot give you an answer. However, I will gladly relay your message to the Alliance, said Jiang Fei. Desser's plan was as good as it was convincing. Casualties in war should always be minimal. Fighting in the Japanese land would definitely minimize the damage done to their own country. Terrain played an important role here. If the war with the Japanese took place in either China or America, the damage dealt due to stray attacks would be significant even if they won the war. It was like having a fight break out in your own house. If the condition could be set, one would never want to wage a war on one's own turf. Especially if the enemy were the barbaric Japanese. They would unlikely be merciful to the unarmed and innocent. Besides, if we could attack Japan, we could take the chance to find their research lab. If we have spare men and time, we could attack their laboratory. We could immensely put a cork on their development of biohuman and even secure data of the experiments. In the future, if the Japanese would rise up again, we would have the means and methods to counter their army of biohumans, Desser added. Jiang Fei cocked his eyebrow. From the tone of speech, Jiang Fei could sense greed in his words. It was as if he was looking forward to this war, not because of the higher moral, but to obtain the experimental data to make biohuman. It was an expected development. If Desser had obtained that data, he could defeat the biohuman by exploiting their weaknesses. However, if he cooperated with the state of America, he could build himself an army of biohumans far stronger than the Japanese could. It was something that was so inhumanly cruel. I can no longer trust this white man anymore, Jiang Fei thought to himself. At the same time, he bore the same prejudice toward all members of the Mutant Brotherhood. Judging from how Desser had spoken, it seemed that the man's primary goal of the war was to obtain that data. Defeating the enemies of the state was only secondary. Technically speaking, the specimens of the Japanese biohuman army were normal humans, resulting in weaker combat power even after being modified. If that technology was given to the Mutant Brotherhood, they would be able to use their own mutant subjects to experiment. They would be able to create an elite kill squad filled with superior enhanced mutants. With a powerful army in hand, Jiang Fei feared that his future enemy would be the Mutant Brotherhood. While worrying about it, Jiang Fei continued his empty talks with Desser. Desser seemed to be very confident in his plan. He had occasionally spat out things like having China and the European Vatican work together with America as their leader. Even though it was weird to suggest such a proposition, Jiang Fei thought it as mere proposition instead of a real future action. From the conversation, Jiang Fei had obtained a few important notes. No matter how China martial artist alliances acted, the Mutant Brotherhood had already reached an agreement with the European Vatican to attack Japan, with or without the help of China's 2 level 5 fighters. If they won, the loot of the battle would not be shared with China. Jiang Fei felt wrong about how Desser thought. Ambition was good, but always be humble about it. It seemed that there was nothing that would come in his way of doing what he wanted. The worst-case scenario was that his greed got the better of him, resulting in the Mutant Brotherhood's exploitation of the biohuman experiment data. Chapter 585, Thunder Gale Kick Technique. After having the unproductive conversation with Desser, Jiang Fei dropped all his desire to talk with the other mutants of the Brotherhood. After ending the conversation with Desser, Jiang Fei decided to return to his hotel. He ignored the dance session with all of the guests and with Leona with the excuse of returning to his room to report all that had happened during the meeting. Once Jiang Fei was in his room, the first thing Jiang Fei did was call Han Tianyu and told him briefly about the meeting. Naturally, he did not care about whether the level 5 master of the Soaring Clouds sect would be participating in the war. If all went according to Desser's own plans, there would be 4 to 5 level 5 fighters participating from the Mutant Brotherhood and the European Vatican, with the Godblade in hand. Without a doubt, Desser had planned on killing the level 5 guardian beast that the Japanese had. The participation of the Chinese in this war was irrelevant. The reason Desser had extended the invitation to fight the Japanese was merely to show his goodwill, letting the Chinese participate the war by being the Americans' underlings. In doing so, he had openly declared that the Americans' Mutant Brotherhood was the big brother of the world. Jiang Fei was not truly part of the internal members of the China Martial Artists Alliance. Hence, he was unable to make any decision on behalf of the alliance. Now that the message had been delivered, there was nothing to worry about anymore. The one thing that made Jiang Fei be on alert was the greed and the Mutant Brotherhood's ambition, specifically Desser's. It was so worrisome that Jiang Fei was stressed out on forcing himself to search for the other fragments of the ship Braveheart. In a way, he could get stronger to solve the problem of the Japanese biohumans. Originally, he wanted to go back to China, to his family after the ordeal in America was over. However, after witnessing the Mutant Brotherhood's ambition, he had decided to skip that idea and instead return to his previous mission to search for Braveheart's fragments. After spending the night at the hotel, Jiang Fei bade farewell to Schroeder and Leona. He hoped on the giant sword and flew across the continent southward. Currently, if there was a piece of the ship fragments laying around, it would definitely be packed and shipped away. The only option for Jiang Fei to possibly locate undiscovered ship fragments was to find in areas where no human could possibly set their foot in. To avoid any conflict between any forces of the world, Jiang Fei would not reclaim the ship fragments if they were already discovered by anyone. Right now, his area of search was only limited to those that had not been discovered. After flying for half a day, Jiang Fei arrived at the area of the Amazon rainforest. As the name implied, the Amazon was literally an endless bed of fauna and flora. Much like the deep-sea region of Challenger's Deep, the Amazon rainforest was not commonly visited by humanity. If there were any fragments here, they would not be touched. Jiang Fei surfed through the air on the giant sword and brushed through the thick forest of the Amazon. It was both breathtaking and exhilarating to just breeze through the cool air and beautiful scenery. "Captain, I have good news," cried 0541 out of the blue. "Did you find a fragment?" "No. Nothing of that sort. I have finished compiling and condensing the martial skills that you have given me some time ago," said 0541. "Good, transfer them to me later," said Jiang Fei. The calculations made by 0541 had been anticipated for a long time. However, due to the horrendous after-effects of the imprinting technique, Jiang Fei dared not ask 0541 to start transferring the knowledge as he was flying several hundreds of meters in the air. Instead, he took his time and scoured for a place to land. He found a small area of land by a long river and cleared the air of all dangerous insects and animals. After he was sure that nothing in the area could cause harm to him, he asked 0541 to start the imprinting process. The ring beamed a white ray light that changed into a helmet that enveloped Jiang Fei's head. After a few minutes, the imprinting process was completed and Jiang Fei felt like his head was about to explode. "Ugh," Jiang Fei grunted as he rolled on the moss and grass. The first time was terrible as he struggled to even stand up. Right then, he felt slightly better, albeit it being still horrendous. His mind was in chaos for a brief moment, but after a few minutes, the ill feeling was gone. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei was able to collect himself and start to consolidate the information that 0541 had just beamed into his mind. The martial skill that 0541 had just transferred to Jiang Fei consisted of two parts. The first part was a skill which involved mainly his legs. It was the 4.5-star grade martial skill, which 0541 had further enhanced. The second part, which was only 1/3 of the entire martial skill, involved using a sword. It was made by combining and further enhancing two 4-star grade martial skills, which was useful to compensate Jiang Fei's lack of weapons mastery. However, since he did not have a proper sword to begin with, he had decided to practice the main part of the martial skill. First, he tried to slowly practice the leg skills one time simply by moving in accordance to the skill without exerting any force. After he was done practicing one time, he realized that the leg skill was different. Compared to the previous learning of the tornado kick, the new kick style was truly a work of art. Not only was it as powerful, for it was full of moves, it required the user to move in such speed that one could create after images if done correctly. Infusing internal energy with the skill would result in several times more of power output. If Jiang Fei fully mastered the art, Jiang Fei's combat skill would be increased by 5 times. Nice. What we'll do next is to hunt for the ship fragments and practice the kick, said Jiang Fei happily. He went off into the forest and started to bulldoze his way around simply by practicing the kick. Since the skill was directly imprinted onto his mind, Jiang Fei did not require understanding nor guidance. All he needed to do was to repeat his moves over and over again until his body got used to the moves. His method of practice was unconventional, but since it was alien technology, Jiang Fei's rate of improvement was so fast that he was basically able to defeat a fighter at the pinnacle stage of level 4. The result of the training was devastating. Hundreds of acres of forest were destroyed. His kicks were so powerful that he could split a small hill into stones and stones into smithereens. In half a day of practice, Jiang Fei's practice ground looked like ground zero of an atomic blast. Feeling physically tired from training, Jiang Fei hopped onto the sword and left to cover more areas of the Amazon rainforest to search for the ship fragments. He kept looking for fragments until he had physically recovered and his energy restored, then he stopped flying and continued his practice. At nightfall, he slept through the night. He was at it for at least 15 days. Half a month's time was enough for Jiang Fei to make huge progress of the kick art, though it was only the basics. Even though he had yet to fully master the art, he was basically ready for combat. Due to the nature of the art being extremely fast and agile, and its destructive force equal to that of a thunderbolt, Jiang Fei had causally named the kick art as Thunder Gale Kick Technique. 0541, why am I not getting any signal for so long after covering basically half of the Amazon rainforest? Asked Jiang Fei after he had lost count of complaining to 0541. Captain, Braveheart might be huge, but compared to the size of a planet, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Consider ourselves extremely lucky for being able to collect so many pieces already. Arg! Let's just hope that we can find one today, said Jiang Fei. It was basically the same thing Jiang Fei had said for the past few weeks, yet nothing had come up in the end. Chapter 586, Valium. Jiang Fei flew across the never-ending green of what was the Amazon rainforest. While Jiang Fei was flying high, 0541 took its time to search for the ever-weak signal of the ship fragments. They had been at it for at least 2 weeks, but nothing had come up. One fine day, out of the blue, Jiang Fei was blessed by Lady Luck and managed to locate one of the ship fragments. Captain, located a ship fragment signal, cried 0541. What is it? Where is it? Asked Jiang Fei happily. He had been waiting for days just to hear the good news. 80 kilometers toward your 11 o'clock. Determining the fragment, 11 o'clock, immediately, Jiang Fei sped across the sky, and when he finally arrived where 0541 had led him, there was nothing but trees. The trees that were growing in that area were so tightly grown together that Jiang Fei could not even find a gap in the canopy to descend. Reluctantly, he had to destroy a few trees in order to land. No wonder no one has found it yet. The trees here are so close to each other. A few blasts of energy later, Jiang Fei cleared the area and set his camp. 0541, have you determined what is the fragment that you found? Jiang Fei asked. It was best not to get his hopes too high. A laboratory and a crew's cabin would differ greatly. Please hold. After 10 minutes or so, 0541 finally came back with a result. Congratulations, Captain. The fragment is a weapons production factory, said 0541. A weapons factory, huh? Jiang Fei repeated. So, am I able to wield powerful cannons and particle beams now? Jiang Fei asked. Technically, the weapons production factory does not produce mechanical weapons, so what does it produce? Swords and spears, that is correct, said 0541. Oh, Jiang Fei sighed disappointingly. He had wanted something cool, like a highly compressed particle beam cannon. Having swords and spears made from alien technology might be stronger than those made in Earth, but it would not make much of a difference. Captain, don't be too disheartened just yet. Even though melee weapons made from planet Namek were only slightly stronger than that of Earth, there are traces of Valium found inside the ship. You can make weapons that are similar to Godblade. Oh. Now you're talking. Valium, the main ingredient to make any sword and spear to be as powerful as Godblade. How much of Valium are you detecting? Jiang Fei asked. I am uncertain of the amount. At this range, I can only detect and determine the nature of the ship fragment. All right then, time to claim it back then, said Jiang Fei as he cracked his knuckles. Captain, retrieving the fragment would take some effort. How so? Are there enemies that I need to kill? Asked Jiang Fei, thinking there might be something strong like the Void Manta. It is not combat related. To be frank, the ship fragment had been lying dormant for several thousand years. Due to geological changes, the fragment is currently deep in the earth. I am detecting its location to be at least 100 meters deep. It was then that Jiang Fei realized that the signal strength was so weak because of the amount of dirt blocking the signal of the fragment from reaching the surface. So, what do you suggest? Jiang Fei asked. Nothing much. There's only one way you can gain access to the ship fragment. Dig, correct. Dig, are you nuts? Digging 100 meters deep would take me ages, cried Jiang Fei angrily. Using traditional methods would take a considerable amount of time. However, I have a plan that would make the digging faster. I require 4 hours to manufacture an earthmover for you. Using that machine, you would only need several hours to reach the ship fragment. 0541 then projected an image of the digger that looked exactly what it sounded like. The front part of the machine had a huge drill that was at least 75% of the entire machine. 4 hours? Might as well. Get it going then. It'll take this time to practice, said Jiang Fei. 4 hours was not long since Jiang Fei pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion. Right after he had enough rest, 0541 finished producing the earthmover. As it was not rocket science, Jiang Fei could easily control the machine simply by pressing a few buttons while 0541 took care of the rest. Despite being an alien tech, digging through the earth was no easy task. It took him an hour just to get a few tens of meters deep. The entire process had taken him at least 3 hours before Jiang Fei reached the fragment. To prevent damage to the fragment, Jiang Fei had to stop at least 2 meters away from his goal and manually dig through the earth himself. 2 meters of digging was not much of an effort. In no time at all, Jiang Fei was rewarded with a strong silvery metal plate, which was the entrance to the ship. It was by calculations since 0541 had already obtained information about the fragment and its entrance's position. With a quick link to the ship fragment's control system, 0541 opened the door and Jiang Fei was finally able to enter the ship. Whoa! There's a lot of weapons here, said Jiang Fei as he examined all the weapons in the armory. As expected, the weapons in the armory were only slightly stronger than those of Earth. Such a waste, Jiang Fei sighed. Initially, he thought that the weapons could be given to the Alliance members since they had good mastery in swords and spears. However, Due to the fact that the weapons were made in planet Namek, they looked different. In the end, even though they were stronger and sharper, no one in the Martial Artists Alliance could use them to its full potential. Have you determined the amount of Valium yet? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. There is a total of 30 grams of Valium in this ship. 30 grams? That's less than a cup of sugar, cried Jiang Fei. What can I do with only 30 grams of Valium? Consider the fact that we only need a trace of Valium to coat a weapon. 30 grams of Valium could be used to make at least 4 China-style longsword. Truth be told, there is a limit to the size of the sword if you wish to maximize the quantity of weapons you want to make with Valium. 0541's idea was efficient. Technically speaking, to make a weapon lethal against metahumans, one only needed a minuscule amount of Valium coated on the weapon. Making more than one weapon would be possible. Chapter 587, Jean-Lu's sword. In that case, make me one of those Chinese-style long swords, said Jiang Fei. Very well. Please choose the design, said 0541 as it projected several designs of swords. Could you also make a sword with special effects like the armor you made for me? Asked Jiang Fei as he slowly made up his mind. It is impossible. Why is that? How is it possible to give special effects to the armor but not on weapons? It should not be difficult for 0541. Captain, armors and weapons are different. During close-quarter combat, a weapon's main function is to deal damage whilst maintaining its structural integrity. Besides armor, is it impossible to introduce mechanical parts in a weapon? All armors with special effects had microscopic level of electronics embedded in it. Although it could provide various effects to protect the wearer, its structural integrity was weak. To be fair, it could withstand a point-blank range of a gun but not an attack from a metahuman. In a fight, swords clashing would be inevitable. Having a sword with effects would be the same as the hoverboard made into a giant sword. In the best-case scenario, the internal parts of the sword would be damaged. All melee weapons made in planet Namek were made close to unbreakable. In all honesty, just by applying Valium, it was already considered to be the extra special effect. All right. I trust your judgment. Make the swords like this one, said Jiang Fei as he selected one of the designs. Order received. The manufacturing process will take place as soon as I have retrieved the weapons production factory. ETA, 24 hours, time to leave then, said Jiang Fei as he stepped out of the fragment to let 0541 to absorb the fragment into the ring. By the time Jiang Fei had returned to the surface, the sun was already starting to set. Jiang Fei practiced his kick art for a little while before calling it a day and continuing his search for ship fragments on the next day. As it seemed that Lady Luck had not decided to pay Jiang Fei a visit, there were no signs of any signal from any ship fragments even after Jiang Fei had scoured the Amazon rainforest. Thankfully, 0541 had finished making the sword. The sword was a long two-sided blade that measured at 3 feet, 3 inches, and 1/3 of an inch. The sword weighed exactly 32 kilograms and was heavier on the hilt. The entire sword was made from a special amalgamated metal called Timur. Like chrome, the entire sword reflected light like a piece of mirror. Not only was it nice to see and nice to hold, the blade of the sword was so sharp that it could cut steel like a hot knife through butter. If Jiang Fei infused a little bit of energy into the sword, it would strengthen the sword to a state of almost being unbreakable. Coated on the sharp edges of the blade was Valium. If the blood of a metahuman made contact with the blade would consume the victim's blood, resulting in an epic explosion of power which would kill said victim. This is a good sword, Jiang Fei exclaimed. Captain, this sword is both powerful and lethal. Please use it with the utmost caution as it could also cause lethal damage to you. 0541 reminded Jiang Fei that he too was also vulnerable to the sword. I understand. I will be careful. Jiang Fei swung the sword around for a little while before storing it in the ring. After he had given some thought, he decided to name the sword Jean-Lu's sword. Jean-Lu was one of the 5 ancient swords of China. Sadly, all 5 of the ancient swords of China was lost in history. Jiang Fei had decided to name the sword after the 5 ancient swords of China due to its prowess against powerful foes. After Zhang sword, Jiang Fei had asked 0541 to make one more sword that looked exactly like the previous one. There would only be one difference between the two swords, and that was the Valium coat. Jiang Fei's objective was straightforward. He wanted an exact same sword without the Valium coat for common practice as well as battles that did not involve overwhelmingly powerful foes. The one that was coated in Valium would only be used if his life was on the line. After 3 days of roaming around the Amazon rainforest, 0541 finished making the second sword, which Jiang Fei immediately named as the Qingying sword, another ancient sword of China. By then, Jiang Fei had almost mastered the Thunder Gale kick technique, but due to lack of actual battle experience, it was hard to fully master the art. Hence, he decided to cross that bridge when he got to it and moved on to the sword technique. The sword technique that was crafted by 0541 was made by combining the higher tier sword art from the Hengshan sect and the Green Willow Heights sect. Although the resulting sword art was not the best, it was one of the more powerful sword arts in the Alliance. There was a huge problem to learn the skill since Jiang Fei had never held a sword in his life. Even though he had the knowledge of the art imprinted on his mind, his body was not used to holding a sword as how he had learned the Thunder Gale kick technique. As a result, Jiang Fei cut himself a few times during practice. Phew! Thank God I have this sword made for practice, or I would have died. Jiang Fei commented after the 8th times he had cut himself. With the miracle potion, flesh wounds were nothing but a mild hindrance that were immediately erased. After one last night in the Amazon rainforest, Jiang Fei decided to call it quits and headed off to South America for sightseeing. At the same time, he had put in some effort to practice the sword art whenever possible. In a blink of an eye, a month had passed since he had left China. He had basically covered the entire South America and came up with nothing. Even so, he did manage to master the basic movements of the sword art, due to its powerful swing and thrust techniques that could conjure a storm. Jiang Fei had decided to name the sword art as Dominating Blade Technique. According to 0541's latest assessment of Jiang Fei's combat power, Jiang Fei had reached the level where he could fight on even grounds with a fighter at the pinnacle stage of level 4. With the Zhang sword in hand, the chances of him killing a metahuman of pinnacle stage of level 4 was extremely high. With the two new techniques learned and mastered, Jiang Fei had decided to go home. For the past month, Han Tianyu had been constantly trying to contact Jiang Fei because of the storm that was coming. The Mutant Brotherhood and the European Vatican were on their way to fight the Japanese. Chapter 588, Mission Accepted. Jiang Fei had gained a lot from this trip. Not only did he successfully master 2 sets of martial arts techniques, he also obtained a God Blade level weapon. Moreover, this Zhang sword was a Chinese-style longsword that was specially tailored for Jiang Fei. It was very suitable for his swordsmanship. The other god blades in the hands of other forces were all products of planet Namek. Even though they were equally lethal when used against metahumans, the style of those swords was not very suitable for human use. Thus, the combat power of those swords was far weaker than Jiang Fei's Zhang sword. As Han Tianyu kept urging him, Jiang Fei decided to go home and have a look at things. After all, he also wanted to know what the China Martial Art Alliance's standpoint was in regards to this joint operation. He was worried that the government Han Tianyu represented was also interested in biotechnology. After flying for more than 10 hours, Jiang Fei finally arrived in China. Then, he gave Han Tianyu a call and a helicopter came to pick him up. Ah Fei, while you were away, the Mutants Brotherhood had contacted the China Martial Art Alliance directly. As usual, Han Tianyu came to pick Jiang Fei up personally. What does the Alliance think? Jiang Fei asked, concerned. Well, how do I put it? The Alliance's opinions are a little different from the opinions from my side. It sounded like Han Tianyu was in a difficult position. He naturally represented the government and their opinions. Oh? Let me hear it, Jiang Fei said curiously. The Alliance is strongly against the biomodification of the human body. After all, after the addition of animal genetics, humans are no longer human beings. Moreover, from the information we have obtained, the Japanese's biohumans are not perfect. Other than the advanced biohumans, which are made through the biomodification of mutants, ordinary biohumans have a very short lifespan, only around 3 to 5 years. So, for the soldiers who have accepted biomodification, it is like choosing death, Han Tianyu explained. As expected. Jiang Fei nodded. 0541 mentioned this before. This was why Jiang Fei was not willing to cooperate with the country and create a biohuman army. But, even though we are not creating a biohuman army, we must still obtain the technology. In this case, if other countries with biotechnology launched attacks at us, we would have room for counteraction, Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei nodded. As leaders of the country, they not only had to consider ethics and morality, but also national security. But now, at least the two sides have reached a consensus, Han Tianyu said. What consensus? Jiang Fei asked. To launch a surprise attack on Japan. We must set up the battlefield within Japan. Han Tianyu sounded very determined. It seemed like the government and the martial art alliance were in agreement in relation to this. After all, there were hundreds of years of history as examples. The Chinese people had a deep understanding of how cruel the Japanese were. If they allowed the war to take place in mainland China, then the losses would be unimaginable even if they won the war. So, the war had to be in the Japanese territory. This way, no matter how cruel the Japanese were, they would be harming their own people. I agree with this. Jiang Fei nodded. This time, just to be on the safe side, the Martial Art Alliance will dispatch 2 level 5 masters and bring a Godblade to Japan. Han Tianyu said. There were reasons why the Martial Art Alliance was making such a big scene. On one hand, they wanted to ensure that they killed the guardian beasts of Japan. On the other hand, it was to show the Mutants' Brotherhood their power, telling them not to think that they were really invincible. Ho ho, those old guys can't sit still anymore? Jiang Fei laughed. Sigh. These level 5 masters are all ancestors of the major sections. Even though they've already shut themselves away from the world for many years, no one wants to see China get destroyed, so they will naturally come forward. Han Tianyu said. Since everything has been arranged, why are you so eager for me to come back? Jiang Fei asked. Because the level 5 masters have only agreed to kill the guardian beasts of Japan. They are not interested in ordinary biohumans. So, the Mutants' Brotherhood will organize a second wave of attacks and the China Martial Art Alliance will also participate. They hope that you can lead one team into the battle, Han Tianyu said. Are you going? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. He understood what the Martial Art Alliance was doing. This was another good opportunity for him to gain more military achievements. Therefore, the Martial Art Alliance wanted to give this opportunity to Jiang Fei. This way, the disciples from the younger generation could also interact with him more. What can I do if I go? Get myself killed? Han Tianyu rolled his eyes. He was only at the beginning stage of level 2. He could not protect himself against a biohuman army at all, so he would definitely get himself killed if he went. Okay. I'll accept this mission. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not accept this mission to gain more honor in the Martial Art Alliance. There was nothing that the Martial Art Alliance had that he was interested in at all. He accepted this mission mainly so he could look for opportunities to destroy the information on biotechnology that the Japanese had, so that it would not fall into the hands of other forces. This would prevent more problems from arising in the future. While Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu talked, the helicopter had landed on the top floor of Manda Square. Jiang Fei only went home after changing into a set of clean clothes at Han Tianyu's house. After all, he had been passing through rainforests for a whole month. His original clothes have long since been ruined. When Jiang Fei opened his house door, he realized that Si Ting was also there. In fact, for the past few days, this girl had been coming to Jiang Fei's house to chat with his mother almost every day. Through Jiang Fei's mother, she learned about Jiang Fei's childhood. Shatter, Si Ting saw Jiang Fei as soon as he entered the door. The teacup in her hand fell on the ground and shattered into pieces. The girl who was by the tea table immediately rushed into Jiang Fei's arms. The girl who just fell in love had been away from her lover for more than a month. As she missed him so much, the emotions bottled up in her heart immediately broke out when she saw him. At this point, even though Sitang was a tough girl, her eyes were red and filled with tears. It's okay, Jiang Fei held Sitang tightly in his arms. Even though he did call her for the past few days, he still felt pretty bad. The girl hummed softly. Then, she lifted her face, her eyes closed. She pouted her seductive red lips slightly, obviously sending a certain call to her lover. Seeing that the girl was asking for a kiss voluntarily, Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony and immediately kissed the girl. Ah! Xiao Fei, you're back. At this very moment, his mother, who had gone to get a photo album, came out from the room. Ah! Although Sitang could not help but ask for a kiss voluntarily, she was caught red-handed by Jiang Fei's mother. Feeling extremely embarrassed, Sitang immediately pushed Jiang Fei away. Ho ho, Jiang Fei smiled. His mother saw him being intimate with a girl, so his face felt a little hot. I'll leave you two to it. I'm going to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. I'll make something good for dinner. Jiang Fei's mother glared at him. Although she was very excited to see her son, she decided to give the couple some time first. Chapter 589, Unexpected News. Jiang Fei spent some time with Sitang. They seemed so in love and had so much to say to each other. Only when Jiang Fei's mother came home that the two of them separated reluctantly. Auntie, I'll help you. Sitang took the initiative to help Jiang Fei's mother cook. You're the best, Xiaoying. You know how to treat me well, unlike the young master of our family. He never offers to help me with anything, Jiang Fei's mother said while she glared at him. How can you say something like that? Every single time I enter the kitchen, you kick me out with the excuse that boys shouldn't be in the kitchen, Jiang Fei muttered. Although Jiang Fei was a little jealous of his mother being biased towards Sitang, he was also very happy that his mother and Sitang were getting along with each other harmoniously. After a while, Jiang Fei's father came home. Seeing that Jiang Fei was safe and sound, his father nodded with relief. After all, Jiang Fei's parents were worried every time he went away. The family had a good dinner together. Jiang Fei sent Sitang home. When he returned home, Jiang Fei finally logged into the game after more than a month. I thought you were never coming back, tears welled up in Isabella's eyes. This was the first time Jiang Fei saw Isabella looking like this. I'm sorry. I've made you suffer. As Jiang Fei had been away for more than a month, this meant that Isabella had been stuck in the dark room all alone for that long. He clearly knew that this kind of suffering was absolutely unimaginable. I'm not afraid of suffering, I'm just afraid of you getting into danger in your world. It would be great if I could go to your world and help you. Isabella started crying as Jiang Fei held her in his arms tightly. Husband, it's great that you're all fine. A golden light flashed and Sylphie appeared next to Jiang Fei. We've been so worried all this time. Nina also appeared shortly after. As the two of them had the level of strength of an overlord, they could rush here at a high speed. Husband! Why did you disappear for so long? A water light flashed. Even though Ariel did not have the power of an overlord, the contract of devotion allowed her to instantly teleport to Jiang Fei. Something came up in my world, so I've been delayed for a while. Jiang Fei was also very touched at this very moment. After all, there were so many girls who cared about him. If only we could go to your world and help you, the girls present thought the same thing at the same time. However, the barriers between the two worlds made it impossible for these girls to know what the adventurer's world was like. At this time, in an underground base in the northwest of China, a voice shouted, "Leader, he's online, oh!" The leader, who was a middle-aged man, came to the monitor in a few steps. He's finally back. Another staff member said. Yeah. Whenever this kid is offline, the evolution of the experimental programs is obviously in a state of stagnation. He just came online moments ago and there are already obvious changes in the experimental programs number 15, 19, 25 and 42. The researchers who were monitoring the evolution of the program said, "Considering this kid's instability, you guys should increase the intensity of the experiment and perfect the experimental programs in the shortest possible time." The team leader said after thinking for a moment. "But, leader, if we stepped up the intensity of the experiment, will he notice it?" A staff on the side asked. "Program number 15 is already quite close to perfection. Even if he notices, it doesn't matter. We don't need to mass produce. As long as one program succeeds, our names will be recorded in history," the team leader said, a little excited. "Yes, leader." Sure enough, the words recorded in history ignited the enthusiasm of these researchers. At this time, Jiang Fei had no idea that an experimental project on him had started again. Although this experiment did not harm him in any way, no one would be happy if they were suddenly used as a guinea pig without their knowledge. However, Jiang Fei, who still had not noticed anything strange yet, was currently busy comforting these NPC girls. As Hua Mulan had also rushed over, Jiang Fei was surrounded by a large group of girls. He was too busy to care about anything else. After comforting these girls, Jiang Fei asked Rosette Rose and Lady Casanova about the players' situation. More than a month had passed, so the players had already adapted to the rules of the faction area completely. At the same time, due to the high experience rewards in the faction area, the players' levels had also increased significantly. In the Dark faction, the average level of players had exceeded level 50, reaching level 53. The players in the first group were all already above level 55, and the top 10 players in the level ranking board were all level 58 or 59. 7 Stars Warrior, who had reached level 59, was still behind Jiang Fei, occupying the second place on the level ranking board. According to Rosette Rose, 7 Stars Warrior should be able to reach level 60 in a day or two. In addition to the rapid growth in the strength of the players, it could be said that Imperial Dragon was at the height of power and splendor, being the top guild in the Dark faction. At this time, the Demon Dragon Fortress had been completed. Due to the existence of the constructor Beansprout, the Demon Dragon Fortress was impregnable. The fortress defensive power was almost equal to the Demon Flame Fortress that was a main fortress. Moreover, Jiang Fei had also enshrined the Asakuna Orb that he once received on the altar in the Demon Dragon Fortress. Asakuna Orb, Ablation, Legendary, Special Effects, Under the Light of God, the attack power, defense, health points, and mana points of all targeted allies within a 1 km radius are doubled. Needed for activation, Asakuna Altar. Remarks: after offering Asakuna Orb to Asakuna Altar, you can use 100,000 gold coins as a sacrifice to activate the special effect of the orb, which will last for 3 hours. With this orb, Jiang Fei could instantly double the defense of the fortress just by spending a little money. Even if the huge NPC army of the Light faction attacked his Demon Dragon Fortress, he did not have to worry too much. Other than the regular stuff, Rosette Rose also told Jiang Fei another news. That was, this year's Professional Players Challenge was about to begin. In fact, this challenge should have already started a long time ago. After all, many professional players relied on such competitions to earn a living. However, because the 4 cities were not connected to each other previously, the organizers have not been able to organize the competition. Now that the 4 cities were combined, even though the Light and Dark faction were against each other, this did not hinder the competition. So, after a month of preparations, the competition was about to begin. Originally, Jiang Fei did not have much interest in this kind of competition. This was because he was currently way stronger than the average players. The professional players would not be able to make up for it with their skills at all. If he participated, he would definitely bully everyone else. However, another news brought by Rosette Rose made Jiang Fei change his mind. Apparently, a rookie professional player had replaced the old professional players and was now the hottest candidate for the champion, as he had an overwhelming amount of 2 million health points. Chapter 590, Digging the Pope's Tomb. Of course, the reason why Jiang Fei wanted to participate in this competition was not for the prizes or the champion title. He was participating in the competition for a very simple reason. It was likely that the guy with more than 2 million health points had obtained the treasured cauldron of the ancient kingdom that boosted the vitality attribute. Other than the fact that this guy had obtained a 100,000 vitality attribute bonus, Jiang Fei could not think of any other reasons why a player with only tens of thousands of health points could suddenly become a boss with 2 million health points. Therefore, in Jiang Fei's view, this rising star among the professional players had most probably obtained the treasure cauldron, which gave a lot of vitality. Only because of this, he could have such an amazing amount of health points. Since someone had already obtained the treasured cauldron, Jiang Fei believed that other treasured cauldrons would also appear one after another. In this case, players who have obtained the treasured cauldron were likely to be attracted to the competition. After all, the players who had the treasured cauldron had the ability to bully other players easily. So, if they participated in the competition, fame and fortune were almost certainly guaranteed. There was probably no one player who could withstand such a temptation. This was why Jiang Fei was so interested in this competition. Truth to be told, he was not interested in the competition itself but the treasured cauldrons in the hands of those players. Although the preliminaries of the professional competition had already begun, someone like Jiang Fei naturally did not need to participate in the preliminaries. After Rosette Rose helped him sign up, the organizer gladly made Jiang Fei a seeded player. After all, Verger Glider was already almost the idol of all the players in the Dark faction. Since the preliminaries would go on for a while, Jiang Fei did not have to participate in the competition during this period of time. Since he had so much free time, Jiang Fei thought about the other holy item in his hands. Pope's Tomb, Treasure Map, Holy Item, Use, shows you the way to the tomb of the past popes. This treasure map was said to be one of the strongest treasure maps in the whole game. It was related to the tomb of the past popes and the treasures buried within were definitely worth a lot of money. Previously, Jiang Fei was not strong enough, so he did not dare to take action. Now, however, his level had soared to 76 and he had completely updated his equipment. The most important thing was that Jiang Fei also had the Dragon's Bane now. This made Jiang Fei very confident. In order to dig the Pope's tomb, Jiang Fei had to bring some masters to accompany him. Isabella definitely had to come with him. Regardless of whether it was her identity as Jiang Fei's pet or her identity as the Nephilim little princess, there was no way Isabella could be absent when it came to digging the Pope's tomb. In addition to Isabella, Jiang Fei also intended to bring the mermaid princess, Ariel. Even though Ariel was not an overlord, she was still a high lord and her combat power should not be underestimated. However, it was inconvenient for three of Jiang Fei's most powerful combatants, Mulan, Sylphie, and Nina, to go with him. Although they were the strongest fighters, they all used to belong to the Luminous Church. If Jiang Fei brought them to dig the Tomb of Popes, even if these girls did not say anything, he would still feel very bad for them. After deciding on the candidates, Jiang Fei told the girls his plan. Isabella naturally raised her hands in favor. How could she possibly not be counted in when it came to something like digging the Pope's tomb? Ariel did not care actually about digging the Pope's tomb. She was just very happy that she was able to go on an adventure with the one she loved. As for the three girls that were once in the Luminous Church, they were also very grateful to Jiang Fei for being considerate. After all, they all came from the Luminous Church. Even though they had now separated from the Luminous Church, they were still somewhat emotionally attached. If Jiang Fei asked them to dig the Pope's tomb, the three girls would be in a difficult position. Okay. You three stay here and take care of the house. We won't forget about you if we find some good stuff, Jiang Fei said to Nina and the other two girls. Be careful, husband. Even though she was once the saint of the light and she was quite close to the Pope, an old man who was arbitrarily dictatorial was definitely not as important as her lover. So, although Jiang Fei was going to dig the Pope's tomb, Nina did not show any discomfort at all. The Pope's tomb was not in the faction area, but the main city. So, after making up their minds, Jiang Fei and the two girls instantly teleported back to Dawnlight City from the Demon Flame Fortress. Fortunately, the popes did not bury themselves in the hinterland of the Light faction. Jiang Fei muttered. If the pope's tomb was in the hinterland of the Light faction, then he would not be able to do anything. One had to know that as soon as Jiang Fei entered the territory of the Light faction, his movements would be reported in real time. Although he was not worried about the threat that ordinary players posed, he would not be able to handle the NPCs from the church judiciary. After returning to Dawnlight City, Jiang Fei discovered that it was extremely deserted. There were only a few players who were around level 10 to 20 running around. The mainstream players had already entered the faction area. Now, the 4 main cities had become 4 super beginners' villages. Let's go! Jiang Fei said to Isabella and Ariel after summoning the juvenile skygliding dragon. Yeah. The 2 women nodded and sat next to Jiang Fei. Then, the juvenile skygliding dragon took off and flew to the coordinates of the treasure map. The Pope's tomb was located in the middle of the 4 main cities. It was a majestic mountain with great heights, the highest mountain in the main city area. It was regarded by the Luminous Church as the holy mountain where the divine light God was born. The Pope's tomb was on this holy mountain, but very few people knew the specific location. However, for Jiang Fei, who had the holy item treasure map, the location of the Pope's tomb was no longer a secret. It was a long journey. Jiang Fei and the 2 girls flew for around 3 to 4 hours before they arrived at the holy mountain. We have to be careful. Although this place was not within the faction area, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about real-time reporting. However, as it was the holy mountain of the Luminous Church, there were still many guards here. If their movements got exposed, the masters of the Luminous Church would probably get here very quickly. When they were still a distance away from the holy mountain, Jiang Fei landed and kept the juvenile skygliding dragon. Then, Isabella activated Hidden Shadow and the 3 of them quietly approached the holy mountain. Although they had the treasure map to guide them, they had never been to the holy mountain before. So, they moved forward pretty slowly. Moreover, they had to avoid the sentinels who were patrolling the area. After about an hour, they were finally halfway up the holy mountain. According to the directions on the treasure map, the entrance should be nearby. Let's look for it carefully. Jiang Fei lowered his voice and said to the 2 girls. Isabella and Ariel nodded and the 3 of them began to look around carefully. Husband, come and see this. After about 5 minutes, Ariel waved to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei and Isabella quickly rushed to Ariel's side. There was a big tree not far from Ariel. In Jiang Fei's eyes, the big tree looked extremely ordinary, but Isabella and Ariel could feel unusual magical fluctuations from the big tree. Chapter 591, Meeting the Dragon God Again, Is There a Problem Here? As Jiang Fei was not a magician, he was very slow when it came to feeling magical fluctuations. It seems like there's a barrier here. The barrier is hiding the true appearance of this place. Isabella explained. Is there a way to crack it? Jiang Fei asked. That's easy. Isabella gestured for Jiang Fei to step back, then said a few words in simple Draconian. A light flashed in her hands and the view in front of Jiang Fei began to change. Buzz. After a faint magical wave, the big tree began to distort. Soon, the big tree disappeared into thin air and was replaced by an underground entrance. Ah! Is this the entrance to the Pope's tomb? It's really well hidden. Jiang Fei exclaimed. One had to know that both Isabella and Ariel were the cream of the crop amongst magicians, but they only managed to discover the barrier to the shielded entrance at such a close distance. If other players who did not know the location of the entrance wanted to find the Pope's tomb on the entire holy mountain, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. But then again, nobody would even think of doing such a thing if they did not obtain the Pope's tomb treasure map. After all, something like digging the Pope's tomb was not something that ordinary people could do. Will there be traps inside? Jiang Fei did not dare to rush into the underground tomb. That's easy. Alice jumped to Jiang Fei's side, then waved her small hand. A waterman appeared in front of Jiang Fei, then the waterman walked into the entrance. At the same time, Ariel projected a water screen before Jiang Fei. The screen showed what the waterman saw. As the waterman continued to move forward, Jiang Fei and the others could clearly see what was beyond the entrance to the tomb through the images on the screen. Being a magician is so convenient. It would have been nice if I became magician at the beginning, Jiang Fei exclaimed. Due to the openness of the game Dawn Break, players could in principle learn all the magic that NPCs could use, but whether they could obtain the skill books was a different matter. There should be no danger. Ariel controlled the waterman until it arrived in front of a stone door in the tomb. As the summoning of the waterman was only detection magic, the waterman could not open the stone door. So, its path was blocked. Let's go in. Although the waterman could not completely rule out the possibility of traps, Jiang Fei knew the no risk, no reward principle. If they did not dare to enter the tomb, they would definitely not get anything. The three of them stepped into the tomb. As the waterman had already walked through it once, Jiang Fei and the two girls were familiar with the insides of the tomb. It was safe all the way and they soon arrived before the stone door. This should be the official entrance into the tomb, everyone be careful. Jiang Fei said this to the two girls. He was ready to push the stone door. Husband, you be careful too. Ariel controlled the waterman and made it stand beside Jiang Fei. If there was any danger, the waterman could help Jiang Fei block the attack. Creak! The stone door was extremely heavy. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had a lot of strength, so he could still push it, though barely. Thump! The stone door could only be opened halfway. It was as if it was blocked by something. It did not budge even when Jiang Fei tried to push it again. However, there was already a gap big enough for one person to pass through. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew out from the gap, immediately giving Jiang Fei goosebumps. Ariel, let the waterman go in and have a look. Jiang Fei was very cautious this time. Ariel nodded, then made the waterman walk into the tomb. After the waterman passed through the door, the scene in front of the waterman was projected before the three of them. It was a hall of white marble. There were a total of 108 night luminous pearls, which lit up the stone room, making it bright as if it was broad daylight. At the center of the stone room, there was a pure gold sculpture. It was a golden man with emerald eyes. The sculptor's workmanship was very fine. The golden man's eyes were slightly closed, it looked as if it was alive but sleeping. The golden man was at the center and 32 coffins were placed neatly around it. These coffins were all made of mithril and were all inlaid with countless gems. There was even a cross made of adamant in front of each coffin. Damn, the people from the luminous church are really extravagant. Jiang Fei could not help but gasp. These mithrils and adamants were already worth a ton, let alone everything else in this place. These were all high-tier forging materials. Adamant was a compulsory material for level 80 and 90 legendary weapons. Moreover, both adamant and mithril were subsidiary minerals that would only appear when players collected other minerals. There were no exclusive veins for these minerals at all. The chances of getting these minerals were very low. It was like striking the lottery in mining, so one could easily imagine how much they were worth. This trip is really worth it. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Even if there were no buried treasures in these coffins, the 32 coffins were already enough for him to make a fortune. Let's go in. As the waterman was not attacked in the stone room, Jiang Fei's vigilance had decreased quite a bit. I think it's best if you don't go in there. At this time, a lazy voice could be heard coming from behind Jiang Fei. F***CK. Jiang Fei nearly jumped out of his skin. They were here to dig the Pope's tomb secretly. It was already a shady business, to begin with. Now that a stranger had suddenly spoken from behind him, Jiang Fei was almost scared to death. Who is it? Isabella and Ariel were also shocked. They got into their fighting stances immediately. Jiang Fei quickly turned back to have a look only to see a blonde handsome guy standing not too far away from them and smiling at them. Bennett Straz, Naga, intermediate celestial, level 115, health points 100%, remarks, not a leader. F*CK. It's you? After Jiang Fei looked at the guy's attributes, his heart calmed down. I was afraid that these girls would be widowed, so I came to save your life. We are the only two like-minded people in this world. If you die, wouldn't I become very lonely? The dragon god said to Jiang Fei with a smile. Lonely? You and your F*King nonsense. You're here to trick me again, right? Jiang Fei was very annoyed with Bennett Straz because of the blessing of the dragon god. Respected dragon god. Isabella and Ariel immediately greeted the dragon god, then hid behind Jiang Fei. After all, they spent their childhood listening to stories which told them to stay away from fire, thieves, and big dragons. Hee hee. You better appreciate it, kid. If I didn't come to save you, you would have been hacked to death by that little gold man. The dragon god's attitude was still playful. Really? Jiang Fei actually already believed him 80%. After all, there was no reason for the dragon god to come here just to lie to him. No matter how high the position of the popes was, they could not afford to ask the dragon god to help them keep watch of their graves. Chapter 592, First Pope, of course. Let me ask you, do you know which generation the current pope is from? The dragon god asked. Jiang Fei could not answer. He really did not know which generation the current pope was from. The 34th generation. Isabella was clearer about this. And how many coffins are there in the tomb? The dragon god asked again. 32. Jiang Fei counted this not long ago. Since 33 popes had died, why are there only 32 coffins? The dragon god continued to ask. Could it be? Jiang Fei had an inkling of what was going on. That's right. That little golden man is the mummy of the first pope. It has the strength of a peak overlord. If you dare to go in, you will immediately be cut into pieces. Dragon god glanced at Jiang Fei disdainfully. F*CK. I was wondering why there were no ambushes in this tomb at all. It turns out that the big boss is in there. Jiang Fei could not help but start cursing at the wickedness of the Luminous Church. This was absolutely a good move by the Luminous Church. They made the first pope into a mummy that guarded the tomb. With the strength of a peak overlord, no tomb thief would have a good ending if they walked in there. This was why the Luminous Church was so at ease in regards to the pope's tomb. After all, only gods could defeat a peak overlord. But which god would dig the graves of others? Moreover, this was only an overlord-level ancestral grave. Which god would even waste his or her time? Even if the divine light god died, the Nephilim King Augustus, who hated the Luminous Church so much, would not necessarily go and dig the divine light god's grave. So, he would definitely not dig the Pope's tomb. This was not only not beneficial to him, it would also shame him. So he came here for nothing? Jiang Fei said, unsatisfied. It was not easy getting this treasure map. They struggled to find the place and they could not take anything home even after coming here. This made him really upset. Well, it's not that you can't take anything, the dragon god Bennett Straz slowly raised his eyebrows at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was surprised. Then, he suddenly remembered the common characteristic of Nagas, that was, they were all greedy. What's going on? Does the dragon god want to join hands with me? Jiang Fei wondered. Hee hee. We're like-minded people, so I won't beat around the bush. It'll help you take care of the little gold man inside and well split the treasures 80-20. What do you think? The dragon god smiled cunningly. I get 80% and you get 20? Jiang Fei asked. Nonsense. I get 80 and you get 20, of course. The dragon god glared at Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei was not a like-minded person, he would not even get 20%. Well, Jiang Fei thought about it for a moment and decided not to make a counteroffer to the dragon god. After all, he would not be able to do it without the dragon god anyway. Moreover, the dragon god could just take everything for himself, so Jiang Fei had no right to bargain. More importantly, Jiang Fei took a fancy to the meaning behind this cooperation. If Dragon God dug the ancestral grave of the Pope together with him, he could bring this up when it was appropriate. At that time, the Luminous Church would definitely get angry at the Naga race. Then, it would not be that easy for the Nagas to remain neutral. Hee hee, now I'm really starting to like the personality of the Nagas being greedy. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. It was too hard for Nagas to just walk away if they saw treasures lying there before their eyes. Their greed was too heavy, so even though they had remained neutral for thousands of years, they would offend the Celestials just to get their hands on the treasures in front of them. Okay. Deal. You guys just wait by the door, the dragon god said and swaggered into the stone room. Who is it? You actually dare to step into holy ground. Sure enough, the golden man at the center of the hall immediately awakened as soon as it felt something alive entering the room. Buzz! Just as the golden man roared, its pair of emerald eyes completely flew open and emitted 2 green laser rays aimed at the dragon god. F***CK. It attacks you even before you have the chance to speak. Jiang Fei could see the situation inside the stone room through the projection. Humph. The dragon god snorted. Then, a golden light blocked the emerald rays. At the same time, the dragon god waved his hand and a golden dragon claw descended from the sky. All of a sudden, the mummy of the first pope was held down on the ground. Roar! The first pope tried to struggle, but he could not break away from the dragon claw. Although it had the strength of a peak overlord, the dragon god Bennett Straz was an intermediate celestial, stronger than the Nephilim king and the sea emperor. Against him, the first pope could not do anything at all. The dragon god arrived in front of the first pope in 2 steps. He reached his hand out and tapped the top of the first pope's head once. The first pope instantly calmed down and stopped struggling like crazy. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep once again. Okay, come in. The dragon god waved. Jiang Fei and the 2 girls entered the tomb. That looked easy, Jiang Fei said. Want me to let go of him so you can try? The dragon god smiled at Jiang Fei. No, he's all yours. Jiang Fei quickly shook his head. After he had entered the stone room, he looked at the golden man's attributes through the mysterious ring. It really had the strength of a peak overlord. This golden man could definitely kill Jiang Fei with just one touch. Okay, let's divide the loot. The dragon god pointed at the coffins. How should we? Jiang Fei asked. Didn't we already agree on this? 80-20. I'll get the short end of the stick. 7 of the 32 coffins are yours. You can take the coffin and all the buried treasures inside those coffins, the dragon god said with a big wave. Don't try to trick me. I know that the little golden man in your hands is also worth a ton. Jiang Fei did not fall for the dragon god's trick at all. Hee hee, you actually saw through it. The dragon god was a little embarrassed. After all, his behavior just now was pretty much the same as trying to trick a little kid with a lollipop. If this spread out, it would be quite embarrassing. I want 20 out of 32 coffins. The rest of the coffins and the little golden man is yours. Jiang Fei shared his own idea. In truth, the little golden man was a peak overlord, so it's certainly worth more than that. However, Jiang Fei could not handle this little golden man, so he had to settle for a little less. Okay. The dragon god agreed after a little hesitation. After all, the value of this little golden man was already more than all the other coffins combined. What about the corpses inside? Jiang Fei suddenly remembered that the coffins did not only contain buried treasures, but also the bodies of the popes. What can we do with those things? Leave them here, of course. The dragon god shrugged. He was really here just for the money. Ho ho, the bodies of these popes have been preserved very well. I have an idea, Isabella suddenly said. Ah. Jiang Fei was surprised. These popes were very powerful when they were still alive. I can extract the essence in their bodies, Isabella said. Blood extraction was not limited to just Nephilims. People from the Light faction could also be extracted. It was just that Nephilims could not use the essence extracted from people of the Light faction. However, Jiang Fei had a lot of girls under him who were from the Light faction who could benefit from this. Chapter 593, The Greedy Dragon God. I will not meddle with your business, said the dragon god Bennett Straz. Although the dragon did not have anything against the Light faction, raiding the tomb of the first pope was bold, even for him. Hence, he ignored what Isabella and Jiang Fei was going to do and minded his own thing. Bennett took the 12 sarcophagi and emptied them to the floor. The piles of the rotten corpses were thrown aside as he ignored what Isabella and Jiang Fei were about to do with them. Let's put away everything first, said Jiang Fei. Even though he wanted to extract the essence of the corpses, he needed to keep everything in his inventory as the tomb was emitting strong magical force. Once disturbed, the people of the Light faction would definitely be notified. In the worst-case scenario, they would have already dispatched an army to investigate. As expected, players in the game were overly powerful compared to the NPCs that lived there. Their inventory was a magic tool that no matter the size and weight of an item, it would only take up a single slot. In just a short amount of time, Jiang Fei had looted every corpse and sarcophagi there. Mr. Big Shot Dragon, I'll take my leave now, said Jiang Fei. Go on, said the dragon as he replied without looking at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not know what the dragon was going to do with the first pope. However, he did not dare to stay back and watch. Not wanting to be in danger, Jiang Fei quickly activated the abyssal gate and fled the tomb. As soon as Jiang Fei and Isabella were gone, the dragon started to move. First, he used his massive claw to dig out the jewels and pearls that were embedded on the walls of the tomb. After that, he took his time to collect as many pure jades that were used to make the walls of the tomb. If Jiang Fei saw what the dragon did, he would be speechless. Even though the jade and the night luminous pearls might be valuable, their value would not matter if the dragon was not going to sell them. That was how greedy a dragon could be. For them, anything with value must be collected. Leaving them behind would be blasphemy. By the time the abyssal door disappeared, the dragon looted everything that he could. HM. All right. Nice and spotless, the dragon left the place with nothing but dirt. The once beautifully decorated tomb of the Pope was now but a room filled with dirt and dust. Due to the lack of walls, the place looked like it could come down at any given time. Satisfied with his accomplishment, the dragon left with a spark of golden light. As soon as the dragon left with the first Pope, the Holy Hall of the Light faction on the Holy Mountain was alerted of an intrusion. It was due to the presence of the first Pope. Once the first pope was destroyed or had disappeared from the tomb, the Holy Hall would be alerted. Within a minute, the men in charge of the tomb came in. Who did this? Roared a man in red robes. He was fuming with rage. The tomb was not any other tomb. It was the tomb of the first pope, and all other popes were there. In no time at all, the news about the tomb raiders reached the ears of the current pope. It was only expected for him to be enraged. His predecessor's resting place was raided like it was a common tomb. Nothing was left behind. Not even the bodies of the previous popes. What followed next was a series of meetings with all the higher officials of the Light faction. Having the tomb of their popes raided was nothing but a slap in their face. The problem was trying to even find the person who did it. If Jiang Fei was the person who had committed the crime, the Light faction could have easily traced him via a simple tracing magic. However, the tracing magic did not return with any results, as the real culprit who suppressed the first pope was Bennett himself. The so-called dragon god was much more powerful than anyone in the Light faction. In the end, no matter what they did, the Light faction failed to produce a name of the perpetrator. In the end, with no one to point to, the Light faction decided to put the blame on the Nephilim race of the Shadow faction. Lo and behold, even though the Nephilim race did not know what had happened, they gladly accepted the blame. Raiding the tomb of the first pope was considered a glorious achievement for the Nephilim race. The conflict of the two factions was known by Jiang Fei but purposely ignored. Right then, he was busy paying attention to Isabella as she set up a magic circle in the halls of the 10th floor of the abyss. All 32 popes of the past might have died a long time ago, but the power residing in their body was too strong. They were all high overlords. It was impossible to extract all the essence of every single pope in one go. Hence, Isabella set up individual magic circles for each corpse. The entire process would take a lot of time. Jiang Fei left Ariel to protect and support Isabella while she continued her thing as he himself took his sweet time going through the loot of the tomb. Jiang Fei had obtained 20 pristine sarcophagi. Besides all the precious valuables that were in the sarcophagi, the mithril and prismatic that he had collected was already worth a fortune. With a suitable recipe, Jiang Fei could use the metals he collected to make at least 100 counts of level 80 legendary tier equipment and weapons. That, or he could make at least 200 sets of level 80 legendary tier set equipment. Jack F*** Kingpot, cried Jiang Fei to himself. He had never expected to be able to obtain such riches just from robbing the tomb of the luminous Chich's Pope. To compare, his tomb raiding loot was at least 10 times more rewarding than the time that he went and swept the towns in the Light faction. To be fair, the things that he had acquired from the towns were only common materials, albeit being quantitatively larger. Still, it was good enough since the number of materials that he collected would take all the players several months to gather. The metals that he acquired from the tomb raid was far greater than the common materials he collected from the towns. All the metals were so rare that if all of the gathering class players started gathering them, it would take them at least half a year to collect as much as Jiang Fei did in one raid. After he had opened the sarcophagi, he had found a lot of gold. A mountain of them. All 20 sarcophagi had almost 2 million gold coins stashed. There were also many different kinds of gems, albeit being only low grade. Most of them had the effect of an increase of 10 strength or 10 intelligence. However, since he had a lot of them, he could donate all the gems to the players of Imperial Dragon, boosting their combat power. As a whole, his guild was upgraded. Chapter 594, Luminous Essence. While Jiang Fei was going through the loot, Isabella started burning down the corpses of the popes. With her effort in controlling the demon flames, Isabella managed to break down the corpses into pieces of shards that glowed with a faint white light. Luminous Essence Shard, use, greatly increases the main attribute of a Light faction player or NPC. Note, players or NPCs that are not affiliated with the Light faction would not be able to use this item. This is good, said Jiang Fei after examining the shards. This item would only increase one attribute instead of overall stat. If a player is strength-based, the item would increase the strength point of a player, intelligence points of a magician, vitality points of a tank. Isabella had successfully obtained 32 pieces of luminous essence shards from all 32 popes. After reading the item's description, Jiang Fei was eager to deliver the shards to his fellow girls in his harem. The entire process of converting the corpses into luminous essence shard was 4 hours. As such, Isabella was too tired at the end of it. Thank you for the hard work, Bella, said Jiang Fei as he fetched Isabella, who was kneeling on the ground, fatigued. It's nothing. I'm only glad that I can do this much to help you, said Isabella while smiling weakly. Rest. We shall leave once your strength returns, said Jiang Fei as he carried her frail little body and let her sit beside him. Thank you, said Isabella as she dozed off while leaning against his chest. Jiang Fei was extremely grateful for what Isabella had gone through just to help him. He then kept quiet and whispered to Ariel while he let Isabella sleep. Jiang Fei continued like this until the server kicked him out of the game. There was nothing going on in the real world. Hence, Jiang Fei spent the entire day and night with his parents and tying. A day of peace and quiet was always appreciated by Jiang Fei. Rarely was he able to just sit down and do nothing. Jiang Fei logged back into the game and found Isabella still sound asleep in his embrace. Since Jiang Fei did not log in any later than 10 p.m., Isabella would not be sent into the pet slot. Isabella grunted softly when she woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Fei smiling at her. She then smiled back and hugged Jiang Fei tightly. "This is nice. I'm glad the first thing I saw was you when I woke up." Ugh, Jiang Fei was speechless. He understood the hardship that Isabella had been through for the past month. What Isabella just said really hit him in the heart. Shush. "I'm not blaming you," said Isabella as she buried her face in Jiang Fei's chest. The two held each other tightly for a while until Isabella had enough rest. Jiang Fei then brought Ariel and Isabella back to the Demon Dragon Fortress. At this point, the teleportation circle connecting the Demon Dragon Fortress and the Royal Nephilim Palace was completed. It was a teleportation circle that was obtained from the Nephilim King. It was important as Jiang Fei had set up a quick route to most of the territories in the Shadow Faction, including the Nephilim King's palace. For the purpose of warfare, it was extremely beneficial to the fortress since Jiang Fei could request reinforcements from the Abyss. Naturally, the teleportation circle would also allow Imperial Dragons players to move around much faster. Back in the fortress, Jiang Fei noticed that there were more players around, making the once quiet fortress lively. Thanks to Beansprout the constructor, the Demon Dragon Fortress now had many scout towers as well as archer towers, magic cannon towers, and other defensive towers. It only took him a month to increase the fortress defenses to near impregnable. Since Rosette Rose oversaw the guild, Jiang Fei got lazy to even check in with her. Hence, as soon as he reached the Demon Dragon Fortress, Jiang Fei went ahead and met with Hua Mulan and the other girls in his harem. "My love, are you unharmed?" cried Sylphie as soon as Jiang Fei showed himself. She blinked stepped towards him and examined the love of her life for injuries before calming down. "I'm happy that you're all well," said Nina. "My lord," cried Hua Mulan. Like Sylphie, she was excited to see Jiang Fei making his appearance. However, since she was a soldier before she was a woman, she had maintained herself well. "Calm down. I am all well and healthy. Speaking of which, I have something good for all of you," said Jiang Fei as he took out the luminous essence shard and other equipment that he had found in the Pope's tomb. Some of which were once the personal equipment of the Popes of the past. Even though most NPCs would not be able to make use of the player-based equipment, it was still useful to Nina and Hua Mulan. Even though Hua Mulan, Nina, and Sylphie were all strong on their own, Sylphie was the only one that was well equipped. She had betrayed the Light faction on her own accord and left with Jiang Fei safely. Nina and Hua Mulan were being held as prisoners before they were rescued by Jiang Fei. Until now, they were basically naked and unarmed. With the equipment from the tomb, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about the girls. The 32 past popes had all sorts of equipment for all classes. It took them some time to pick the equipment that suited them, but eventually, both Hua Mulan and Nina were fully armed. After they had armed themselves, Jiang Fei showed them the luminous essence shard. "What is this?" "I can sense powerful light energy coming from it," said Nina, excited. "You're right. How is it possible?" "What is this?" said Hua Mulan, who was also taken aback as she stood closer. "I found them in the tomb of the popes," said Jiang Fei as he effortlessly hides the origin of the shards. Technically, they did originate from the tombs, but the girls did not have to know that they were actually obtained from the corpses of the popes. When Jiang Fei tried to keep it a secret, Isabella and Ariel played along. They could not let the three girls who once came from the Light faction know about it. "I have never heard of such thing from the church," said Nina. She was once the Saint of the Light, a woman of high position and authority in the Luminous Church. The Saint of the Light was just a tool which the Pope had blatantly make use of to spread lies and deceit. "Why would they want to tell you of something precious?" said Isabella. "That's true," said Nina as she wholeheartedly accepted what Isabella said. She too had realized that her power and position in the Luminous Church was nothing but a public figure, a tool, a shepherd to guide the sheep. "All right. Let's not think about it that way. I only wanted you to take these shards," said Jiang Fei. "All right. With the power in these shards, we would definitely become much stronger," said Nina happily. Chapter 595, eyed by various sects, all 32 shards were given to the 3 girls. Of the 3, Hua Mulan had the most, Sylphie had enough, and Nina, only a little. Nina was a healer and was already the strongest in terms of tier and levels when compared to the 2. Hence, it was only logical to let others take more of the shards. My dear, we will take some time to absorb the powers from the essence shards. Although it pains me to say, neither of us would have time to be with you, for a while, said Sylphie. It's fine. You're only going to be gone for a while. We will meet each other again after you have absorbed the power that is in the shards, said Jiang Fei. That's right. Don't pretend to be sad. Isabella muttered under her breath. My lord. Please take care, said Hua Mulan before she left Jiang Fei. She had the most shards in her possession and would take the longest time to absorb all of them. The faster she could finish, the quicker she could return to Jiang Fei's side. I'll take my leave now. My thoughts will only be of you, said Nina as she too left Jiang Fei. My dearest, I will be back as soon as I can, said Sylphie as she leaned in and kissed Jiang Fei on the lips. Humph. Be off with you, cried Isabella. Although Isabella and Sylphie were no longer at each other's throats, Isabella was still not fond of her. Sister Bella, Ariel came in and tugged Isabella's sleeves, reminding her to be nice. Ugh. Fine. I'll play nice, said Isabella as she turned to Jiang Fei. So, where to next? Hua Mulan, Nina, and Sylphie were all gone to absorb the shard's power, leaving Ariel and Isabella alone with Jiang Fei. Wherever you want, said Jiang Fei as he pulled Isabella to his side. Isabella blushed immediately and averted her gaze. We can go sightseeing, as you wish, my lady, said Jiang Fei as he summoned the sky-gliding dragon. There was literally nothing going on in his mind then. The upcoming event would be the professional player competition that was starting soon. Once it starts, his mission to collect all the treasure cauldrons will start. For the entire week, Jiang Fei had basically repeated the same activities. In the morning, he would be with his family and sea tying. In the night, he would be in the game, accompanying Ariel and Isabella to go around the map. Time flies. Just when he was having the time of his life, reality kicked in when Jiang Fei received a call from Han Tianyu. Fei, come to my office whenever you can. Han Tianyu would not call Jiang Fei without a problem, and when he does, something must have happened. I'll be there, said Jiang Fei. He then told Si Tying and his parents about visiting a friend and left for Han Tianyu's office. Please inform Brother Yu that I am here to meet him, said Jiang Fei to the secretary sitting at the entrance of Han Tianyu's office. At first, she was surprised to see Jiang Fei talking to her, but later, she thought that the boy became smart and mature enough to ask for permission before entering Han Tianyu's office. Her guess was almost on point. Jiang Fei was almost caught by his father while he was having a romantic moment with Si Tying. That lesson had made him realize just how intrusive he was to Han Tianyu when he barged into his room without first announcing his presence. The secretary nodded and smiled. She then picked up the phone to inform Han Tianyu about Jiang Fei and allowed Jiang Fei to enter once she had obtained permission from Han Tianyu. Yo! What's going on with you? Who the F***ck are you and what did you do with Jiang Fei? Cried Han Tianyu jokingly as he welcomed Jiang Fei into his office. Naturally, it came as a surprise that Jiang Fei would even tell the secretary to ask for his permission first. Bah! Enough joke. What's going on? Said Jiang Fei. All right. This is serious. The other guys on the other side of the world have made their move. Here is a list of the second wave of attackers. This one here is a list of members that would be within your group, said Han Tianyu as he handed over a piece of paper. Wow. You guys are actually efficient when it comes to work, said Jiang Fei as he looked through the list. There are 6 level 6 attackers that will be killing the guardian beast of Japan. The chances of failing would be infinitely low, hence the second wave of attack will start very soon, said Han Tianyu as he suddenly chuckled. Huh? What the hell? Are you playing with me? Jiang Fei roared after he had seen the members' list. Hey, it's not my idea, said Han Tianyu as he lifts his hands up. Am I leading an attack or talking the girls for a vacation? Said Jiang Fei as he frowned furiously. The list had a total of 7 names. All of them were strong as the weakest one was the pinnacle stage of level 3. The reason why Jiang Fei would be so angry was the fact that the list contained the names of female members. None of them was a man. The worst of all the girls were so young. Come on now, you got to understand that the sex would not let you go, said Han Tianyu as he continued to chuckle at Jiang Fei's misfortune. To let Jiang Fei lead a team of fighters was a rare chance indeed for the sections. Hence, to take the opportunity to reel Jiang Fei to their side, almost every sect had dispatched their youngest or prettiest girls into Jiang Fei's team. The list that Jiang Fei was holding then was already updated. If he had seen the initial draft, he would have just given up on attacking with the alliance and go on his own. The initial draft had contained a total of 45 all-female members. There were even 10-year-old young girls and even a beginning stage of level 2. If Jiang Fei was forced to lead the 45 members to Japan, it would not be an attack squad but a merry little vacation group to see the blooming sakura flowers. However, someone in the ranks voiced out his opinion that the list was too much for Jiang Fei. Hence, after careful selections, only 7 remained in the list. All of them were so beautiful that they could be the next top Miss Universe. Once the final list was drafted, there would not be any more changes even if Jiang Fei had something to say. The 7 girls that were on the list were strong. Together, they were even stronger than any other male lead attack squad. To be frank, it was for Jiang Fei's own sake. Even though he was leading the fight, he needed fighters that had experience in fighting. While arranging fighters with adequate fighting experience was according to plan, their genders were complete, 110% coincidence. Can't you do anything? Said Jiang Fei as he got up from the sofa and sat down in front of Han Tianyu. Well, technically, they're one way out of this. Just tell them that you're not going to fight the Japanese, said Han Tianyu as he shrugged. Ugh! You know I can't do that. Arg! Screw those old nasty farts. Jiang Fei roared. He had to be on the battlefield to stop anyone from the Mutant Brotherhood from getting their hands on the biohuman experimental data. Jiang Fei had thought of going by himself. However, he needed support from the alliances. Alone, he would have a hard time searching for their secret hideout. In order to destroy anything related to biohuman experiments, he needed the help of the alliance. Once he had the information to their hideout, he could fly straight there and destroy the place before anyone could get their hands on the data. Oh well. Baby steps. Baby steps, said Jiang Fei. That's great. Take this file and examine them. Remember to read this to prepare yourself, said Han Tianyu as he pulled out another folder and handed it to Jiang Fei. Chapter 596, List of Girls. Jiang Fei took the list from Han Tianyu and stayed in his office. He sat down on the sofa and got comfortable there. Bringing home a list of girls with their personal details would be suicidal since Tying would definitely be there. To start it off, Jiang Fei read the details of the first 2 persons which he was familiar with. Both Yang Qing and Yang Pa became stronger since the day he met them. Right then, they were at the pinnacle stage of level 3. With excellent mastery in martial skills. Their combat prowess was formidable. The third girl was also familiar Shuaihan from the Snow Mountain sect. Like the twins, Shuaihan was at the pinnacle stage of level 3. While the twins were better in hand-to-hand combat, Shuaihan's mastery in the arts was sword skills. The next 2 girls in the list came from the same section. Lian Feiyu and Yin Yu from the Whistling Caves sect, a powerful sect from the northern faction of the Alliance. The 2 girls were unfamiliar. According to their files, Lian Feiyu was at the pinnacle stage of level 3 and had mastered a unique martial skill that utilized sound to kill someone without shape and form. The downside was that she was weak in hand-to-hand combat. In close-quarter combat, she would be at a disadvantage. The other student from the same sect was Yin Yu. Like her fellow students, she was the opposite of Lian Feiyu's capability. With no inclination towards learning the sound art of the Whistling Cave sect, she picked up strong close-quarter combat skills to support Jiang Fei in fights. She wields a long 7-stars dipper stick as her main weapon of combat. The last girl comes with a little surprise for Jiang Fei, as she was from the Soaring Cloud sect. To be fair, Jiang Fei did not have good relations with the Soaring Cloud sect, although he did not hate them. Even so, Jiang Fei could not help but have a closer look at the girl. The girl's name was Shang Guanqi, a fighter at the pinnacle stage of level 3. She was good at using concealed weapons and had mastered the art of assassination. Unlike the others, there was not much information about Shang Guanqi in the file. As a result, Jiang Fei had the highest prejudice against this girl. "Are you worried about the girl from the Soaring Cloud sect?" said Han Tianyu as he noticed he was frowning hard at Shang Guanqi's page in the files. "That's correct. How can I be relaxed when someone was sent from the Soaring Cloud sect? Are they trying to take advantage of the situation to kill me?" said Jiang Fei. "I can't say much about that, but having your guard up at all times would be good for you," said Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu was not too worried about it was because of the ancient Chinese tradition. Whenever the alliances sent a team for an overseas mission, and someone from their ranks decided to betray and kill their own ally, the perpetrator would be captured and brought back to their section. The punishment was so severe that the perpetrator and the entire sect would be destroyed with extreme prejudice. Even so, Jiang Fei had someone behind his back. The level 5 master. The Soaring Cloud sect would have to fear both the repercussions from the entire alliance and Jiang Fei's master. That was why Han Tianyu could say something like that. "Okay then," said Jiang Fei as he ignored Shang Guanqi at the moment, but he kept it in his mind at all times. When Jiang Fei flipped to the final page of the files, he realized something. "Yo! Brother you! Isn't this the babe that you are having a crush on?" said Jiang Fei. "Oh well. Too bad the feeling wasn't mutual. If you can, go for it. Might as well help yourself since I can't," said Han Tianyu as he merely scoffed. Although Han Tianyu did not deny that he had a crush on the girl, he was not being completely honest with Jiang Fei. The man was not serious about any relationship. If he really wanted a girl with looks, all he needed to do was to ask the girl out. To be frank, not every girl liked that, but as a general consensus, as long as Han Tianyu flaunted his wealth, he could make anyone fall in love with him. "I'm not like you. I've got nothing to show," said Jiang Fei as he shook his head. The girl that Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were referring to was Ding Minghan. She was a pretty little girl from the Green Willow Peak, the daughter of the manor's owner, Ding Tianqi. Like all the girls on the list, she was at the pinnacle stage of level 3. Her weapon of choice was a nine-tails whip. Having said that, she was so much stronger than Han Tianyu that it would make him look like a kid fighting a bull. No wonder the girl had no interest in Han Tianyu. The girl did not care about materialistic fortunes. "You are one lucky bastard. You know that? Being a Casanova is not better than having a powerful master to learn from." Han Tianyu grunted disgruntledly. Even though Jiang Fei was a complete novice in terms of flirting and knowing the ways of a woman, he still had a teacher who was almost all-powerful. Han Tianyu would be willing to trade his good looks and even his fortune to have someone like Jiang Fei's level 5 master to teach him martial arts. Jiang Fei laughed a little and got up. He then passed the dossier back to Han Tianyu. "I've read through them and understood the girls. Remember to give me a call when it's time to go," said Jiang Fei as he quickly flipped a few pages to check if he had missed anything. Accidentally, he saw a page which he had missed which detailed the hobbies, likes, and dislikes and their personality. Although it was not important, Jiang Fei felt like reading them to be thorough. "Okay. Make sure your phone is not on silent mode," said Han Tianyu as he organized the papers and stored them in his desk. By the time Jiang Fei had returned home, Si Tang had already left his house. After asking his mother about her, he was notified that Si Tang was picked up by her third brother. Something had happened at home, something which she did not reveal to his mother. Not wanting to disturb, Jiang Fei decided to leave Si Tang alone until she was ready to talk about it. After dinner with his parents, Jiang Fei returned to the game. The PvP competition was still in its selection stage. There were too many players from all level ranges had registered in the competition. The preliminary battles had taken too long as it was almost 1/3 of the entire PvP competition. Hence, with nothing else to do, Jiang Fei did the same thing he did with Isabella and aerial sightseeing. The next day, after breakfast, when Jiang Fei was about to sit down on the sofa to watch some television program, Jiang Fei received a call from Tang. "Fei! I need your help." Tang cried on the phone. "What's wrong?" Jiang Fei bellowed as his heart rate increased. "And my father? Something's happened to my father. Where are you now?" "Ill saved him," said Jiang Fei. "I'm in the Central General Hospital. Wait for me," said Jiang Fei. He turned around to his parents and informed them that he would be leaving the house immediately. As it was an emergency, he did not bother to explain what happened and why he needed to leave. With no context, Jiang Fei only cared about one thing: to reach Tang as soon as possible. He called Han Tianyu to send him a helicopter to send him to the hospital. With no idea what had gotten into Jiang Fei, he chose to drive him there himself. It was the second time Han Tianyu had seen Jiang Fei so worked up. When he arrived at the hospital, Tang was crying her eyes out in the lobby. Thankfully, the third brother, although agitated, was calm as he explained what had happened. It was Tang's father, Jiangson. Yesterday evening, Jiangson attended a gang's meeting but did not return after midnight. It was then when the third brother called Tang and asked her to return home in case something went wrong. The next morning, the two received a call from the hospital, informing them that their father was stabbed multiple times in the chest and was admitted to the hospital. Doctors were currently in the surgery room performing an operation to save their father's life. As the situation developed, Tang panicked. She only had Jiang Fei in her mind then. Without thinking about anything else, she called Jiang Fei and he came over. Oddly enough, Jiang Fei started to relax after he had understood the situation. While others would think that he was a madman to relax after understanding the gravity of the situation, Jiang Fei was calm since he knew just the way to save Tang's father. As long as he was still alive, Jiang Fei could save him with a few bottles of health potion. Chapter 597, How Familiar. Usually, no one could just simply enter the surgery room, but Jiang Fei did not care about that now. If the doctors and surgeons were not careful, Tang's father would have died. Jiang Fei did not have anything that could revive the dead. After listening to Tang's brother, he barged into the surgery room while the operation was still ongoing and chased all the doctors and surgeons who were operating on the father out. The surgeons had thought that Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were the perpetrators that had stabbed Jiangson and were there to properly finish the job. To protect the patients, the surgeons turned on them but were easily beaten to a pulp by Han Tianyu alone. It took almost no effort at all since Han Tianyu was still a level 2 fighter. While Han Tianyu was busy kicking out the doctors, Jiang Fei took his time to check on Jiangson. Ignoring the wounds and cuts on his limbs, Jiang Fei paid attention to his chest, especially the area close to the heart and lungs. The wounds were deep and almost missed the heart. His aorta and pulmonary veins were damaged severely. He had lost too much blood and was already knocking on death's door. "How is he?" said Han Tianyu as he locked the doors to the surgery room. "I can still save him." "The man is dying fast," said Jiang Fei as he took out a few bottles of health potion. First, he removed the breathing tube that was plunged in his mouth and emptied a bottle of health potion into his mouth. After that, he uncorked 2 more bottles and poured the contents into the open chest. As soon as the liquid touched the internal organs of Jiangson, the man stopped breathing rapidly. All the cuts and damaged veins started to heal. To hasten the process, Jiang Fei removed all the tools and calipers that were holding the chest open. The open cuts were immediately healed as if the man was never cut open by the surgeons. A few more bottles were forcefully fed to Jiangson and after 20 minutes, the man was fully healed. All he needed now was a good rest to restore his vitality since he had lost too much blood. It'll take him a few minutes to regain consciousness, not bad. In the eyes of the common folk, the potion of yours is a miracle potion. It was not the first time Han Tianyu saw the potion in action, as he was the first person Jiang Fei saved using the same potion. Too bad these don't interest the martial artists, said Jiang Fei as he kept and disposed of all the empty bottles. Martial artists could not make full use of the health potion since most of their fights would not result in physical harm. It was the enemy's power that was buried deep inside their body, causing them to sustain near-permanent damage. After a few minutes, C2 Jiangxin opened his eyes, only to see Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu chatting nonchalantly at the side. Fei! What are you doing here? You cannot be here. It's dangerous, cried C2 Jiangxian as he tried to get up from the operation bed. The man was still under the impression that he was being chased after. Ah! You're awake. Don't worry, uncle. It is safe here, said Jiang Fei as he tended to him. Well, where am I? Said C2 Jiangxin as he realized that he was no longer in the meeting room. After he took his time to gather his thoughts, he realized that he was no longer in pain. He frantically checked his own body only to find all the stab wounds gone. His hands, chest, and legs were all fine as if nothing had ever happened. Was it all a bad dream? Nothing to worry about here. You are safe with me, said Jiang Fei. But I was stabbed, uncle. Let us forget those painful memories and focus on the fact that you are now safe and sound, said Jiang Fei as he tried to distract the man. I see, said C2 Jiangxin as he accepted what Jiang Fei said. Some things are better left unknown. Now that you're all and well, how did you get yourself hurt? About that, C2 Jiangxin sighed heavily and explained what had happened. It was a common dispute between two gangs about their territory. The discussion was fruitful until one side started a rampage. C2 Jiangxin was unfortunately caught in the crossfire and got stabbed. Brother, do you want to handle this? Or shall I? Said Jiang Fei as he turned to Han Tianyu. No need for you to get your hands dirty with pig's blood. I shall do it for you, said Han Tianyu casually. To be honest, Han Tianyu did not want Jiang Fei to settle the gang dispute. Knowing him, he might end up killing everyone mercilessly. Jiang Fei was both feared and revered by almost all the alliance members. He was a level 4 fighter with a level 5 master. However, even though he was famous amongst the alliance, what about the people of the streets? How would they know that Jiang Fei was someone to fear? The only way around it was to demonstrate just how ferocious Jiang Fei could be if he was wronged. Han Tianyu knew Jiang Fei well enough to know that he would not spare anyone who harmed Si Taiying's father. It was a game of politics and hierarchy. Eventually, Jiang Fei might end up angering someone from the nation's higher ranks. To prevent such complications, Han Tianyu chose to act on Jiang Fei's behalf. With a simple call, Han Tianyu summoned his trusted man by the name of Along. He had only needed to mention C2 Jiangxin's name and the incident that happened to get Along to work. There was no need for Han Tianyu himself to fight. It was, after all, a simple manhunt for gang members. Ah Fei. Who is this gentleman here? Said C2 Jiangxin as he had finally noticed Han Tianyu. He had seen Han Tianyu's face before but could not put a finger on it. Ah. This guy? He's my friend. Han Tianyu, said Jiang Fei. Han Tianyu nodded and smiled at C2 Jiangxin. Ha! The man in charge of the octopus group, cried C2 Jiangxin. Oh! It's been a while since I heard that nickname, said Jiang Fei. Ah! Mr. Han. C2 Jiangxin wanted to sit upright to pay his respects to Han Tianyu. The man was too great for someone like C2 Jiangxin. Please. Don't force yourself, said Han Tianyu. He did not truly care about C2 Jiangxin as he was only there because Jiang Fei had asked him so. To be honest, C2 Jiangxin would never have been able to see him in person if it was not for Jiang Fei. Seeing that nothing was going on with the man, Han Tianyu backed away to a corner and started fiddling with his phone, sending instructions to along Jiang Fei and Si Tujiangson, then talked a little, understanding his position and situation. He had thought that Jiang Fei's parents were only blue-collar workers for the Manda Group. Never in a million years that he would think Jiang Fei was close to Han Tianyu. Judging from how Han Tianyu and Jiang Fei talked to each other, the two must have been extremely close. Just what kind of person is he? How did someone that close to Han Tianyu get to know my little Ling, thought Si Tujiangson. At that moment, a loud banging was heard on the doors of the surgery theater. "We are the police. You have been surrounded. Surrender now and release the hostage, ha ha." Looks like someone had been busy. "Brother could you," said Jiang Fei as he gestured to the door. It seems that the doctors and surgeons that were chased out by Han Tianyu immediately contacted the police. It was inevitable. Their sudden entrance to the surgery theater and the rough treatment by Han Tianyu was uncalled for. "Sure thing," said Han Tianyu as he opened the door and handled the situation. In no time at all, the police and even SWAT members backed away whilst apologizing for the commotion. Han Tianyu came back into the surgery theater and said, "All long called. He captured those men. What do you want me to do with them? Death by fire or by water?" Jiang Fei was thrown. It had been a while since he heard such familiar claims. Back then, it was when the lackeys that bothered Jiang Fei in the arcade center of Manda Square. He had forgotten that Han Tianyu was used to handling the situation that way. Chapter 598, Preparing for Battle. "Uncle, it's your call." "They were the ones that stabbed you," said Jiang Fei as he turned to Si Tujiangson. "Well, it's enough to just teach them a lesson. There's no need for anyone's death." Si Tujiangson was a gang member himself. He understands that the gangs in China were never the same as those overseas. China had things under control. The weapons they used were at most knives that could cut watermelons. At the very end, China's gang members were only a bunch of delinquents. In normal street fights, there was never a case where someone would end up dead. At most, they would either lose a finger or two, get broken bones, or pass out in the streets. If someone was killed, it would definitely be a serious case. None of them were like Han Tianyu, who could simply kill over 100 men just with a simple call. It was a feat that not even Si Tujiangson could do. "Okay. Uncle had said it. Brother try not to kill anyone. However, I cannot forgive those who had stabbed my uncle. Please see to it that they would never be able to stab anyone again," said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei wanted no one would be killed, but the people who stabbed Si Tujiangson must be punished severely. "Phew," Si Tujiangson sighed in relief. He was glad that Jiang Fei did not ask Han Tianyu to kill anyone. Knowing from his position, things would only get uglier. On the other hand, he was thankful for Jiang Fei as he did not want a man's death to be in his conscience for the rest of his life. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Fei and Si Tujiangson, Han Tianyu had ordered at least 10 of those that were involved in the stabbing chained up and tossed into the ocean to be drowned. Naturally, if Jiang Fei knew what Han Tianyu had done, he would not be affected by it. One of the reasons was that he had already killed several people himself. On the other hand, he understood how Han Tianyu handled things. "Thank you very much, Mr. Han," said Si Tujiangson. It was a satisfying ending even though things had turned out that way. Those who had wronged him were killed, and at the end of the conflict, he might even be able to reel in those from the other gang to his side. Tying is outside waiting. She was worried sick. "Shall I call her in?" "Now that you're well," said Jiang Fei. "Yes, please," said Si Tujiangson as he lay down. "Father! Father! Are you all right?" cried Si Tying as she crashed through the door and rushed over to Si Tujiangson's side. "I am fine. It's nothing but a flesh wound," said Si Tujiangson. He could not explain how he was healed. He remembered that when he was admitted to the emergency ward, the doctors had issued emergency surgery to be held because of his fatal condition. But the doctor. They said that you were dying," cried Si Tying. Don't believe what the doctors had told you. They were only cheap liars, said Jiang Fei. Tang nodded and accepted the truth from Jiang Fei. Now that everything was all and well, Jiang Fei left Tang and Jiangson to be alone. After he talked to the doctors in charge, he left the hospital with Han Tianyu. Are you planning to hide it from her? Han Tianyu asked. At the moment. Yes, Jiang Fei could not muster the courage to tell Tang about the world that he was living in. Well, what I am about to say might seem heartless, but the metahuman world and the common world cannot be mixed. What you are doing is akin to playing with fire. Eventually, things will go out of hand. I suggest you give up on Tang and find a partner from the alliance, said Han Tianyu. Thanks for the advice, but I've decided to play it by the heart, said Jiang Fei. He could not help but feel cautious of everyone from the alliance. After all, every single one of them had proved that they would only approach him with a hidden objective. Don't say I didn't warn you. Anyway, I'll take my leave now. Remember, I've got your back. From time to time, said Han Tianyu as he patted Jiang Fei on his back and left for the roof of the hospital where his helicopter was parked. For the next 2 days, Jiang Fei continued to roam around the world with Isabella on the skygliding dragon and stayed over at Tang's house during the day. Due to the miraculous effect of Jiang Fei's health potion, Jiangson was discharged from the hospital shortly after he was treated by Jiang Fei. Even though he had recovered physically, he was still weak from the blood loss. He needed a few more days to fully recover. On the 3rd day, Han Tianyu called in. Get ready for battle. Tonight, we are leading with all the members of the 2nd Attack Squad, said Han Tianyu. The level 5 beast in Japanese had been killed? Said Jiang Fei. Yes, albeit it comes with a cost. Either way, without the level 5 beast protecting Japan, we can now go out all to attack Japan, said Han Tianyu. Alright, I'll see you then, said Jiang Fei as he hung up the phone. Before leaving, he made sure to tell his parents his usual lies about going to his master's place to train. At this point, they were fully on board with the idea and let Jiang Fei go without a shred of doubt and worry. Tang was not keen on letting Jiang Fei go. Although she did not know what sort of business he was doing, she did not doubt him. After the commotion with Jiangson, everyone in her family assumed that Jiang Fei was an important business partner to Han Tianyu. Hence, there was nothing to worry about whenever Jiang Fei went missing for a long time. Once everything was prepared, Jiang Fei headed straight to Han Tianyu's office. Yang Qing and Yang Pu were there with him since the two lived in the same building. In this case, all of them would leave for Japan at the same time. I need to remind you that the 2nd Attack Squad, that is us, the Alliance, are not the main attack force. There are a total of 3 groups. You, Zhao Ganming, and Old Hai, alright, said Jiang Fei. The main threat to the assault on Japan was eliminated and the remaining foes were the biohumans. Although they had the numbers, they did not have the same fighting force as the Alliance. It would not be hard to attack the designated targets. The fact that it was easy since the assigned targets were not vital to Japan was because of the Mutant Brotherhood. They had purposefully assigned the Alliance to strike places that were not important because they wanted to solely claim the information and data of biohuman experiments. Brother Jiang, we will be in your care, said Yang Pu as she bowed to him. Big brother Jiang Fei, I trust that you will protect us, cried Yang Qing as she jumped to Jiang Fei and hugged his arm. Let's go, said Jiang Fei as he ignored the two of them. He removed his hands from Yang Qing and proceeded to the rooftop where Han Tianyu was ready and waiting in his helicopter. The group flew to the nearest military Air Force command center where most martial artists that were assigned to the 2nd Attack Squad gathered. Compared to Zhao Ganming and Old Hai, Jiang Fei's group was smaller. They had at least 15 men in their group. However, the total combat prowess of their group was much weaker compared to Jiang Fei's. Besides Zhao Ganming and Old Hai, the rest were not strong. The strongest of them was only the pinnacle stage of level 3 and the weakest one was only at the beginning stage of level 3. After greeting Zhao Ganming and Old Hai, he went on to group up with his own group members. Chapter 599, Assault on Japan. Besides Yang Qing and Yang Po, whom Jiang Fei tried to ignore, the rest of the girls in his own group were standing in a single file, waiting for Jiang Fei. The first one that Jiang Fei recognized immediately was Shuaihan, the classical beauty that smiled back at him. The rest of the four girls were unfamiliar. On the other hand, he had seen their files and could roughly make each of them. The girl tightly clad in black robes and had the lower half of her face covered in black mask should be Soaring Cloud Sex Shang Guanqi. After a quick glance at her, he had found that the girl had no life in her eyes. It was as if Jiang Fei was staring into the eyes of the dead. There was the girl wearing a green long skirt and a sleeveless shirt looking at Jiang Fei with condescending eyes. Attached to her waist was a long nine-tails whip. Jiang Fei immediately recognized her as Han Tianyu's fellow student of his sect, the Green Willow Peaks Ding Ming Han. The two other girls remaining was dressed in an old-fashioned qipao that was redesigned to fit for combat. The one that had a long Chinese flute, sheathed inside a pipe-like casing, should be Lian Fei. She was exchanging glares with Yang Pa and Yang Qing as he was examining her. The girl standing next to her was holding a long 7-star dipper stick. No matter how one looked, the girl's perfectly honed muscles made her look formidable. The girl must be Yin Yu from the same sect as Lian Fei. She too was glaring at Yang Qing and Yang Pa. How troublesome, said Jiang Fei to himself. Although that was only the first time he saw the girl, he could already tell that there would be trouble. Get ready to depart, cried Han Tianyu. Let's go, said Jiang Fei as he followed Old Hai and Zhao Ganming, getting on a huge aircraft that looked like it could fit in at least 10 tanks. Please make all preparations for combat. This is an activity that is not recognized by the government. We are not authorized to fly into Japanese airspace. If you look at your designated seats, there should be a suit that allows you to float on water. We will drop you somewhere closer to the waters, a few clicks away from the west of Japan. After that, you are on your own, said Han Tianyu through the speaker system. Jiang Fei left the girls to themselves and went to the pilot's cockpit. As soon as he entered the pilot's cockpit, Han Tianyu started the aircraft's engine and was waiting for the engine to warm up. Nervous, said Han Tianyu. Nope. Not at all. As a matter of fact, I'm worried about the girls. Why are you not coming with me, said Jiang Fei. In your dreams. Nay. Not even in my dream would I dare to fight the Japs in their land. It's suicidal and you know that. Stop screwing around, said Han Tianyu as he jokingly slapped Jiang Fei's arm. The poor man was only a level 2 fighter. A simple gunshot could kill him if aimed properly. How could he survive fighting an army of level 3 biohumans? You best get to the passenger's cabin. I'm about to take off now. I can't have you feeling sick before the big fight, said Han Tianyu as he chased Jiang Fei back to where he should be sitting, with the group of girls. The entire cabin was quiet besides the roaring sound of the engine. Ironically, it was a deafening silence. Every young fighter that was participating in this fight were not truly ready for a real fight. Having to fight in their own land would at least be safe since they would have reinforcements at any moment. Without support in the land of the rising sun, fighting against an army of mindless beasts would be extremely dangerous. It was only natural that all the young ones were nervous. To make things more awkward, Old Hai and Zhao Ganming were there. They could not spoil their image when two of the great elders were fighting alongside them. Without warning or announcement, Han Tianyu pushed the ignition and burst into high speed and into the sky. Thankfully, no one got sick, albeit it was mildly uncomfortable. With Han Tianyu piloting his own ship, the entire crew reached the waters of Japan in less than an hour. Get ready! The landing zone is clear. Ready to drop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Godspeed, said Han Tianyu. Ding! The red hue of the entire cabin turned green and the large hatch cargo door where everyone entered from opened wide. The ship was flying extremely close to the sea water at high speed. Dropping from this altitude would not be as painful as dropping from several hundreds of meters high in the sky. The momentum of jumping off a plane at high speed was terrifying, and it would not take a scientist to know that landing on waters at that speed would still be lethal. However, every single one of them was not your average Joe. They were fighters. Some might be weaker, but they were still several times stronger than your average Marine soldiers. This old one shall take the first leap. "I'll see you on the other side," said Zhao Ganming as he walked closer to the edge of the platform and jumped down casually with his hands still in his pockets. Old Hai followed next, and then the rest of the fighters. Jiang Fei waited until everyone left, except his own group. "Remember to follow my lead." "Follow me!" Jiang Fei shouted from the top of his lungs as the noise of the wind was too loud. "Big brother Jiang Fei! I'm scared!" "Would you hold me?" cried Yang Qing as she pretended to be frightened. Yunyu scoffed and jumped off the plane without even waiting for Jiang Fei. After Yunyu, Lian Fei and Shang Guanqi followed. "If you're scared, go back to China." Jiang Fei roared angrily. He then pushed the intercom in the cabin and said, "Yang Qing is scared. Please take her back to China." Jiang Fei ran back to the open hatch and leaped into the sea without even looking at Yang Qing or Yang Pe. Jiang Fei did not bother to play along with Yang Qing's little games as he had bigger things to worry about. The other reason was because of Han Tianyu's suggestion. If there was a girl who tried to play the damsel in distress card in the presence of other girls, it is best to just deny her instantly and leave her alone. If Jiang Fei were to play along with their little games, the other girls will learn the trick, and the one suffering would be Jiang Fei himself. Tisk! Yang Qing clicked her tongue angrily as she had enough of Jiang Fei treating her like a complete stranger. Her pride would not allow her to return to China. Hence, she bit down her pride for a second and jumped off the plane with Yang Pe. Even without training, all the fighters were unharmed as they entered the water. Some even belly flopped into the cold water without even feeling anything. The suit that everyone wore was actually just a simple belt-like attachment. Once it made contact with water, the casings around the belts exploded into huge balloons that helped the wearer to float on water. Jiang Fei gathered his energy and used origin force to enhance his throat. With power, he shouted to his group members to gather around him. Old Hai and Zhao Ganming's group of fighters were more disciplined as they had already swam closer to their leader and got into formation without them asking. After making sure that he had not lost any member of his group, Jiang Fei signaled everyone to follow him as fast as they could. Jiang Fei channeled the energy inside him and focused them into his palm, where he expelled them at high speed to increase his swimming speed. Although he was fast, the rest had their own way to keep up. As he caught up with Old Hai and Zhao Ganming's group, he realized that he, Old Hai, and Zhao Ganming had a different kind of floater as compared to the rest. Perhaps it was designed to allow the other members to easily recognize their leader. The main reason Han Tianyu could not drop them directly on land was not of lack of clearance from the China government. It was so that they would not get shot down before they could even reach Japan. Due to the death of the level 5 guardian beast, the security had been on high alert, and anyone or anything that got close to Japan without proper authorization from the Japanese government would be shot down without warning. In the end, although there were plenty of other methods to infiltrate the land of the rising sun, dropping in on the sea was the easiest. "Team leader, what should we do now?" said Ding Minghan as the entire group reached land. Old Hai and Zhao Ganming had a different objective, and so did Jiang Fei's group. The place they landed was different. At this point, without the elders' presence, the girls were to show their true self. The plan is to wait for the signal from the Mutant Brotherhood. "We need intel on the Japanese's laboratory before we strike." "Well, that's the plan." "But what is your plan?" Ding Minghan continued to bug Jiang Fei without forgetting to give him a condescending look. She was obviously not acknowledging Jiang Fei being a level 4 fighter since he was younger than her. When Minghan was finished, everyone then turned to look at Jiang Fei. The protagonist aura of Jiang Fei was too powerful. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, every girl then had a secret mission entrusted to them by their own section, one of which was to make sure Jiang Fei was a person that he said he was. Chapter 600, The First Battle. "That is my plan," said Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei abruptly stopped. The 0541 proximity detection system had picked up something in its radar range. "Prepare for combat," cried Jiang Fei all of a sudden. "What is going on?" cried Yang Qing. Everyone, including Yang Qing, was stunned by Jiang Fei's sudden scream. They could not sense anything coming at them. No time to explain. "Prepare to fight." "Enemies are coming," said Jiang Fei as he immediately gathered his energy around his arms. The enemies were coming from the beach, 15 kilometers away from them. As they got closer, Jiang Fei could detect a large number of powerful biohumans. Even though Jiang Fei and the other two groups were infiltrating, they had failed to account for technological advancements of the Japanese. It was technically impossible to escape the radar range when he reached the beach. The Japanese were on high alert after the defeat of their level 5 beast. Be it a ship, log, or even a box, anything that had a certain size that fitted in the cross-section of their preset detection system will alert the Japanese. They would not care if it was an attack from the metahumans, or even refugees. The Japanese would send a team to investigate. If the infiltrators were metahuman, they would be destroyed. Refugees, on the other hand, would be forcefully used for experiments. Jiang Fei, as well as the other teams, had already been detected as soon as they came to shore. At that point of time, alarms blared at their base and teams of biohumans were dispatched to investigate them. 15 kilometers might be a challenge for some, but the biohumans were not traveling on foot. They were fast. As Jiang Fei and the rest of the team got ready, the sound of the roaring engines could be heard. It was an armored vehicle used to transport soldiers. It should not come as a surprise since the Japanese were well equipped for any given situation. They did not give Jiang Fei any breathing space. As soon as they got down from their vehicles, they had immediately started to open fire at Jiang Fei and the team. "Evade and attack," said Jiang Fei as he continued to move forward whilst evading the raining bullets. Biohumans were using common miniguns, which were weak. The miniguns could not cause significant damage to the martial artists, but being hit by the rain of bullets would deplete their stamina much faster. 0541, give me a sitrep, report. There are transport vehicles mounted with metal projectile-based weapons. Threat level, low. Biohuman count, 128, 100 intermediate level 2 biohumans, 20 pinnacle stage level 2 biohumans, 8 beginning stage level 3 biohumans. Overall threat assessment, low, thanks, said Jiang Fei as he ditched the defense and focused his energy on offense. 128 biohumans might be plenty, but Jiang Fei would not have a problem dealing with them. These men were sent to scout the infiltrators. If the infiltrators were merely refugees, they would be captured easily by these men. They were not fit for combating higher-level combatants. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Fei dodged all the bullets that were fired at him and Flash stepped to the nearest vehicle with a biohuman mounting the minigun. HNG. Jiang Fei grunted hard as he swung the Chengying sword that he had prepared beforehand. Chengying's sword shared the same identical appearance to Zhanlu's sword but lacked the Valium coating that was lethal to metahumans. In case of the appearance of a powerful enemy, he could simply switch the swords without anyone noticing anything. Boom! The sword swing was imbued with energy. For Jiang Fei, using such a skill was a piece of cake. Naturally, it was only useful to a certain extent. The energy concentrated on the swing would be powerful as long as the enemy was at melee range. The further away he was from a target, the longer the energy projectile had to travel, diminishing its power. The crescent energy that was blasted from Jiang Fei destroyed the vehicle, causing it to explode and killing almost all the enemies that were on the vehicle. Seeing how powerful that one man was, the others quickly commanded all the soldiers that were still in the vehicles to get down and attack. Being inside the vehicle was as vulnerable as standing out in the open. Jiang Fei was too powerful. The armored vehicles were nothing but a large metal coffin for the Japanese. With a few additional swings, Jiang Fei destroyed all the vehicles. With no miniguns left to use, the girls who were far behind him could finally switch to offense. The first one to dash forward was Shui Ahan, the girl dressed in an old-fashioned qipao. Even so, her skills were formidable. The girl was practically dancing around swiftly along with the long sword in her hands. In Jiang Fei's eyes, she was like a beautiful goddess of the sword. In the eyes of the Japanese, she was the Grim Reaper. Not bad. She has definitely better sword skills than I, said Jiang Fei. It was not a surprise since the girl had been practicing the sword for several years now. He had only managed to cough up several days' worth of practice. However, the true combat prowess of Jiang Fei surpassed her by a long shot. After Shuaihan were the twins. Both of their sword skills were not as elegant and lethal as Shuaihan's, but the two were in sync. Alone, Yang Qing or Yang Pa might not be powerful, but when the two were together, they would pose a higher threat. Their killing speed was just as fast as Shuaihan. Compared to the three girls that were killing speedily, Ding Minghan was slower. She was using the Nine-Tails whip that could only slash one enemy at a time. Her movement was sluggish and slow. It felt as though she was playing instead of killing. The remaining three girls were close to Jiang Fei. Shang Guanqi of the Soaring Cloud sect was not killing. She was just standing there and only moved if there was a bullet coming for her. Her eyes remained dead as ever. Even with a mask covering almost half of her face, Jiang Fei could still tell that she was as emotionless as a dead corpse. Perhaps even a dead corpse could still put on an anguished expression. It was odd since Shang Guanqi continued to stand there, not moving. As if the battle did not concern her. Lian Fei was trying her best to fend off a few enemies with punches and kicks, but when there was enough breathing space around her, she took out the flute from her case and pressed her lips on the mouthpiece. The girl inhaled slowly and closed her eyes. As she blew into the flute, a beautiful melody echoed through the beach. Jiang Fei could have sworn that when he heard the melody, his movement became faster and more precise as his mind was no longer clouded. He could focus properly. That was only the start of the show. As the melody hit a crescendo, Jiang Fei noticed that one of the biohuman soldiers that was standing far from him suddenly dropped dead with his head missing. He paid attention as the next crescendo came and saw what happened. The head of the enemy would suddenly expand like a balloon. As soon as the melody hit the loudest point, the head would pop, killing the enemy instantly. While the poor soldier had no idea what had happened to him, Jiang Fei and the rest of the team could not help but feel impressed and fear Lian Fei. The girl could be the best assassin if not for the sound of her flute. Her killing method was truly formless. While Lian Fei was playing the flute, a fellow student of the same sect, Yin Yu, was protecting her with the huge metal stick. Her fighting style was purely defensive as she would wait for an enemy to attack to then deliver a punishing blow to the attacker. Like the Yang sisters, Yin Yu and Lian Fei was a good combo. Since playing the flute requires a huge amount of concentration, Yin Yu would fill in the role as her defender to allow her to play the flute without being attacked. "Are you going to join the fight?" Jiang Fei roared to Shang Guanqi, who was still standing in a corner. "There's no need for me to," said the emotionless girl. Jiang Fei was blown away when he heard her voice. Albeit there was no emotion in her words. Her voice was sweet. It was not what Jiang Fei had expected. To be fair, he watched enough movies and anime to know that whenever a girl masked her face and put on cold airs around her, she would sound solemn with a deep husky voice. "Very well," Jiang Fei replied. Jiang Fei could not blame her as the enemies were so weak that they had to rely on physical guns. Although they did manage to put up a fight at the first minute, once they had lost their main weapons, they were basically scarecrows that could move around. Since the threat was almost non-existent, Jiang Fei thought that it was a good chance to see the girls in battle. He could learn their fighting style and perform combination when necessary.